Yeah.
Uh.
No. 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 Yeah.
Uh.
No.
What's good, y'all? What's good, man? My soundboard has been fucking with me, so until that starts working, it's gonna be awkward because I can't open the stream up with my regular sound effects. I don't know. Watts tell me no. Fuck Watts. Anybody else to use a soundboard? Stream Deck has every day has been telling me new versions available, update, and then when I hit update and install, it's act like it's gonna install, and then it just doesn't do it. So what up, y'all? So if anybody sends a super chat, I'm sorry I can't give you the air horns, but it'll still be the regular pop up on screen. But yeah, man, my shit tweaking. Your stream deck ain't been working. The update ain't been working. Welcome back, Wadey. Thank you, TJ. Thank you. Real niggas. But yeah, man, how y'all feeling? Happy Friday. Had some last minute adjustments. Still gonna be a lit stream though, regardless. We don't need a soundboard. Had to make some last minute changes. Yeah, bro, this shit pissing me off, and now I can't even use my shit. It's not working. Oh, man, it's annoying. It feels so weird. It's gonna be so awkward. Can I like press it right on the? Can I play it right from the damn app? Nope. I can't just play it. Nope. Oh, I can't even use my shit, bro. It's not even letting me use my shit. Open automatic. Oh. Excuse me. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. My shit not working at all. How y'all feeling though, man? It's Friday. I know y'all ain't got no job because y'all here with me. I'm just talking shit. Whew. So, okay. So we had a little improv that we had last second. Fellow content creator Dexio Plays. He hit me. We was having a conversation, and the last guy debated Zenbane. I talked to him about, Asmongold as a content creator, and Dexio made a video, good video if y'all haven't checked it out. Dexio Plays. He made a video basically talking about the downfall of Asmongold and whatnot. And Zen and him are gonna have a debate about it. I guess they're gonna talk about what was said in the video. I just figured somebody else could talk to him because I don't want to talk to the same person about generally the same thing twice in a row. So I got another they're both content creators. Let me excuse that. Dexio is a content creator and Zenbane is a content creator. So smaller channels, but we all fighting the same fight. So we ain't gonna waste no time. After that, we're gonna get into Piers Morgan is back. And I've been seeing a lot of clips about Kyle Kulinski and Michael Knowles going at it. So I've been seeing a lot of people. I didn't watch the clips, but I've been seeing a lot of people post about how Kyle Kulinski, I guess, got into Michael Knowles. I guess Kyle ain't got no filter for the most part. So that should be interesting to watch, especially because of how fucking annoying, smug, and stupid Michael Knowles is. But let's get started, man. Let's get started. All right, y'all can hear, y'all can unmute. Now he gonna leave.
Yes, sir.
Why did Dexio leave? It's probably an accident.
Hey, my bad.
I'm like, what the fuck is y'all doing? What is happening? Is it something I'm doing?
Hey,
What's happening?
no, that was me. That was my fault.
You kicked
Oh, I see
him?
why. It's because there's a join voice button when you pull me in, so I clicked it.
Yeah, that's exactly what I saw, and I was like, oh, join voice. I clicked it, and then it shot me back over there, so I'm good.
That's weird. What is join the other voice you
'Cause
was in?
Yeah, because I'm on the waiting room tab, so it said to join voice over there,
Oh,
so it
got
shot me
you.
back over there.
Got you. Okay. Never really moderated before, but unless Zen wants a 2v1, but nah, I'm gonna
Hey,
let y'all.
well, this is a first for all
I'ma
of
let
us.
y'all
I feel
go.
like it's 10v1 in this Discord.
I mean, on this
Oh,
community,
no.
yeah, it's a left leaning community, so I'll be honest about that. But I'm not.
All good.
Hey, I don't mind people that disagree in my community. I just don't like disrespect. That's it. Even if it get
Sure.
harsh with words, you see how I talk in my comments. Just not flat out disrespect for, especially towards me. But yeah, healthy discourse. I don't mind name calling and shit. But you get to I'll kill your mother. Like, yeah, nah.
As long as you shake hands at the end of it, then it's all good.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I guess Dex, what was the name of your video?
I think
I
it
forgot
was
the title.
Asmongold's recent takes had me scared. I believe that's what it's called.
Got you. Okay, so I don't know if you want to address something or Zen, you want to go first?
Yeah, I mean, I watched the whole video. I took some notes, just in terms of what things that I thought would be good for debate. But I'm happy to start unless there's something you wanted to start with first.
Oh no, you can go ahead.
Okay, cool. So I guess the first thing I noticed right at the beginning, you start the video saying that Asmongold says things that normal people would push back on, right? So of course, like I immediately paused it because I was like, well, first, who decides what's normal? You know, I mean, even looking at the Renee Good situation, like no one has what I would constitute as a normal take. We have almost a perfect division in the U.S. of some people say she used her vehicle as a deadly weapon and his shooting was justified. Other in the other half is saying no, she was turning right. He was moving out the way, was never hit. So it's like who decides what's normal?
What I mean by normal is I mean people that are chronically online. People that aren't chronically online, I deem as normal because it takes a special kind of person to be online all of the time. So I think
Okay.
there is a distinct difference between those two types of people.
Okay. Um, and when you're saying he doesn't get pushback, and it's similar to my debate with Logic, I'm not sure if you're talking about live pushback or if you're just kind of going to what Logic said, where Asmund avoids debates. But I'll just kind of repeat what I said there is that Asmongold gets pushback in the thousands practically daily, right? I mean, people slice and dice everything he says and in detail, not just insulting him, but they explain it like as intellectually as possible why he's wrong. So I guess I wasn't sure why you were suggesting he's not getting pushback.
Well, if you're talking about pushback in the sense of his detractors then there, but as far as his online chat is concerned, it doesn't seem like there's really any. And the only real pushback I ever saw was when they talked about Maduro. And they asked him, why is he for this, intervening when he usually is against it? And that was pretty much the only time I've ever seen his chat fully go on the offensive when it comes to something that he says. Typically, when Asmongold is live and he has a chat, it's typically a giant echo chamber, and people are just going off and agreeing with him.
Okay. And that's fair. So basically, when you're talking about the pushback, you're saying his chat is so what makes them not normal by your definition is because they're terminally online, which I'm sure there's some truth to that, and they're the ones not pushing back. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, because when I don't know about you, and I don't know really about Logics, but I know as myself, when I decided to ultimately start doing content creation and streaming and things like that, I don't want to make myself and corner myself into a bubble. I want to be able to have a place where there are nothing but conversations, where it's not really one side fighting with the other side. It's where, both sides can come in the middle and they can have a discussion and they can have everything be fine. But it just seems to be like when I posted that video, it seemed to me like with me only having 20 subscribers, I got swarmed like terribly on that video.
Right. I saw.
Yeah. No, right. And I don't even think because I sent it to you
said,
last
"I
minute.
saw."
Most of those comments were in the first hour of me posting that video.
Yeah, I went to make I commented that I was disagreeing, but I was still giving you a like and subscribe. And I'm under a different account on YouTube. And I mentioned I look forward to our debate. But right before I was typing my disagreement, I read like the first, I skim read and I was like, oh shit, Asmongold's roaches showed up.
Oh yeah, and they came in droves because I didn't even think that video was gonna crack 100 views, and they proved me wrong very, very quickly.
So I guess what I would ask, and it's a genuine question, right? This is not, I don't do rhetorical gotcha bullshit. But do you think that maybe, I guess one of the reasons why Asmongold doesn't get a whole lot of pushback, if we were just to um, just sideline the concept of normality for a moment, and also the reason why he's gaining such popularity, do you think it might be because the things he's saying do reflect what a lot of people say, or well, excuse me, what a lot of people think across America?
I don't think so. In my opinion, I think the reason that Asvin's getting as much traction as he is because of the way that he's shitting on Hassan at the moment, because Hassan's been losing his mind talking about Asmongold. And it's been a very normal reoccurrence where every time you pull up Asmon's stream, he has something to say about Asmongold. And I think there's a correlation there with the momentum that Asmongold is gaining compared to the decline that Hassan's been getting lately. And I think that that's where those things both coincide with each other. I think that, Asmongold is getting enough push from the right, but I think it has more to do with, Destiny and him having a problem, and him and Hassan having a problem. I think that that's where most of this is coming from.
Yeah, and I think that's fair. So I guess it would be a similar question: is the reason that Hassan, because Hassan has a history of ignoring people he thinks are slop tubers, right? That, as he calls them, and he's always considered Asmongold a slop tuber. So do you think that the reason that Hassan has suddenly become so obsessed with Asmongold is because of Asmongold's effectiveness, or are you saying that because my first question, you're saying he became popular. Asmongold became more popular because of his rivalry with Asmongold, right? So it's like this WWE style shit where everyone's watching the fight. But what I'm wondering is the reason that Hassan is starting to give Asmongold so much attention because of the fact that Asmongold is saying things lots of people think across America.
That's a possibility, but I think that it's more of a how do I say this? It's more of a Hassan started beefing with Asmongold, and then Asmongold became a magnet and then started stripping away from Hassan. And I think it's because when Asmongold speaks so confidently on everything that he talks about. Whereas if you look at Hassan seems a little bit more off in the opinions that he gives. So when Hassan's viewers are seeing Asmongold, and Asmongold is so confident and he's so clear and concise on what he believes in, and then they're looking at their king, Hassan, and he's all over the place, it's very easy for those viewers to slip out and then go join with Asmongold. So I think that there is a correlation between the beef, and there's also where it becomes a thing where, because he's pushing the right so much and because of everything that Trump is doing, that's giving him a boost as well. So I think that it goes hand in hand. I don't think one's more than the other.
Yeah, and I think that's a great answer. I mean, that what you just said definitely applies to me because I was very anti-Trump during his first term. I hated the shit out of him, uh, and of course, I voted for Biden. I was happy during those 4 years, um, and during the leading up to the end of Biden's term, and I once Trump announced he was gonna, go up for election again, I was fucking pissed, and I was watching Hassan regularly, and he lost me though, for a number of reasons, and I ended up. I was watching Asmongold and Hassan simultaneously, but that's because Asmongold was doing funny shit. He was doing games where it's like those rage bait games, and so he was just hilarious. But I
Yeah.
was watching Hassan for the political stuff. But yes, Hassan did lose me because he just started, he started saying, I don't want to get off into all the political stuff. He just started saying things that were too extreme for me. And then it just so happened I just started watching Asmongold more because I was less time on Hassan's stream. And then Asmongold just happened to start talking about politics more.
Wait, I got a question though. So I know you said you don't want to go into the politics stuff, but are you like left or right leaning? Because and the only reason
yeah.
I'm asking is because it seems like that may be the heart of the conversation versus the creators. So are you left or right leaning?
Right now, I consider myself agnostic because I think, yeah, I grew up. I mean, before
'Cause
now,
I was shocked to say
I
you say you hated Trump. I was shocked, and you said you voted for Biden. I didn't expect that.
yeah, I historically I've been liberal Democrat. So I mean, I voted for in my voting record, I voted for Clinton both times. Bill Clinton, I voted for Obama both times. I voted for Hillary, and I voted for
Oh, you
Biden,
a
and I
lot
voted
older
for.
than us.
Oh
If you
yeah, and I
voted
I'm
for
voted for
33.
Clinton,
Kamala.
if you voted
Yeah,
for
yeah.
Clinton, yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm Gen X.
Okay.
But
Oh,
yes,
geez.
yeah.
I would have never known.
Yeah, me neither.
So yeah,
That
so
was
yeah,
why
I
you were
have
having problems on Discord.
You petty as hell.
yeah.
You petty as hell.
Yeah, that's true. I haven't game because like I said, I was gaming on Discord, but like over a year ago, so I was using my old setup, wasn't working. But no, anyway. So yeah, so going back on what we're debating, um, I thought your example of why Asthma Gold says shit that you feel needs a lot more pushback about the regime change, like in Venezuela. I thought that was a bit off because you were saying that you made a good point that just removing one dictator will not in itself topple a regime. Of course, there has to be more done to address the structure underneath it. But the thing is, while you're saying something true, at no point did either Asmongold or any U.S. officials ever say that once they toppled Maduro, that by itself solves the problem.
but that wasn't ultimately my point. My point was that instead of capturing Maduro, there could have been a better way to handle things. Because in the analogy that I brought up when I was talking about Abba and Preach, they were in Haiti when the president of Haiti got assassinated. And as soon as that president got assassinated, it became overrun with gangs and blockades and all of these issues that ultimately led to a very dangerous environment. And when you're talking about a country like that, you take out a leader and then there's a power vacuum in place. Gangs and other things are going to take over in that power vacuum until something gets in the way. And if they don't do it fast enough, then it's going to lead to a problem because they're already inched in to a point where it's going to be hard to remove them.
Yeah, and technically, well, first, like I guess in the video, it would have been good to like when you say there's a better way to do it, to outline in actual actionable detail what that better way is, right? But the moment you start doing that, that also will open you up, of course, for analysis and people to pick holes and why your strategy would fail. But what I would say is that and I'm not agreeing with Trump and the administration on doing this, but it seems like they are addressing what you're talking about because they're basically establishing themselves, right? Or us. The U.S. now controls Venezuela until they address the underlying structure that you yourself says needs to be addressed. So they're doing what you're saying, but it sounds like they're just not doing it in a way you approve of.
Okay, so then my question would be, do you think it would have been easier for them to find those outliers that were allowing Maduro to be able to do what he was doing in place underneath as long as he was still there? Or do you think it's going to be easier now that they're gone and they have an easier way to hide?
Um, so no, it's a good question. The fact that they're hiding that renders them powerless while we're in control, I would say. So your question, the premise of your question implies that while they're hiding, they still have influence of control of the region, and so I wouldn't agree with that premise. Let them
Oh,
hide, and we're there.
I, I that's oh, I'm trying to figure out a way to say this. I think that that's an okay thing to assume, but when you're talking about officials that are in the government, as much as I want to say that they are quote unquote hiding, they're pretty much hiding in plain sight. And when you're talking about a country like Venezuela, they have an easier paper trail to hide than anybody else does, especially here in the US. It's going to be so much easier for those guys to be able to just hide out in the open and still be able to maintain and do the things that they do. And they can pretty much go undetected. Which, as if they would have left Maduro in his place, they could have watched everything as it moved down the chain. They could have done any type of intelligence. They did it when they found bin Laden. It would have been extremely easy for them to be able to do some type of intelligence on him, to be able to find out where all of these people are at and how they play in the game, and they could have gotten them all at once. But now that they removed the ringleader, it's going to be harder to get those people out in the open.
Yeah, well, it's like at this point we would be analyzing the full power of things that we neither one of us would probably fully understand in terms of like the actual technology they have, like satellites, espionage, all that stuff to determine what's easier and what's not. I mean, if someone's hiding in plain sight, then I feel like then that they're going to be easy to capture. But either way, I'm not even sure if even if I would agree with you, I'm not even sure that it really matters what's easier or what's not easier. I mean, as long as the end goal is the same, which is addressing the regime structure underneath, then I'm fine. I think we should all be fine with it.
Yeah, but I think that, you know, the easier way would have saved a lot of time. And when you're dealing with countries like that, time is everything. Because as long as it's open, there's room for people to move in and there's room for things to go wrong. It's
Yeah,
just,
yeah.
if they don't do it extremely fast, you don't know what could happen. You don't know who could jump into that spot and start taking over and could go completely under the radar and keep everything flowing and having it be the status quo all over again.
Yeah, I think it's hard to assess whether saving time should really be a goal versus say saving lives, right? Because if you do things faster, maybe there's more death, So it's why I say it's one of those things we can't definitively say. I think the main point is that as long as they are addressing the underlying structure, which they are, then the problem is being solved. And that's the problem you posed in your video, because you were saying that you were suggesting they're not trying to address the underlying structure, but I think they are.
In my opinion, I think they're focused on trying to intervene in all these other countries that I think Venezuela is going to ultimately take a backseat and then something's going to end up happening. That's my opinion. I'm not going to say that I'm definitively correct on it. I just know what happens with a lot of foreign intervention in countries. They never treat any of them as a priority. So then something always ends up going wrong if they don't deal with it straight on. But then now Trump is so extremely focused on Greenland and Puerto Rico and Cuba and things like that that now it's becoming a power play in his head, and it's becoming more of an ego thing more than it is a humanitarian thing. And that's how I feel about it.
Sure. Okay. And again, at the end of the day, I mean, it's fair to think that I'm not saying that's wrong. I just think that painting this as some picture where like now Asmongold or anyone who talks like him basically is this like right wing version of Hassan, and there's no pushback and all this stuff. I think that's where it jumps the shark a little bit, because on one hand you're making fair points about saving time and failing to follow through, which at that point we're just talking about U.S. policy, foreign policy, and adequate use of military resources. Where if someone like you have your feelings, but if someone else says, "Well, no, we're fine and we did the right thing," I don't think that makes them like extreme. Just agreeing with what we're doing doesn't make anybody extreme, in my opinion.
But my whole thing is when it comes to Asmongold is that it's 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 an extreme thing when Asmongold automatically assumes that he's correct about everything. Because even if it just seems to be like with the way he's acting, with him dodging destiny and him doing all this other stuff, it just goes to in my head. It seems to be like even if Asmongold was presented facts on paper, I don't know if you would believe it, because even if it's contradictory to his narrative that he's been spinning on his platform, I don't know if you would actually stray and take it as fact.
Well, a lot of these conversations are like what you and I are talking about right now. For example, you made a prediction about how you think Venezuela is going to play out, and you could be right. And so that's what a lot of the context Asmongold is speaking to. So I said this with Logic as well last week. When Asmongold says he's right, he's saying I'm right about what I'm saying is gonna happen. And just like right now, you made a prediction. So there's no amount of facts you can really present to someone that say, here's the facts of the future. All you're saying is I can present somebody facts to try to change their mind about a future prediction.
well, my thing, when Asmongold spoke on Venezuela, his words, and I can pull you the clip and I can send it to you so you can see it. His words were, "It doesn't matter as long as we're making money and we can do what we want and we can get away with it. That's what matters." Those were
Yeah,
his words.
yeah, yeah.
And that's
And so,
I
what's
don't
the
think that
issue?
that's how, because that's not how I believe, or most people should believe, a country should run themselves. And I highly doubt that anybody would want any normal citizen within the grounds of this country to believe that that's how we should operate, especially when it comes to foreign intervention.
So, would you say that that is how America has operated since its inception?
Oh yeah, I wouldn't. I'm not saying that we've never done it, but the thing that I'm trying to say is that Asmongold fully on like agreeing with it. That's where I think that there's cause for concern.
Agreeing with openly admitting how we've functioned since our country was established?
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not even close to what I'm saying. That's not what was worded in his clip, and that's not what he said.
No, no, I know. But
Because
what he
he
said,
was specifically asked by a chatter. He said, "You used to be against foreign intervention. Why are you for it now?" And his words
yeah,
were, "If we can get in there, extract what we can extract, and make money off of it, and we can get away with it, then why wouldn't we?"
right. So, okay. So, in terms of the perceived contradiction, when every time Asman has said he's against foreign intervention, he was talking about how much money America spends, like supporting Israel, for example. Like he's talking about America wasting money for foreign intervention. But in the case of Venezuela, he's saying, well, this time we're not wasting the money, so he's in favor of it because we're gaining money.
But that's not how that clip is even close to being made out to be. And especially when Asmongold was talking on it he was reacting to the video of Trump and I believe in Air Force One after all of this happened. And he was on the news and talking about it. Asmongold was reacting to it.
Right.
And he started talking about how he agreed with the foreign intervention. And then a chatter brought up, "You were against this, so why are you for it now?"
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
never
Just,
he
just
never brought up anything to do with the country spending money. He never brought up with any of that stuff. His only rebuttal to that question was, as long as we can get away with it and make money, that's all that matters. He never sat there and gave any other reasoning for it. That was his direct answer to that question.
sure.
So
Yeah.
you're trying to expand upon it in another sense where that was never clarified with what he said to begin with. So I'm trying to go off of the basis of taking what he said as at face value.
Right. So when the chatter said previously you've been against foreign intervention, like those words previously, that's a reference to Asma Gold's take on Israel, which is where he's known for being against foreign intervention. And if you watch all of his clips, all he ever says is, why are we spending our taxpayer money on a bunch of other people? So the chatter brought up the past takes, and so I'm just describing what those past takes are. And so your answer, you're almost making it seem like Asmongold in the past has just outright said, "I'm against all foreign intervention, regardless if we make money or not." That's how you're kind of presenting it without saying
No,
it. Be-
what I'm saying is that the context within that clip was specifically talking about capturing Maduro. It had nothing to do with money at all. So that's what I'm trying to say when I'm speaking on this. That clip in
so,
particular was only speaking within the context of Maduro being captured.
so
So when
when
the
the
chatter brought it up,
chatters,
that was the only thing that it was about.
so when the chatter said in the past you were against foreign intervention, what does that mean to you? That phrase by itself.
That he wasn't for any foreign intervention whatsoever.
When?
At any point. I mean, it doesn't really matter on when, it just matters that he was against it. But now all of a sudden he sees this, and then all of a sudden his mind gets flipped.
But when the chatter
And
was asking that in the past, you're saying he was talking about Maduro. In the past, the Asmongold didn't care about Venezuela and Maduro?
No, what I'm saying is that in the context of the question being asked, and within Asmongold's response to that question,
No, let's just
that was
fix on the
all within that
question.
context.
What's the context of the question?
All he did was ask him about if you were against foreign intervention, why are you for it now?
Right. And
That
if
was
you
it.
were against is the past, right?
Yes, but
And
you're
what
trying
is
to
and what
make
has he
this
said in the
whole thing
past?
you're trying to make this thing a money argument, but that's not all that it's been about.
No, I'm just asking if you know what he said in the past.
No, the only thing I've really watched on Asmongold besides all this stuff since Trump's second term and most of Biden's term, I mean, it's mainly been his gaming things. But I've heard him speak on foreign intervention before, and he just was never for it outright. He never gave
Yeah.
any type of a specific thing on it. He never made it a money thing. He never made it anything. He specifically spoke on it just in the fact of that we shouldn't intervene.
Okay, so let's just say to move the argument forward, if he had ever said, "I'm only against it because it's our money we're wasting," then would that reconcile the issue? Whether now there's no problem in having this take?
I mean, not really, because I still think it's a terrible take to have. I think
Okay.
I think Asmongold is arming an audience for a myriad of reasons, but I think him sitting there and just being for things that wasn't approved and that Trump just walked in and took what he wanted and walked out, and then Asmongold just being straight up for it, I think that was very alarming to see out of him. Considering with as much as Asmongold wants to sit there and prioritize himself on the law, the second Trump ignored the law, Asmongold didn't give any pushback on it. He was fully for it. And that's where I think that this is becoming a dangerous situation to handle. Because, it's one thing for a singular person to have a take, but when you're a singular person with a massive audience of millions of people and you're spreading that ideology around, you're arming people in a dangerous way, because that type of stuff doesn't just squeeze by without being unnoticed.
Sure, and I think that's fair. Now, what I am going to point out is you're stressing concern for someone advocating for ignoring the law, but in your same video, you did that. It seemed that you do that same thing to advocate for why it was okay for Renee Good to drive her car forward and ignore law enforcement telling her to get out.
No, I never said about ignoring the law. What I said is that if you look how everything happened within the context of that video and you look at her, and she was okay with everything, and then as soon as the officers started yelling at her, you're talking about a woman that all those men could tower over her, and she could have easily gotten scared and just decided to leave. That could have been there. In all reality, when it comes to that whole situation in Minneapolis, there was numerous ways that could have been done differently to where nobody had to die to begin with.
Yeah, like she could have like not been stalking them all day.
But how do you know that? Do you have ultimate proof to prove that that's what she was doing? Or are you just going to go off of the narrative that's been pushed by news and
Well,
saying that she's a domestic terrorist?
there was a live eye no, there was a live eyewitness, right? Who talked about how she was leading the leading vehicle in several lines of vehicle that day. And they show how she was registered with the ICE tracker. But I mean, if wait, so what are you saying she was doing there parked perpendicular to the road?
I don't know, because I wasn't there. In my opinion, I don't think that her being there had any cause for them to act the way that they acted towards her.
No, yeah, I understand. I'm just asking what was she doing there?
I don't. From what I was told and from what I seen, it doesn't look like the same thing. From what I saw, it looked like she was intervening, but from what I was told, she had dropped her kid off and she was getting out to leave.
Did you see the video where she was parked perpendicular for a long time, honking her horn and dancing?
My majority of what I watched was watching the actual interaction take place from a dozen different angles, because I got shit on so much for my take on how that went down that I had to sit there and rethink about what I saw, and I had to go sit there and watch it.
Yeah, but
I
did you
didn't
see that
watch
one specific
anything.
one?
I didn't watch anything before anything really took place. I just
Okay.
watched like the main angles that encapsulated the car from pretty much 180 degrees. That gave me the impression that there was more than enough room for that officer to be able to move out of the way. And
I
I
see.
don't think that the damage that was caused to him wasn't anything serious. At the most, from what it looked like, even on his phone, it looked like his hand got hit by the car. I don't think his body did. It didn't look like his body got hit. It looked like
Okay.
his hand got tapped by the front of the car as she was turning out. And before she even made it past him, he fired one shot through the windshield and then two through the side glass. And I had a lot of people giving me crap about her speeding up. But when she started speeding up, she was already dead. So I don't think that that was anything more than her getting away. I think that that was because she was dead and she was Leadfoot.
So when you say he had ample room to get out of the way, you're saying he should have gotten out of the way?
From everything that I saw, he had more than
He-
enough to
he-
get out of
he
the way.
Did get out the way.
No, but I'm asking, do you think he should have gotten out of the way?
Yes, 100%.
Okay, so very similar to
If you have somebody charging at you with a knife, and all you have to do is move 2 inches to the right, and it can save your life, would you do it?
So, well, I'm not law enforcement. He's law enforcement. So you're saying him as
That-
a law enforcement officer should have gotten out of the way.
It has nothing to do with law enforcement. It has everything to do with common sense. If you don't want to get hit by a car, get out of
Yes.
the way.
But I just want to be clear, I understand. But as law enforcement, he should have gotten out of the way.
Yes, because there's plenty of
Okay.
other things that law enforcement officers are trained to do to be able to deal with a moving vehicle that wouldn't have caused her death to begin with.
So
And then if they were that upset about her doing the things that she was doing, they could have jailed her and given her the time that she deserved instead of easily just offing her and then making all of this non-existent.
Right. So you're that's fine. You advocate for breaking the law then,
How so?
because the officer should not have stayed there to enforce the law. He should have moved
That's not what I said.
so that she can continue breaking the law.
Okay, but weren't they all in giant SUVs? Couldn't they all have pitted her to get her out of the way to be able to prevent any of that from happening? I mean, pit maneuvers are some of the easiest things that cops learn how to do whenever they're dealing with moving vehicles in the first place. They could have easily pinned her down, and it would have been a done deal. Because
Right,
it was
right.
already
So-
proven that she didn't have weapons. Because if she had weapons, she wouldn't have let them get that close. She would have fired on them straight up.
So
So-
a vehicle, you don't believe a vehicle can ever be used as a weapon?
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that if she wanted to do harm, she would have done it way before they got
Well,
close to her.
well, we're trying to read her mind, right? So we neither one of us are mind readers, but you're saying she didn't have a weapon.
But
Is
you're-
a
but you're-
vehicle a weapon?
But you're reading her mind by automatically trying to assume what she's doing just because of who she's associated with.
No, I didn't. I asked some simple questions that you said you didn't know the answer to. I wasn't reading her mind. I asked you what her car was doing perpendicular while she was honking the horn and dancing. That's all I asked.
And I understand that. I'm not going to disagree with you because I don't have the full information on how she got there or what she was doing there.
Yeah.
But as far as what I'm saying, her being there was not a cause for her to be shot. It escalated way too quickly than what it needed to be. There were so many
Okay.
things that they could have done to de-escalate that situation, and she'd be alive right now.
So
And it
that's right.
it
So
felt like
yeah.
he was extremely trigger happy, and it seemed, he just
that's
wanted.
another mind read, right? It's another mind read. But
Well, if
I
you
would-
saw how quickly he pulled his weapon out, it kind of seemed pretty trigger happy to me.
yeah, I think shooting someone that you think is going to kill you doesn't make you trigger happy. So, but we don't know what he's thinking. We don't know if he really thought he was in danger of dying and shooting, or if he was trigger happy. I think trying to mind read people is futile. So all we can
Yeah,
do is
but-
look at the facts.
Do you ultimately would you agree or disagree that her being dead now completely negates any way of finding out any real truth?
No, I think she fucked around and found out, and we have the facts as to why.
Yo, that's crazy, dude.
Can I jump
That's
in?
how
Can
I-
I
hey.
jump, wait, can I jump in or no?
Go ahead, man.
do
I'll
it,
tag
do
you
it.
in.
I only got about 5 minutes, but let's go.
Okay, first, let's see your consistency. Well, you probably will be honest. Did Ashley Babbitt fuck around and find out? I'm sure you say you
Oh, she was the
Jan 6.
yeah, she fucked around and found
Okay.
out. Absolutely.
Hey,
so
at least
that's
you're
fair, that's
consistent.
fair. Be consistent. Okay, so I think that okay, it was so much. So I don't know where to start. So okay, decoupling the legality. When you was talking about you can't read his mind, woo after bam. Yes, we can't read minds, but you know it's always about mens rea and you know circumstances. You just got to assess it and what a reasonable person would do. So as a law enforcement officer, you actually you have kind of more obligation to assess situations than an average citizen. Agreed, right? Like your obligation is bigger.
Yeah, and isn't your obligation to de-escalate before anything gets out of hand?
So have you guys spoken to law enforcement on your takes on this?
I have plenty
Not
of
on
friends
this,
who
not
have
on this
family
in
as cops, but I
particular.
never spoke to them on this.
Not this.
Yeah, no, yeah. I just think it's this weird thing. It's like where we say, okay, officers are trained to de-escalate, and then we see one moment where he had to make a split-second decision, and now we're saying he didn't de-escalate, and so now they're in the wrong.
Well,
I just
listen, I'm not gonna speak on it legally because I don't know the intricacies to make a legal assessment. I'm talking about what makes sense and morally. So what I'm saying is, if he was to the left of the car and it's cleared, why are you shooting at that point?
yeah, well, I don't agree that he was cleared.
But he literally shot from the driver's side window, parallel to not perpendicular, next to the car.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Just
you
parallel
know,
to the
her
car.
SUV has about a bumper to bumper. It's about 4 feet. He was to the right, like of it.
No,
and
when
and
he
got
the
tagged.
second shots was through the driver's side window. He was,
Oh, but not
he
the
was
first,
not
right?
in
Not the first.
No, I'm
No,
talking about the
he
second
fired the
two.
first of the windshield. Yeah.
Right, and because all this happens in you know
Very
in
fast,
split
very
seconds,
fast. But once
he kept firing.
Once
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
cleared, why are you shooting? Let me ask this question and then another. Once he's cleared, why is he shooting? And do you think that somebody that was fearful of their life says "fucking bitch" after you shoot him?
Well, I think adrenaline runs high, right? So I've said a lot of have logic. You have the word squabble. So you know when I grew up, squabble meant fist fight. So have you ever talked shit in a physical fight and then realized afterwards?
Well,
oh,
yes,
shit,
because I was
I
angry, not scared. That's what I'm saying.
So you've never done that while scared either. Okay, it's okay.
I don't.
If
I don't see myself if I'm fearful for my life, say his intruder is in my house and they come bust through my door and I shoot them and probably kill them, I'm not like fucking bitch. Like I just don't see that being a natural reaction to being legitimately fearful. I'll probably be panting.
Yeah.
I'll probably be still scared. I'll be in shock. I would be like asking to get help. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like if I made a mistake, maybe like say I made a mistake, I'm like, help this person, whatever. But I don't see fucking bitch. That seems like pure aggression. That just seems like you're.
Yeah.
If I was finna fight somebody and I whoop their ass, I'd be like, fuck you. Yes, because I'm mad, not scared for my life. Those are
So can we at least agree that we're trying to psychoanalyze people using ourself as a reference, which is
But-
not going to be the most accurate and productive thing.
well,
But that's where my question ultimately comes from, is that with her dead, there is no true way to find out what really happened because the other half of that whole thing is completely null and void. So
I disagree.
we're never
I
going to
disagree.
know.
But,
No,
I
I think that that's
okay.
ultimately true because if you have
Okay.
if you have two sides of an argument, and then one person offs the other, you're never going to know what was actually said. You're just taking one person's word at face value, and that's their truth, and that's
No, I understand.
gonna be
I
the truth
understand.
with
So
no- with no
here's how I
take
see it. Right, we could have a video. I could have a video from every angle of a squirrel running across the street and getting hit by a car, and you'll have conservatives saying there was an unfortunate accident, and you'll have liberals saying the squirrel committed suicide because he was terminally online. So it's like it doesn't matter what kind of facts we have. People are constantly reevaluating everything.
I don't know, man. From what I saw, from every angle that I looked at, and I even went and I watched Asman's stream when he watched it, and he slowed down that video. It looked like that dude had more than enough opportunity to get out of the way. He just wanted to fire a shot into the windshield and take her
I
out.
understand. So moving past it, right? We could probably have an hour-long debate just on analyzing that. But what I would say, so I won't disagree with you. What I would say is that everything I hear you say about how the officer should have moved and everything they should have done while Renee Good was doing what she did, I honestly see it as no different than when Asmongold says, "I don't care if we go to Venezuela as long as we benefit." To me, you both are saying the same shit as far as I'm concerned.
No, well, the
No,
difference
because you're
is
talking about the harm of one person versus an entire country. Those are two completely
Nonetheless, I see it the same.
it's not the same. And I'm not saying that Renee is 100% innocent. She made mistakes too. That's the difference. I'm not saying that Renee was in the right 100%. She did not make smart decisions. I can say that easily. But the cop
That
didn't
was why
either.
when you asked me about the vehicle being in the position that it is, I wasn't going to take a stance and say that she was just there out of happenstance. She could have been there to screw those guys over. I ultimately believe that those ICE officers escalated that situation to a point that it didn't need to be to begin with. They created a problem that blew up.
Disrupting isn't a death sentence.
Yeah.
Apparently it is. She found out the hard way.
It shouldn't be though. But do you think that should be the standard? You die if you disrupt?
I think that if you use your vehicle, if you disrupt, you should be detained. If you resist, you should be arrested. And then if you resist with deadly force, yes, you should take the room temperature challenge.
Possibly, but
she was never under arrest.
They told her to get out the vehicle. They tried to detain her. She used her vehicle as a weapon, and she took a nap.
I do not care if she got arrested, but the cop, first of all, they're not. He wasn't supposed to be in front of that car. They train you to not be in front of cars, and he cleared it. He didn't have to shoot her. This is what it comes down to. And if you want to relate it to what Asman is saying, I don't think the standard should be if we can overpower you, we should take from you. Fuck the citizens of your state. I don't think that should be a norm either.
Oh, the citizens were praising us and welcoming us.
Not all
everybody.
It was. No, I watched there were a lot of Venezuelan content creators that were very against it. It's pretty much. I would say it's more in favor of Trump, but it was a good 60-40
Okay,
split.
good.
There were
at least you admit that. At least you admit that. Good.
But there were still a lot of people extremely angry about what happened.
The majority of people, so we're fine.
But that's still but how you tried to point it out was that it was almost all. It was
a majority. 6% is a lot. But anyway, I got to run. We can have another debate next week.
All good.
Yo, if you're game, I'm game.
Let's do it.
Maybe what? If we could maybe get some more opinions in here, I'll try to make that happen.
Yeah,
maybe
I'm down for that.
4 or 5 person panel or something.
All right, don't you guys go obstructing any officers between now and then. All right.
No, I'm in these streets.
No.
I'm in these streets. Fuck ICE.
No.
Fuck ICE.
All right. Peace out.
All right. Okay, my bad, Trib. Oh, sorry, Dex. Let me read this super chat. Sorry. Trib said, shout out to Trib. I don't know if you was here, Trib. My soundboard isn't working, so I can't give you all the pomp and circumstance. The wife was also next to the car, but once it moves, she backs up out the way. The shooter moves towards the car till the car stops, gets in the stands, pulls his gun, aims, sees her turning right, then shoots. Yeah, it's just like I fully understand the whole everything's happening fast, which is why there's a world where he gets off legally, but like Trib just pointed out, it's like none of the other ICE officers was drawing their gun, like Destron said. Shit, shout out to Sensei Dono for the membership, y'all. W's for Sensei Dono in the chat.
It felt like in that whole thing, it felt like, I don't know how to properly word it, but it felt like they were letting him get his get back after being drugged by that car.
Yeah, what you mean?
So they didn't want it. When that same officer got drugged by that car through that front yard.
Yeah. Yeah, he was on edge.
It felt,
And that's the thing.
felt like when he got there, none of the other officers wanted to step in like, hey, bro, get back.
Yeah, like
whatever happens, happens.
You see how JD Vance was like, he the same officer got drugged 6 months ago, so maybe he's sensitive. Motherfucker, that don't play to help his situation. It make it seem like he was on edge and ready to shoot somebody. That don't help his
then
case.
give him a psyche eval. See if he's determined to get back out there. And if he ain't, then let him stay home.
Because like I said, look, legally, this man really might get off. But the problem is, everybody's like, he got hit. He was scared for his life. Bro, the wife got out the way. The other officer got out the way. Nobody pulled out their gun. He was cleared of the car and then still shot to the side of it. And then called her a fucking bitch. And you got drugged 6 months ago by a car. He was angry. And like Tron said, he switched hands to make sure his dominant hand was able to pull his gun. He was ready.
100%. I saw that shit too. Yeah, that's what threw me off.
Yes.
It's like, dude, how you don't have a body cam on. You're filming this with your phone. And you also have a knack for being able to swap hands and get your gun out and be able to pop one off on somebody. Like, dude, you weren't trying to do anything but create a problem.
Yeah.
That's what this was. You were trying to cause chaos because you felt inadequate in some way, so you needed to get up on somebody.
Yeah.
That's what it felt like.
I think he was on edge. My bad. Trib, shout out to Trib for the $5 super chat. If it goes to trial, the officer won't be able to claim self-defense. I wonder how all of these, he had the right people respond when it happens. Yeah, I do agree. I don't think self-defense is going to hold up in this situation. Because shooting, again, you cannot defend yourself by shooting a car coming at you. That's not self-defense. Self-defense is getting out of the fucking way. You don't put yourself in harm's way, and then when harms come, you kill the person and be like, it was self-defense. It don't work like that. Yeah,
because then what happens if you're in front of a car and they're charging at you and you shoot them and you take that person out? They can't get out of your way now.
Yeah, and
so
you're still getting hit. Yeah, you're still getting hit. You're at least running the risk of getting hit. Just like I brought it up a couple of times ago when we talked, a couple of streams ago when I talked about it, that lady in fucking Florida, she tried to conjure up a I said Florida. I think it was Florida. The perfect neighbor story. The lady that shot her neighbor. She looked up a reason to try to kill the woman. Like, it don't work like that. You weren't in fear of your life. You was trying to shoot somebody.
Yeah, and then he.
Yeah, KP,
I never even wanted to speak. I never wanted to speak legally on the whole situation. I wanted to speak morally on it.
Yeah, I think a moral conversation is a better conversation to have. Legally, it's going to be what it is. I'm still mad about
so
George
many
Zimmerman.
Loopholes. Oh yeah.
So
And then what's that other girl that that killed her baby or whatever that was in Florida?
Oh, Casey Anthony.
Yeah. Dude, I don't know where she is.
I don't know how she got off. Like, I don't know how she got. I mean, I watched one documentary. I just don't know how she got off.
She's still in Florida, and I ain't that far of a drive away from her either. And I know people that have ran into her.
Really?
It's like, bro, how are you allowed to go outside? Out of all these people, how are you allowed to go outside?
Her and Zimmerman, but I don't know how both of them ain't been touched. Cause shit, even 6ix9ine got touched, and he didn't even do something as egregious as those two. So how 6ix9ine get touched, and nobody touched Zimmerman or Casey Anthony by now? God damn.
Yeah, I figured she would have been jumped the second she got released, but that didn't even come close to happening.
They're
like, hey, I think they looked at it like, hey, man, she's willing to take out a kid, she'll take you out.
I might just catch a little charge just to steal off somebody that kill a kid. I'm sorry, like.
Yeah, but
I'll take whatever charge. If I seen Zimmerman, I would just knock his ass out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll take whatever that comes with.
I deem those as super dangerous.
What?
I see those as a super dangerous, man. If they want to take out a kid,
they
don't care about you.
I can't be in Florida. That's all.
Yeah.
You know, that stand your ground shit to get you. That's why they live there. That's exactly why they live there. Because of that shit.
That's why my whole family lives here.
Mm-hmm.
For that reason.
That Casey Anthony shit still blows my mind. Like, it's like, how the fuck? It seemed like she was so careless and still got away with it. You know? It seems like it was so careless, but still managed to somehow escape the law. I don't get it.
And you can still see videos of her just walking around shopping for groceries like nothing ever happened.
She tried she tried to start a social media career not too long ago.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. She was trying to make a TikTok and everything. It's like, no, you ain't allowed. Nope. We shutting that down. What's your name? No, we're good. We don't need you.
Yeah, man. But yeah, I appreciate you, Dex.
Oh yeah, it's no problem, man. anytime. If he ever wants to jump back on and have another conversation, man, I'm game.
Yeah, I might set up like maybe a panel next week. Maybe we'll have more information or something. I'll play it by ear, see what's going. Oh, you know what?
Yeah.
No, it ain't gonna be next week. I'm busy all next week. I'm not even gonna stream next week actually. So we'll have to figure that out for another date. I'm not even gonna stream next week.
From what he said, as long as he's got a time frame ahead of time, then he's good with it.
Yeah, we could figure something out. In 2 weeks, we'll definitely probably have some more info.
All right, yeah, man, DM me. I gotta go do some work on a video. So,
all right, bro, appreciate it.
All right, see you later.
Peace. There's a video from a highly misleading angle. Oh, I'm sorry, Dow. I'm so sorry. I'm so thrown off not having my soundboard and shit. Like it's like a reflex. Appreciate Dow. W's in the chat for Dow for the $20 super chat. I'd really like to know what videos these cultists are looking at. I know there are AI manipulated videos and pictures to make Renee Good look like a criminal to justify her death. The main videos show exactly what happened. Yeah, I know one, the far back one where it's super blurry and it like and it looks like he got hit. I heard that was sped up to make it look like he got hit. I could be wrong. I heard that was sped up though, but maybe that's not true. Like the super grainy potato video. Yeah, is that what you're talking about, Neth? Like he said, the video of a highly misleading angle. Yeah, that's the one they love to point to. They like, yeah, if you look from the angle this is what's funny. Look, this is what's funny. The video that's more clear, closer, and you get more of an idea of what's happening where he moves and you can see him shoot. They're like, yeah, it looks like he didn't get hit. But when you look at the video that's super pixelated and you really can't tell what's happening, that's when you can see he got hit. Like, it's like, what the fuck? That's what they say. The people that think he got hit keep talking about the angle that's so blurry that you don't really know what's happening. It just looks like he got hit because he moved so fast. I heard it was sped up, but maybe not. But yeah, that one. And I saw somebody mention internal bleeding. I don't believe that one bit. And I don't believe that one fucking bit. They would have had pictures. They would have said that the day of, he walked regular the next day. He didn't like he was in any type of pain. And I'm sorry, if a car hits you, you feel it. I ain't saying you got to be broken leg, but you're going to feel it. You're going to feel it. Especially after you done walked back and went home and all that shit. You come out a week, almost 2 weeks later, talking about you had internal bleeding. Get the fuck out of here. First of all, internal bleeding could be bruising, right? It could be bruising. But when doctors say internal bleeding, they're not talking about a bruise. They're not talking about a bruise. So he said internal bullshit. Right. Internal fucking bullshit. What the hell? Oh my God. And yeah, like you said, 2 miles an hour, and everybody's like, oh, this life and other people, blah, 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 blah. What happened? She went lead foot. What if that car hit somebody? I jumped out of a car at 3 miles per hour before I was fine. Yeah, like, I don't know. It's just the only difference in a self-defense claim between a civilian and the police is the risk of hurting others. And I don't even know if that's the case. I think I could be wrong. Maybe it depends on the state. Shit, you probably, if you got a firearm legally, you probably could save somebody else from being killed with a gun. I don't quote me on that. Don't go trying it. I don't know. But I think that the self-defense claim just doesn't work. He cleared the car. He cleared it. He cleared the car. Self-defense doesn't work. I'm sorry. At minimum, the man should be fired. At bare minimum, he should be fired because he stood in front of a car and caused this fucking problem in the first place. And that was against their policy. That was the first mistake. You can't predict. They can't base your behavior. Like, y'all get what I'm saying when I say that the law enforcement, I know I'm saying police. He's not the police. The law enforcement's behavior you can't dictate their behavior based off of the civilian that they're trying to apprehend. Now, when I say that, I don't mean they don't have to change what they do because of what they do, but y'all get what I'm saying? Like, you still have to do what you're supposed to do first. You can't say, fuck all the policy training I have once you upset. Because I think he was upset. I think he was mad. I think he wanted some get back. He probably got triggered off of the last incident. He was probably hella annoyed by her. Like the switching the hands, all of that stuff plays into a court case. Like legally, they're gonna look at it. Like, why did you switch hands to make sure your dominant hand could pull the gun? Were you just ready to shoot her? Why did you shoot her once you cleared the car? Why did you call her a fucking bitch afterwards? All of that plays into the state of mind when we start talk. If this hopefully at least get a state trial at some point, you know, the statute of limitations, I think, is infinite. So, you know, it can happen down the line if we want to wait till Trump is gone. But after all this time, it'll be harder. You know what I'm saying? It'll be harder down the line to assess everything, and people's memory going to be more hazy, you know, years down the line. But yeah, man, all of that will play legally. And I'm hoping for the best. I'm not getting my hopes up. You know, 4 people died in the first 10 days. Fucking crazy. I'm going to make a short this weekend about all the blood that's on Trump's hand. All the blood that's on his hands. Trump has almost, not directly, but is like 2 degrees away of people dying. It's literally one decision Trump has made that has caused people to die. Like more than one person. We already got Ashley Babbitt, Renee, and the 2 National Guards people that got shot. One didn't die. One died. One didn't. Loosely the fucking the senator, like all the people that believe that QAnon, that's not Trump, but he didn't run away from it either. Trump didn't do QAnon. I'll be fair, he didn't do that. But just the elector scheme, like all of everything that comes from his lies about the 2020 election. A lot of everybody that died from that is because of Trump. You know what I'm saying? Why is nobody talking about how the ICE officer had his gun unhoused in the moment? Yeah. I just got to that. The only difference is level of reasonableness because they are trained. Shout out to Sensei Dono for the $10 super chat. Appreciate you. Off subject, but when is the next super stream with Watch Jew and Random? Tomorrow, y'all. Either 4 or 5 p.m. tomorrow. We're gonna have that. Hopefully, we'll know by tonight. We waiting on the last confirmation. It's gonna either be at 4 or 5 p.m. Central, so that's 5 or 6 Eastern, wherever Central and Pacific is. Pacific time is. You know, that's all I know. I know Eastern is Central. But yes, tomorrow, Saturday, it's gonna be at either 4 or 5 p.m. Central. We gonna do that tomorrow. We got a lot to cover. All right, thank y'all. Thank you, Dex. Thank you, Zenbane. So let's get to this Piers Morgan panel from yesterday. I've been seeing a lot of people clip up this Kyle Kulinski and Michael Knowles confrontation. Apparently, they went at it. So we're going to see what happened because, you know, Kyle Kulinski has no filter. Michael Knowles is a pussy. And, you know, Piers Morgan, as much as he annoys me, he puts on good entertainment. I will say that. He's entertaining.
The regime is still in place. What we did was depose the leader. We left the vice president in place, and we said, act in a way that is appropriate in accordance with the law and our interests, or we're going to kill you.
He just did the regime change in Venezuela. He bombed Yemen and Somalia and Nigeria and Iran. He's threatening Greenland and Panama and Canada and Cuba and Mexico. And you sit there the whole time and act like it's okay. Is there anything Trump can do, Michael Knowles, that you would say, I condemn it, and you hop off the Trump train, or are you going to tickle his taint for the rest of your fucking life?
We have a military base. We have
they bogus for that freeze frame. No.
Connections. And so the idea of taking Greenland by force against the will of the people who live there is absolutely ridiculous. If we were to purchase it, it'd have to happen with their consent.
Michael, if you want to come on my podcast, I'll do 2 hours on the Barbary Wars with you. The point is that we're trying to talk about the 5 conflicts going on right now.
Last time President Trump faced an outpouring of angst over the apparent demise of America First, he made it very clear that it really means whatever he wants it to mean. Funny enough, it was airstrikes in Iran
looking like Pearl.
that debate. At the time of the recording, this looks entirely possible that recent history will be repeated. Ever since Trump became president, most foreign policy bigwigs have written many mournful op-eds and essays about American isolationism and its shriveling influence on the world. Now the feverish talk is of an imperial Trump building an American empire with dominion of the Americas and tentacles stretching to Tehran. So if the Donroe Doctrine, as people are calling it, means doing anything that's in the US national interest, the question is whether big interventions in Nigeria, Syria, Venezuela, Greenland, Mexico, and Iran are in fact in the US national interest. What happened to just worrying about the price of eggs? And where does it leave the many people who thought that the peace part of peace through strength really was in the US national interest all along? Well, joining me to debate all this is Dave Smith, host of Part of the Problem, Coleman Hughes, host of Conversations with Coleman at the Free Press, Kyle Kulinski, a.k.a. Secular Talk, and Michael...
Why he got these glasses on? He never wears glasses when he does content. That's so... I wonder what's going on.
Knowles, host of the Daily Wire's Michael Knowles Show. A truly stellar panel, even given the caliber of the stellar panels we have, which I think you were discussing with Theo Von, in fact, Dave Smith, in a complimentary way. So thank you, and Happy New Year to all of you. Dave Smith, let me start with you. Welcome back to Uncensored.
Thank you.
There's a lot going on. You know, I decided to have a week off after Christmas. Big mistake. Never have a week off in the Trump administration. It seemed like all hell was breaking loose. And yet, if you park the rhetoric, which can be very incendiary on all sides, and you cut to the presumed ideology of what Trump is trying to do here, I do see the argument. I may not agree with all of it, but I see the logic of what he's trying to do and why he thinks it's in America's interest. And that applies to whether it's Venezuela and getting rid of Maduro, or whether it's the Iran situation and so on. Do you see the logic, even if you don't agree with it all?
No.
Okay.
I mean, no. I mean, Pierce.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. I get that to Dave Smith. Dave Smith been fucking slobbing on Trump's knob, and here and there he'll go against him. But there we go. I'm glad he's growing a spine.
It's as you said, you know,
Slowly
Donald
but
Trump can
surely.
say America first means whatever I say it means, but if America first meant one thing to everybody who's ever uttered the phrase, and then he wants to change that to mean America first means regime changes all around the world, huge, enormous, unthinkable bloated defense budgets like he just requested from Congress. And if he's going to think that none of his supporters are going to have a problem with that, or that they're all just going to change their views because he decided to change his, I think he's going to find out how well that works for him in the midterms this year. And I think it's going to be a disaster. And, you know, obviously it's true, Pierce, as you said, and we all know Donald Trump will say all types of crazy things and then never follow through with that. But he also just asked Congress for a $1.5 trillion defense budget. And that to me does indicate that he is anticipating a real deal war coming up.
And he's like, not everybody. People keep thinking he's playing about this Greenland shit. I just saw on AP, he said he's threatening countries that don't side with him on taking Greenland. Like, y'all want to keep acting like it's a joke. A lot of stuff he said he's going to do, this sounds crazy, he's done. No new wars. This nigga's been bombing people left and right. Like, he's doing crazy shit. I don't know. I'm not saying he'll bomb Greenland, but he's serious about trying to take them, and threatening them is enough to make people not fuck with America, bro. He wore those glasses when Zoran won. Oh, shit. Oh, like he was trying to flex and shit. That makes sense. But that's a reason. Now I'm wondering what he's on for this pod.
The possibility of it. And if he means the things that he says, I mean, I don't exactly know how you do that. I don't know how you say we run Venezuela and we'll dictate who the next regime is and we'll dictate where the oil goes without at least an effort of like 100,000 troops. I'm not even sure that would be enough to do it. So it's unclear what exactly the next move is going to be, and that's really when we'll find out what he's going to do. But no, Pierce, the idea that we're 38 or maybe 39 by the end of the show $1 trillion in debt right now. We have major problems in this country, and we have a hot war raging on in Europe, which is a proxy war between the entire West and the biggest nuclear armed power in the history of the world. The idea that we would go
Dal, but then it'll be like if he ain't here to reap the benefits of what he's done, I don't know. I'm starting to kind of agree with, I think David Pacman said, he was like, what if all of this is to rig the midterm so you don't put us in like martial law? Because he keep with the insurrection. He's just ramping shit up and causing chaos to where how can we have a midterm? Like, especially if we go into a state of martial law or something, or he got ICE out at ballot voting stations and shit too. Like, honestly, I'm not putting it past him that he's just ramping shit up to cause chaos before midterms.
Flirting with multiple wars of choice at this point. It's not left-wing or right-wing. It's just reckless. There's no wisdom in it.
Michael Knowles, I guess the argument against what Trump is doing is that many people who voted for Trump bought into the concept that what America first was take care of what's happening in your own backyard and stop meddling in foreign affairs. And now they're waking up almost on a daily basis to seeing Donald Trump proudly and aggressively talking about meddling in all sorts of foreign affairs. Is there a contradiction or hypocrisy or even a betrayal?
I just thought about something. Pierce told dude on Jubilee, when I make this VOD, I'm going to put it in here. Pierce told dude on Jubilee, the next time I talk to Michael Knowles, I'm going to confront him about his stance on saying that you should be jailed for having a LGBTQ flag or something in classrooms, or if you wave it or anything like that. He said the right is more ferociously free speech than the left. And dude was like, you had Michael Knowles on your show saying that if you have a gay pride flag or something, you should be jailed. And he was like, well, I'll ask him that the next time I'm on my show. Pierce, you said it. I hope you do it.
Of voters going on here.
Not at all. First of all, Venezuela is in our own backyard, and it's been the policy of the United States in 1803 to manage the Western Hemisphere. So that, that's a cornerstone of American foreign policy. I think it is charming that Dave is defining America first in the way that he prefers, and I think
like, as a grown man, how do you constantly defend the indefensible? Like, is there anything Trump could do that you would disagree with? Like, it's just like Michael Knowles, Scott Jennings, these people, like, the dick is so far down their esophagus that I think it's like part of their breathing mechanism at this point. Because what is it going to do if you even if you fake like you disagree, like, well, something to be like, well, I don't think I like that, like, they barely even do that at this point. Like, the sunk cost fallacy is real, bro.
There are plenty of people who wish to do that. But Dave, though a very popular podcaster, never won a presidential election, and Trump has been clear on what he means.
That's a fact, Richie. Yes, that was a perfect assessment of Dave Smith.
Means by America First, the political movement that he built, that people voted for in his coalition since the beginning. President Trump campaigned the first time around on destroying ISIS. So obviously that does not mean that America's only going to look inward. President Trump has carried out attacks, military operations that were extremely successful in Iran, in Syria, in Afghanistan, obviously in Venezuela. He's been talking about taking Greenland and even invading America's evil top hat Canada, though I think he's mostly joking about that one.
America's evil top hat Canada, even though I think he's been joking. Like, and then if he's not joking, then what you gonna say? Like, if you think he's joking, that sounds like you don't agree with it. So if it becomes not a joke, which you probably at some point you said Greenland was a joke too, but that's looking more serious now, but you're still going to agree with it anyway. So let's see what happens if he really tries to threaten taking Canada. Like, if it gets serious.
Since the beginning.
Yes, Neth. Like, all of this shit was a joke at first. All of this was a joke. Everything was a joke at first. Y'all didn't believe nothing. Y'all say tariffs is a bargaining tool. Okay, well, nobody's bargaining. He's just throwing tariffs. Well, it'll make them come to the table. Nobody's coming to the table. Well, it'll bring back manufacturing. Manufacturing ain't coming. Well, he's going to get American jobs. Ain't no jobs. Like, y'all just going to go with whatever he says. You don't care.
That's what that means. And what it comes down to is that America is a global empire. We just are. People can be upset about that, but unless your geopolitics comes strictly from Reddit, if your geopolitics actually comes from history, you recognize that we've been an empire since the Louisiana Purchase.
It ain't got nothing to do with being an empire, bro. I'm sorry. If y'all gonna be okay with this Greenland and Venezuela stuff, y'all should put pressure on him to be like, why don't you just arrest Putin? If we're gonna do foreign intervention, Putin is the best. If I had to choose one country to invade and snatch up, if I get a free pass, like a get out of jail free card, if you could grab one foreign leader, one that's been doing crimes, it should be Putin. Like, if you're gonna do it where it counts. It's still wrong. I would want you to do it the right way. But I'm saying in this fictional world where we get a free pass to do some bullshit, get Putin. Why are you like the Maduro shit? Yeah, nobody's rooting for Maduro, but that's not the guy that I want you to get. If you're gonna do this shit, get Putin. That's who you should have been.
Okay.
And it'll actually make you look tougher than you portray yourself to be. Like, you want to be this tough president that everybody fears and stands up when they walk in the room, even though you pulling chairs out for Netanyahu and shit. You should have got Putin. That would actually make you look tough, actually.
A muscular global empire since the
Second
World War.
The motherfucker's petrified of Hillary Clinton.
I think
That's the irony of all of this. You say what you want about Kamala. I'm not certain of what she would have done with Israel or Russia. But Hillary wasn't gonna play with Putin. Hillary wasn't gonna play with Putin. I'm sorry. She just wasn't. She wasn't going to play with him.
It actually rejects two extremes. It rejects a conservative isolationism, and it rejects liberal internationalism, and it posits a conservative imperialism that says that we are going to recognize our role in the world, but we are going to pursue that role in limited ways with America's interest at heart. So there's
KP funny as hell.
That regime change in Venezuela. The regime is still in place. What we did was depose the leader.
Right, the party of small government.
Act in a way that is appropriate in accordance with the law and our interests, or we're going to kill you. That's very different than a Bushy-era neocon regime change in Iraq. Even when we're talking about Iran, the Trump administration has not gone in a particularly overt way yet. But even there, we would be talking about a restoration of the Pahlavi regime, most likely, that goes back to 1925. So I grant there are all sorts of risks to interventions, but we're the global empire, and frankly, even the American Revolution comes out of wars of global empire. It comes out of the 7 Years' War, which itself was a derivation of the War of Austrian Succession. To pretend that we don't have a role in geopolitics is to ignore all of American history.
Okay, Kyle, I can see you grimacing through a lot.
Kyle is ferociously typing something on this computer. Y'all notice he's focused? That's probably why he got the glasses on, because he knew he was going to be taking notes, and he didn't want people to see his eyes focused on him typing. Because y'all see his camera kept shaking. He's typing on his computer some notes, probably taking notes of the bullshit Michael's saying or anybody says. And
Michael was saying there.
Yeah.
You said Trump says the U.S. will run Venezuela.
That's why his camera's
shaking.
shaking.
Colombia and Mexico arrest this psychotic motherfucker. Before I get you to expand
Piers, never say motherfucker again. Motherfucker.
On that thesis.
I'm sorry.
I mean, the point I was making to Dave, if I want to elaborate on where I sit with this, because I've had a bit of time to look at this play out, is you look at Maduro. Everyone thought, my God, this is going to be World War III. Actually, Maduro's going to end up in a New York courtroom, and he's been got rid of. Everyone seems to agree that's a good thing for not just the Venezuelan people, but the world. No American troops died in what was an incredibly efficient surgical military strike to get him out of there. And
it makes absolutely no sense. It's just and they don't MAGA don't care. They don't care about the contradiction.
If you have a more compliant leader of Venezuela, albeit part of the same regime, that can probably only be a good thing. If you look at the argument about Greenland, for example, I'd be struck by some of the people that I didn't expect to think this was a good idea. A British general last week talking about this, saying that from a strategic security point of view, it would make perfect sense for America to have Greenland. And is there a deal to be done? He didn't think invading it was the right thing, and nor do I. But is there a deal to be done with 60,000 people who live in Greenland that could actually improve the security of the United States and the West against the obvious threat from China and Russia and so on? And I can go through the others. Iran, getting rid of the Ayatollah and the mullahs is unquestionably a good thing for the world. It's how you do these things and whether you plan and prepare properly for what follows next that I think are the debatable points. And history says that's normally, unfortunately, been very badly done. But this is what I meant when I said to Dave that I understand the argument. I may not agree with all of it, but I do understand the logic to what Trump is doing here.
Well,
do you?
No, because we don't have a right to act like this around the world. We're supposed to be a nation among nations, not a nation above nations. And they used to at least lie to us in the past and say that this is good for the world and we're spreading freedom and democracy. Now they don't even bother to lie. Now it's naked, rank, disgusting imperialism where they say, we're going to take the oil. And the point is that we're going to take the oil. We're going to take the minerals. We're going to take the precious metals. We're doing this for our corporations. We're doing it for the Epstein class, the billionaires. And this, to piggyback on what Dave Smith said, is frankly not what many of the MAGA voters thought they were signing up for. They thought America first actually meant America first. By the way, you also replaced the Maduro regime with the Maduro regime. Congratulations on that. It's also been now a week straight of pro-regime protests. Now you have roving gangs of Venezuelan militias that are kidnapping Americans. But again, I come back to the fundamental point, which is if you sign on to stuff like this, you're saying might makes right and the law of the jungle is back. What you're saying is China has a right to go into whatever smaller country they want and depose the leader and say we're doing it because we can and we have the right to do it and we have bigger guns and there's nothing you can do to stop it. So they're never going to address that fundamental question, which is why do we have a right? Do we actually believe in international law?
I don't know why my on-screen chat stopped working. Hopefully it catch up.
Or was that all a joke? Are we rolling the clock back to the 1700s and the 1800s and we're going super primitive style here? And I think the answer to that is yes, they want to go super primitive style.
Today's show is sponsored by America, or visit 70%
century. International law goes back to antiquity. It's not some creation of modernity, whether we're talking about the 1700s or the 20th century.
The Geneva Conventions, the Nuremberg Tribunal, excuse me, the Geneva Conventions and the Nuremberg Tribunal?
Yes, those exist, but international laws, the Jus Gentium goes back to antiquity. However, unfortunately, a lot of our liberal friends think history began a few decades ago.
The League of Nations was useless. It fell apart, and that's why we had the UN. That's why we had the Geneva Convention.
Right, I'm talking about millennia ago,
because we looked
not
at
merely
piles of millions of dead bodies, and we said that's a bad idea. We looked at piles of millions of dead bodies and said, that's a bad idea. Let's not do that anymore. Let's actually have a framework and rules and laws. And Trump is blowing that up. By the way, he bombed fishing boats from Venezuela, Trinidad, and Tobago, and Colombia. He just did the regime change in Venezuela. He bombed Yemen and Somalia and Nigeria and Iran. He's threatening Greenland and Panama and Canada and Cuba and Mexico. And you sit there the whole time and act like it's okay. Is there any...
Y'all, so the Raging Tomato has a panel right now. She tagged me, but I don't know if I can hop on now. The Democratic Party should be held liable for enabling widespread fraud. And Gibbs' stupid ass is, I guess, it's Gibbs versus everybody. I should try to hop on that bitch.
Anything Trump could do, Michael Knowles, that you would say, I condemn it, and you hop off the Trump train, or you're going to tickle his taint for the rest of your fucking life.
Yeah.
There have been plenty of Trump policies.
Tickle his taint is crazy.
9.78% of the time. So the First Step Act, I thought, was a misstep. But I would say the rest. Excuse me. I would say the rest of the the administration. What's your problem? What's
my problem is that.
Wait, he said. What? God, he said. Oh God, wait.
0.78% of the time. So the First Step Act, I thought, was a misstep. But I would say the rest. Excuse me. I would say the rest of the administration has been very successful. What's your problem?
My problem is that you're a cuck and you're a hack and you're not an independent thinker and you're meat riding Trump. And you know that what he's doing is imperialism and you don't care.
I just answered your question. I corrected
Congratulations. You rented your brain to a war criminal pedophile rapist. I hope you're happy.
A war criminal pedophile rapist? You brought up a point. You brought up international law. And you made a very false point, a dumb point, which is that international law began only a few hundred years ago. I corrected you, and I pointed out that the international law is part of the Western tradition. Excuse me one second. It goes back.
Oh, Kyle, a real one, bro. He a real one.
Back to antiquity. It's a principle of the jus gentium. And then you said, well, international law has failed because of the League of Nations failure, which I think is actually undermining your argument and proving my point and proving Trump's point, because the liberal internationalism that was established by people like Woodrow Wilson did in fact fail, which is why we need to restore an older and more classical conception of the international order, which is precisely what Trump's doing. So I think you've hoisted yourself with your own petard. And then you just make a lot of vulgar sort of non sequiturs because you don't have a leg to stand on.
All right, let me bring in...
Let me ask you this question. Piers, let me ask him a question real quick. Tell me the name of the Minister of Defense in Venezuela.
I don't know. Whatever his name
is.
And
that's the problem. Is that you're advocating for a regime change. You don't know the first thing.
I didn't. I just said the opposite. I argued against the regime change.
He actually said the opposite. I heard Michael Knowles say the regime remains there, right? So he said the opposite, in fact. I want to bring in Coleman.
No, but he wanted to take out Maduro. Don't give me that cutesy little...
Yes, but he made the point that the regime is still... He made the point the regime is still there.
So I think Sarah is going to talk to Gibbs first, and then I think they're going to let people up.
Everyone's Admiral Gibbs. We do political commentary and a lot of gaming. Tonight, we're done pretending that power excuses.
Okay.
And the vice president appears to be much more compliant with running Venezuela the way America would prefer for its national security than Maduro. So that's what Michael said. He didn't advocate regime change. Let me bring in Coleman Hughes. Coleman,
kidnapping the president is
hang on, Carl. Let me bring in regime change. Coleman hasn't said a word yet. Coleman, what's interesting about you, I think, with this is you've been. This
is such a stupid claim by. I'm sorry, y'all. This claim by Gibbs is retarded. So I'm just like,
having to be quite nuanced with your take on all this stuff that's going on, and that's kind of where I found myself. Is that sometimes taking a beat, looking at it from just a step away, and trying not to be too knee-jerk about all these things. Often, can be beneficial to your mental health, but actually,
he is bogus for still having to stick around.
I think represent what is really going on here. You know, everyone wants to go to extremes very, very quickly about everything and take a very tribal position. I've been struck by your, I think, quite intellectually honest attempt to be more nuanced. So what do you think about all this?
Thank you, Piers. I try to not think about these issues in terms of left versus right or Trump versus the opposition and try to take each issue on its own terms. So let's do that. Venezuela. If the policy here is actual regime change, in other words, not just decapitating Maduro and replacing Maduro with a second worst alternative, if we were to actually affect regime change in Venezuela, that would almost certainly be a good thing for the people of Venezuela and for American interests. Now, if we're going to do this
okay, I'm sorry, y'all. We gonna have to, we gotta do an audible. We doing an audible. because this claim is ridiculous, and I'm
and
just so
concern
curious.
over coordination.
He's saying that the Democratic Party should be held accountable for widespread fraud over this Minnesota stuff.
Between party officials, powerful donors, and government agencies. Add to that, allegations suddenly lose its urgency when the spotlight turns blue instead of red. These are not fringe questions. These are the questions being raised by voters, lawyers, auditors, and former insiders. And guess what? They deserve sunlight, not censorship. And when people ask for audits, records, or hearings, they're told to sit down and be quiet for the good of the country. It's racist or some other baby back bullshit. But history teaches us that ignoring allegations doesn't protect democracy. Confronting them does. If these claims are false, the dishonest Dems should prove it transparently. If they're
Rasta
true,
got
which
all the
they
jokes
are,
tonight.
we must prosecute them relentlessly. Either way, the American people deserve more than talking points. They deserve the truth. So tonight, this challenge goes directly to the Democratic leadership, party officials, and mouthpieces, and the institutions that shield them. If there's nothing to hide, open the books. Release the records, submit to independent audits, stop hiding behind friendly headlinings, whataboutisms, and bureaucratic delay. Stop treating legitimate scrutiny as heresy. You don't get to call yourselves the guardians of democracy while resisting transparency at every turn. And to the institutions that are supposed to serve the public, the DOJ, election authorities, congressional oversight committees, and the media, your credibility is on the line. Equal justice cannot be conditional. Investigations cannot depend on party labels. If accountability only flows in one direction, then trust collapses everywhere. I'm not here to protect narratives or power structures. I'm here to demand that those who claim moral authority finally prove they deserve it, which we know is impossible for them. I'm sure we will get into the specifics as we get further into the discussion, but just know I'm calling for investigations into the leadership of the Democratic Party as a whole. At this point, I truly believe it is rotten to the core for a plethora of reasons and either needs to be torn down to its foundation and rebuilt or destroyed. That being said, let's get into it.
Oh yeah. Oh my God. The energy on this Spitfire. Jesus Lord. You are feeling better, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm here and I'm not queer. I'm real mean today. So let's fucking do it, you know?
Love it. All right. Well, let's open up with blind loyalty. That was the first thing that I heard you mention. Red versus blue. Blind loyalty to the parties. Let's start with that. What do you mean by saying there's blind loyalty to the parties? Obviously, I'm just
damn. I know he gonna say some stupid shit, and we gotta watch it live to keep up. I might have this in the background so I can see when she lets people up. Cause
blonde and stupid.
Sure. Let's just go ahead and get the whataboutism out of the way, because I know that's going to come up about 50 times on this panel here in a little bit. They're going to be like, oh, but Trump's a pedo. Oh, but Trump's a Epstein. Oh, but Trump's doing illegal things. Let's just get that out. Don't give a shit about none of that. We're not talking about that.
Of course you don't care about it.
What we're talking about is the facts. And the fact is the Dems will defend anything that'll get them done in charge.
The irony.
Keep them in power. All this fraud, at first it was racist. Not only was it racist, they put the person, Tim Walz, who's arguably the most responsible for this, in charge. It's either ineptitude or it's corruption, one or the other. We're seeing the stuff coming out about Ilhan Omar. I don't give a shit about if she should be a citizen or not. We're not talking about that either. We're talking about how her husband, who is claiming to make $52K a year, is somehow now in the red, up to 32 million. We're talking about estimates of up to 500 billion fraud disappearing every year. This is outrageous. 500 million just for in your references, just for your guys. If we divvy that up, that's $1,400 a person in your tax dollars. And guess what? That's not even all Americans. That's only the ones paying taxes. Most of these fuckers get returns. So if you're paying taxes, you should be fucking pissed.
Yeah, Dex, like Gibbs is so tiring to talk to. Like he drains everything out of you, but he never even says anything.
And it's bullshit. I can't believe it. And then they're sitting here going, oh, the illegals that didn't vote.
I think I'm gonna want to hop on this. I have to. I'm gonna have this going in the background. I have to. This is this is gold. Because Gibbs is such a fucking idiot. All right.
measure where we just decapitate Maduro and replace him with someone just as bad and then get a bunch of oil, well, that would at best be probably neutral for the Venezuelan
Smacking
people.
of
It would be
jowls.
an enormous waste of U.S. military resources.
Stupid,
and I would
bro.
be very critical of the Trump administration. The truth is, I don't know which path we're going down, right? It's very early.
Right.
We're getting different signals from Trump depending on the day, different signals from Rubio, and anyone who's confidently prognosticating that they know which path we're going down probably doesn't know what they're talking about. As for Greenland, I think the truth is Trump is extraordinarily reckless in his rhetoric here. We have a situation where we have an ally in Denmark, a NATO ally. We have deep relationships with Greenland already. We have a military base, we have mineral connections, and so the idea of taking Greenland by force against the will of the people who live there is absolutely ridiculous. Now, that said, if we were to purchase it, I think that'd be a good thing. It'd have to happen with their consent. They would have to want it.
Right.
And I would welcome them as an American, but we absolutely cannot take it by force.
Right. See, that to me, Dave Smith, is part of the interesting part of all this, is that it's how this plays out. It's what actually Trump really wants to do. If he doesn't take, for example, what China's been doing in Africa for the last 20 years. It's been going around Africa pretty quietly, actually, unless you're actually in Africa. And it's been doing endless commercial deals with African countries where they go in, they spend a lot of money on infrastructure and hospitals and bridges and roads and all these things. And in return, they get access to huge amounts of minerals. And that's been going on for 20 years. And that's a kind of economic imperialism. I see no ideological difference between that and what Trump is potentially talking about with Greenland, which is clearly incredibly important strategically, from a security point of view, from a mineral point of view, and so on. And there are only 60,000 people who live there, and it may well be that they're happy to do a deal if the price is right, in which case, what's the difference?
Yeah. Well, I'll say I pretty much agree with Coleman, I guess, on that. Like, if it's voluntary, then okay. I don't really know enough about Greenland to really speak on it intelligently, but I could not disagree more with the take on Venezuela. And I think it's crazy, Pierce. I also think, it just after the last 25 years, and I'm not saying they're exactly the same, but the idea that we're just talking about regime changes in Iran and Venezuela and saying it would undoubtedly be a good thing if this regime were to fall. Well, maybe, but there's a really important question of what comes next. And if you want to say that, we've had a long history of regime changes in Latin America that have been disastrous too. We overthrew a communist government in the 50s in Guatemala, led to a civil war where hundreds of thousands of people died. So the idea that it's a guarantee that it would be a good thing if either one of these regimes fell, we certainly don't know that. And one of the other things we know is that you really don't get much of a say in what replaces the regime that falls unless you're willing to military.
Yeah, that's the weird part. It's like everybody just being super duper optimistic. It's like, well, when does that ever happen? Dex, to be fair, I sped it up. It sped up 1.25.
Occupy the country. And we've had regime change. We might be able to effect a full regime change without a military occupation, as we did in Libya, as we did in Syria. But those are not great examples where the country worked out. I mean, Syria is hanging on by a hair, and Libya is an absolute catastrophe. So it's just like, it's very reckless when you start playing. You start dropping bombs on human beings, you start toppling governments, you start kidnapping or taking leaders of countries. There's unintended consequences that come with all of these things. That's probably the one lesson in all of this military history, is that nobody is smart enough to predict exactly what's going to come next. And so I just think it's I see this with the situation in Iran. I say Michael Knowles are there. It's like, guys, it's like you hoist up the mission accomplished banner 2 days after the strike. We have absolutely no idea what's going to come of this. Obviously, in the situation in Iran, just right in front of all of our eyes, Pierce, the goalposts have moved from 60% enriched uranium, which is what me and Coleman were arguing about a few months ago. That's out the window now, right? Nobody even cares about or is pretending there's a nuclear threat. Donald Trump's bragging about how it's obliterated. Then both Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump moved the goalpost to intercontinental ballistic missiles, and then that was the war propaganda for a couple months there. Now it's over whether they shoot protesters or rioters. Not even like an accusation that they're committing a genocide or are a threat to another country. They invaded their neighbor, nothing like that. So I would just say, I think one of the most important lessons, and Michael, who's a history buff, would know that every last one of the founders of this country talked about this all the time, is that you want to be sober and calm and rational. You want to not intervene when you don't need to. There's all types of unintended consequences that can come from these things. And that's why the advice of the founders was, be friends with the world. Don't get into entangling alliances. Don't search for monsters to destroy, to fight unnecessary wars. These are all wars of choice.
Every new year, I think about what a real fresh start looks like. Product that I've been heard about
was relation
right here.
Well, speaking of the founders and the American relation to foreign affairs, what was our first big international war?
Let me look
was it the Iraq
who that
war?
is.
Was it
Dex,
the
I don't know who
You're
that
talking
is.
about the Barbary pirates or whatever. I don't know.
I'm talking, you're right. I'm talking about 1801.
Ain't he the restaurant guy? He got a restaurant or something, right? Guy Ramsey Fieri.
Because actually, our founding fathers waged that war.
Okay, but Dave,
Chef
So it goes
guy.
back to
right,
Jefferson waged the war. Whatever. We don't have real time to get into that, but sure, we got 5 wars here.
We
to
have plenty of
discuss,
time,
yes,
but you don't want to get into it because it undercuts your
Fiery.
argument.
Michael, if you want to come on my podcast, I'll do 2 hours on the Barbary Wars with you. The point is that we're trying to
on,
talk
I want
about
a
the
bit of
5
Barbary
conflicts
War action.
going on right now. Sure.
Dave, let me address the Venezuela point.
Sure,
Dave.
let me see. Coleman might have something smart to say.
Yeah. So
Was that saying that Michael don't have anything smart to say?
you're totally right. There is always a risk to regime change, and I don't mean to downplay that, but you have to factor in there is a risk to letting rogue regimes that, for instance, in the case of Venezuela, invite Hezbollah into the country, buy weapons from all of our adversaries, Iran, China, Russia, etc. A regime that has literally run this country, which used to be one of the wealthier countries in Latin America, into the ground, to the point that people are literally eating wildlife. They're breaking into zoos, eating cats and dogs because this regime has totally destroyed the country. There is a risk to allowing a country like that to just continue doing whatever it's going to do. And so the idea that inaction has no risks is one thing I want to flag as a.
You know what's fucked up about how I feel about people like Coleman and Dave Smith? Prior to Trump like being obviously bad for the country, these people ran so much defense for him. Like when Coleman used to talk about Trump, he didn't like, I'm not gonna say he was like MAGA to the core. He wasn't that. But he ran a lot of cover for Trump. He defended him a lot. And when pressed on something, he said, I don't know about that, or made an excuse. And now when it's so obvious that Trump is like doing terrible things, unless you're the freaking Daily Wire, they're like, I don't know if the sentiment is genuine. I don't know if it really comes from like, okay, I have a mind of my own and this isn't okay, so let me speak. Versus if I make the turn now, because inevitably Trump is running this country to the gutter, and I want to be in the good graces of the people that turn with me versus trying to argue the indefensible. I don't know if this is genuine critique or if it's just for the bottom dollar. I just don't know because of the way people defended him before he won and before he really got in his bag, his corrupt bag.
False argument. And the second thing I want to say is you're quick to reach for analogies to the Middle East. And I understand that. I mean, the American public has lost so much faith in the American political class because of our interventions in the Middle East. And the lesson I think you've drawn and other people have drawn is that therefore regime change is always wrong. I don't think that that's the right lesson. I mean, to me, that's analogous to taking a lesson from World War II that regime.
Yeah, I don't think it's always wrong, but to pretend like it's inevitable things will be good is kind of naive. But if you're going to do it, you have to have a plan. You just have to, there was no plan. There's no plan. It's just capture and then let his second in command lead after that. I don't get what the fuck you think going to happen.
Change is always right because it worked in Japan and Germany. The truth is it's different depending on the situation on the ground.
Yeah.
In most of the middle, you're talking about Iraq, Syria, Yemen. You're talking about deeply sectarian countries with deep divisions, countries that are essentially civil wars waiting to happen if the lid comes off. Venezuela is not a country like that. Again, the risk is not zero, but it's not a sectarian country. It was a functioning country for a very long time. And so the risk of civil war type outcomes like Syria and Iraq is just much lower than it is in the Middle East.
So what about
can I respond to that? Can I please respond to that? Yes, please.
Hang on. I want to just center it actually just on this point. Let's bring it right up to date with Iran, Coleman, if I may, because depending on who you listen to, there's a revolution going on driven by the people to depose an incredibly unpopular regime that's been there since 1979. Are we seeing the potential for civil war there? Are we seeing a revolution that should happen organically without any interference or aid? Is Trump right to say we're going to stand up for protesters who want freedom and democracy against a tyrannical regime and so on? In other words, all the things that we've been discussing about other scenarios, let's bring it to Iran. What's your view of what's happening there?
Well, Iran is, I think you're asking me, Pierce?
Yeah.
I think we should support the opposition. Absolutely. I don't think we should put boots on the ground. I think I agree with Dave. Our record in the Middle East recently, I think, precludes that for many reasons, just practical reasons. But we absolutely should support the opposition. Iran was a country that was a semi-functional democracy for a very long time. In a lot of ways, it's a more coherent country, a more coherent body politic than Iraq, Syria, and Yemen, et cetera. So I think the odds of success for a revolution there are higher, but that's not saying much considering that the region is extremely volatile to begin with. So I totally support the opposition. I want to see the Islamic regime go down on their terms, and we should do what we can to support that short of full-scale military intervention.
Okay, Michael Knowles, what do you feel about Iran?
Come on, Pierce, let me respond to that.
Okay, I'll come to you, Michael. All right, Dave, you respond, then we'll come to Michael.
Dave just spoke.
Because, there's just so much there. And, look, I mean, even if you're going to say that, like, well, we have a bad track record of regime change in the Middle East, I mean, I think I've made this point. I think I saw your point coming, and that's why I said, yeah, we also have a terrible track record of regime change in Central and South America, and that's why I gave the example of Guatemala. We can look at Nicaragua. We can look at all types of different interventions that just got a whole lot of people killed and didn't do anything for the people or for the country. And Coleman, yeah, fair enough. There's a risk to inaction the same way there's a risk to action, but the risk to action is to our boys and our budget and bankrupting our country. And so it's just a totally different risk that you take on when you intervene than when you don't. And, you know, I got to say, Coleman, these are the same arguments that were used in Iraq. What you said about what you said about Venezuela and Iran. This is why the neocons said we were going to be greeted as liberators. Chalabi had assured them that the people hated Saddam and they were going to be pro-American. And you said there's not sectarian conflict in Venezuela. I mean, Venezuela, no, of course there is. It's the...
Y'all see Kyle shaking the talking. Why look like Coleman finna cry? Why you like he finna cry? Y'all see his eyes look watery? I wonder if he nervous or something. I don't know. But Kyle over there looked like he's shaking his leg, itching to talk.
Mixed European elite class, and then the majority of natives. And that's who
Maybe
Chavez
that's just how his
and,
eyes are, but it look like he finna cry.
Maduro always carried, at least I know in Chavez's election, that was always his base. And I agree with you, man. Like, it is true that that government has ruined that country. I am not, I hate socialism as much, if not more, than anybody on this panel. But the thing is, like, it was a communist government in Guatemala too. And the civil war that killed hundreds of thousands of people there didn't make it better for them. And so I just think that, like, the idea that we're so confident we should back the resistance in Iran. Well, we also had regime changes in that region that didn't require like huge numbers of boots on the ground, and they were catastrophes too. And to hear you guys talk about the most likely thing is that, but you know, because now you understand we have to spread hereditary monarchy. We're not bringing democracy anymore. The idea that the Shaw's kid is going to walk in there and take power. I say, of all the crazy things Donald Trump has said, that was one thing that I think he got right. Yeah, I don't think he's got the juice. And the options of what would arise in either of these conflicts, there's at least a strong possibility that there'd be tons of conflict and a worse government, if not just as bad a government at the end of the day.
Okay, Michael Knowles, the latest Polymarket odds on Iran, US strikes 77% likelihood. Khomeini, the Ayatollah, outlawed January, I think it's now up to 24%. Fall of the Iranian regime by 2028, 47%. So the money's moving in the predictive world to suggesting that this is the beginning, as the Chancellor of Germany says, this is the beginning of the end of that regime. But we have been on this rodeo a few times in Iran, and it's been brutally repressed in the past. What do you think is going to happen here? And in terms of that point Dave makes, when things happen organically, you know, the fall of the Berlin Wall, we all remember watching that and how good that felt.
Both sides should be Coleman's middle name.
Direct military intervention. Is it not better for America to sit back and watch the Iranian people determine their own future in the way that appears to be happening than potentially?
Not only that, Dex, it's the freeing of so many people committing fraud and drug traffickers. The fucking modern day El Chapo he fucking pardoned.
Mayhem by directly interfering on their behalf.
Well, I think those are two separate points, and I think my friends on this panel are taken with a lot of abstract ideology, whether it's libertarianism or leftism. I'm a little more interested in practical politics. So what I think is most...
Why you call them libertarians and leftism, but you ain't gonna call yourself a fucking conservative Republican or a fucking maggot or right-leaning? Why they libertarian leftists and you talk about practical politics? Get the fuck out of here.
Important here is that Iran remains orderly and does not descend into total chaos. Iran is a real country with a more of a unified history, and also that the Iranian people do better. Obviously, the Islamic Revolution was terrible for them. It destroyed their material conditions, led to a huge erosion of their rights and liberties. And so it's worth remembering that the policy of the United States has been for regime change in Iran since 1979. So the Iranians have been undermining our interests all around the world for a very long time, not just looking at the recent Iraq war where they killed over 600 Americans, but going all the way back to the 1983 Beirut barracks bombings, going back to the attack on U.S. troops in Saudi Arabia in 1996. I think we would all agree, I hope we're all mature enough to agree, that nations have interests, especially when you are a major power or a hegemonic power as the United States. We have interests around the world. Dave keeps pointing to his displeasure over one intervention in Guatemala. The United States has intervened for 150 years, 88 times in Latin America. It's usually worked out very well. Sometimes it hasn't worked out well. But what would have been worse is if we had let, during the Cold War, the Soviets get a hold in Latin America. What is worse is allowing communists to run roughshod, both from the perspective of the people.
Kyle got a beer. What is that? What is that? What is that?
America. What is worse is allowing
I see water. Seltzer water.
Roughshod, both from the perspective of the people there, as well as from the interests of the United States.
Tell them.
Yo, Piers gets so many views and he got all these fucking ads. That man getting money, bro.
With impunity, things.
I wonder how big his crew is.
So, Michael, let me ask you this, because this point resonated with me this week, which I thought was a powerful one.
Glug, glug,
If
glug.
America looks like it's just ignoring international law, if it thinks it can just go into Venezuela, kidnap the president, put him in a courtroom in New York, act with impunity, take Greenland if it wants, etc., etc., what is to stop America's enemies using the exact same argument to do what the hell they like? For example, Vladimir Putin must be sitting there going, well, hang on, every argument about why I invaded Ukraine, that's just gone up in smoke, isn't it? I mean, it's the same argument. I wanted to do it. It's in my national security interest. You've got the President Xi probably looking at it going, well, why can't I take Taiwan then? If the Americans can take Greenland,
is Kyle going to get to talk
national
again?
Security interest,
Jesus.
then I want Taiwan. And how difficult does it then become for the West and America leading the West to take any high moral ground or to stop it happening in any way if they've already trampled on international law themselves?
I think that first of all, I disagree with the premise, but second of all, I think my ideological friends on this panel seem to be quite mistaken about a basic premise here, which is they seem to believe that the United Nations or something is what keeps our enemies from running roughshod over the world, American interests and other people's. That's not true. You know what stops?
I do want to hear this. It should be interesting what he's going to say is true if it's not the UN and NATO that keep countries from running roughshod. It is interesting that Putin has not been able to fully accomplish his goal with Ukraine at this point. Yeah, he's not that strong.
Our enemies, we do. The might of the United States is what stops.
But you think the might of the United States? See, this is my problem with these people. They think because we are like what they are. I don't know. I know there's a saying and a phrase out there for this, but just because we're the strongest, there's more people that's less strong, that's not as strong as us. And if they come against us, we don't stand a chance. We can't withstand everybody against us. And putting yourself in a position to have no allies is never beneficial. I don't know if y'all been watching Power Force. I know a lot of people gave up on Power after Ghost Power. I watched I'm sorry, not Ghost as in the dad. The original Power. I know a lot of y'all left Power after the first rendition with Ghost. I watched Power Ghost with Tariq, and now I'm watching Force. I don't care what y'all say. I think I'm just watching it out of commitment because the writing in Force is really, it's just bad. I'm just committed at this point. But regardless, you can't just stand alone while everybody else comes against you, even if you're the strongest. Like, a boss fight ain't a boss fight when he got 10,000 minions attacking him. Like, it doesn't, yeah, you might lose some people along the way, but they're going to overcome you at some point. Like, you can't, just because we're the strongest and you make enemies about every fucking body, that doesn't benefit us whatsoever. So why are we pretending like, well, we're the strongest? That's the reason every other country isn't running roughshod across the world. Bro, but if we're going to make enemies out of the whole fucking world, what you think gonna happen? What you think gonna happen? We're going to get cut off. And it ain't got to be them coming invading us and shooting our citizens. They could just cut us off and work with each other. China is a strong number 2, bro. China is a very strong 2. Terrence, but which power are you talking about? You talking about Power Ghost or you talking about Power Ghost or just regular Power? I'm sorry, I really like Tariq's Power. I liked Power Ghost. Like, as much as I didn't like how they transitioned Tariq into a gangster, as the show just did what it did, I wasn't mad at it. It wasn't as good as the original Power, of course, but it was fine. Power Force, I'm watching it now just because I'm committed to the storyline. But Power Force writing is it's really subpar. I don't want to say it's terrible, but it's subpar. It's subpar.
Now, the reason I disagree with your fundamental premise is I don't think that we violated international law in the removal of Maduro. First of all,
you watched all of it, Misfortune. How you feel about Power Force?
Foreign policy, basically since the beginning. But 2, there was a legal predicate for the removal of Maduro that goes back to a court order in 2020, and this has really gone back about 25 years now. Let us not forget it was the Biden-Harris administration and Tony Blinken, the Secretary of State, who called for the arrest of Maduro and actually offered $25 million to anyone who could advance it. So the only difference between the Republican action here and what the Democrats called for just 1 year ago is that Trump was actually able to do it, and he saved $25 million doing it.
Why should but by that logic,
yeah, Terrence.
By that logic, Michael, why should President Xi not be able to go into Taiwan and take the lead? and put him in a Chinese courtroom. By that logic.
Can I address that, Piers?
He's got no answer, Piers.
No, yes, no, don't, Coleman, shut up. Let Michael answer.
Taiwan and take the leader.
Let Michael
put him
answer.
in a Chinese courtroom. By that logic.
Can I address that, Piers?
He's got no answer, Piers.
Wait, I was in a Discord? What's happening? I didn't even know I was in a Discord. I didn't even know I was still in here.
Hello, Logics.
What's up?
Oh, this is Reaper. I hope I'm not on stream.
Reaper.
Reaper on me.
What? I haven't seen your name in a while.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm not saying it like it's I'm just like, I was just trying to remember. You know what? I remember your name, but I just haven't seen it in a while. What's up?
I just wanted to join, that's all. I just thought it would be fun too.
You know I was streaming right now?
Huh?
Did you know I was streaming right now?
You're streaming now?
Yeah, I'm streaming right now.
Oh, my bad.
No, you good.
Oh, hi, chat.
You made me realize that I didn't even know I was still in here. And then you jumped in. I was like, oh, shit.
Well, hi, chat. Hope everyone is doing well.
So you ain't even know I was streaming, man. You ain't even tuned in right now?
No, but I will. Don't worry.
You good. You good. Appreciate you for even just hopping in.
All right. See you.
All right. I didn't even realize I was still in there, y'all. Okay.
I'm happy to answer.
Well, let Michael answer.
We can stop interrupting before. Yes. So the only reason that Xi has not gone into Taiwan so far is because the United States has told Xi not to. From the point of international law, there is also another confusion because international law is a real thing. Many of my fellow conservatives want to pretend that there is no such thing as international law and that might merely makes right, but that's not true. Law is an ordinance of reason, so we can actually know something about it, and it objectively exists even though it's not material. However, what passes for international law these days, specifically over the last 100 or so years, is a bunch of liberal gobbledygook nonsense, which even my friend here, Kyle Kulinski, points out doesn't work, which is why the League of Nations failed and the UN has...
I got a Red Bull, G.
Largely failed. So there is such a thing as natural law, but it is effected through political powers. And right now, the only thing stopping Xi from going into Taiwan, the only thing that has stopped Vladimir Putin from running roughshod over Ukraine is not some abstract concept in the clouds. It's the might of the United States empire.
This is
and our allies around the world, and that is what will continue to stop them.
But I don't think Carl, I will bring you in now, but I don't think that it has stopped Putin running roughshod over Ukraine.
What are we talking about? If that was the case, exactly? Why does Putin do what the fuck he want if that's what it takes?
Country, yeah.
Well, he invaded it. It took as much as he could, but the Ukrainians have put up a much bigger
more than once
fight than he thought they could. But I don't think Putin's intentions have been remotely thwarted by anything America.
Well, he only invaded because of Biden. So frankly, had Trump stayed, I don't think he would have even invaded. But this is
the most this take is so stupid because when these people say, oh, this only happened because Biden was president and now if Trump was president, it wouldn't happen. All right, so with that logic, you would think that once Trump becomes president, he'll just back off, right? This doesn't make sense. You have no reason to believe this because all Trump has done is suck his dick. He's never done anything to make Putin feel like he should cower from Trump ever. There's no reason for these people to say that. I hate when they say that.
True. He was able to run some roughshod over it during
U.S.
Joe Biden.
empire. That's
weird. There was
weird.
No floating international law. Let's not forget, he invaded before the supposedly awful attack on Venezuela.
But he has. I mean, look. But the thing is, Michael, Putin has continued to act with total impunity in Ukraine, regardless of anything Donald Trump has said publicly, either in a friendly or unfriendly manner. He doesn't seem to care. I think if Putin could take the whole of Ukraine tomorrow, he'd take it. I think that's always been his ambition.
That's my point, I guess. That's my point. I don't think that America's very successful strike on Venezuela is going to do one thing. Now, it will not change one iota of Putin's calculation.
No, but that's my point. My point to you is that when it comes to Taiwan, I'm not sure that American power is the limiting factor for the calculations by people who run countries like Russia and China that you seem to think it is. Because I think Xi will have looked at Ukraine and thought, well, what's America actually done to stop Putin taking as much as he can?
Do you think that international law is going to limit Chairman Xi?
Well, no, I don't actually. I do think the concept of international law has been twisted and torn apart so badly that I'm actually uncertain what it really means anymore. Because people don't seem to... I mean, if you look at what Israel's done in Gaza, I would say they've trampled over international law with utter impunity, and they don't care.
Reasonable minds can differ, but I agree that's a good point on the
they can't.
murkiness of international law.
Right, Colin's spoken on
I find this whole conversation preposterous because the idea that we're the moral arbiter of anything is honestly laughable. Trump is himself a criminal. He was best friends with Jeffrey Epstein. He's covering for a billionaire pedophile cabal as we speak. We armed and funded a genocide in Gaza. We also armed and funded a genocide committed by Saudi Arabia in Yemen. If there's any country on earth where there's some semblance of a sound argument to do regime change. It's our regime being changed. So I don't want to open the door to this might makes right, law of the jungle nonsense. And everybody else.
I don't fully agree with that, but I get the point he's trying to make. Kyle's more left than me, so I have my disagreements with him at times, but I understand the sentiment. I understand it. Don't fully agree though.
Seemingly on the panel is in favor of that. And
But America has a mechanism. Carl, hang on. America has a mechanism for regime change. It's called the election every 4 years. And the truth is, Americans had a good, long, hard look at.
You're making my point.
They had a good long look at what? They made a big fucking mistake. That's what happened this last election, nigga.
Well, no, I'm not.
This is my point.
I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I'm saying you live in a free democratic society with free democratic elections.
Oh, yeah.
That's why
Venezuela
Trump won in
didn't have
2016.
that.
That's why he lost in 2020, whatever he wants people to think. And that's why he won again in 2024. That is regime change, how it should happen.
We back 73% of the world's dictatorships. The idea that we say, here's a dictator we don't like, we're going to overthrow them, is ridiculous. By any objective standard, Netanyahu is worse than Maduro, and we're not overthrowing him. So the whole conversation is absurd. We're in no position to be the world police or the moral arbiters. In fact, Trump himself literally says, this is about the oil. It's about the natural resources. It's about stealing that for the corporations and the billionaires. So the whole conversation about,
I think it could be. I actually think I think Venezuela can be about a number of things at the same time. That's why I think nuance is an important factor in these things. It can be.
No, that's a fact, Neth. And Terrence, yeah, like it's so crazy. Like not only Rome, but even like the Holocaust. I know everybody like, why are you bringing the Holocaust? But it's just like when you see certain things happen in real time, and now at least we have a point of reference to look at what happened. You be like, when you're in the midst of it, you think like it ain't that bad, nothing gonna happen, blah blah blah. No, this will never happen. And then you wake up, and what you thought would never happen is what you have. Like I know no MAGA person on earth would say they're okay with martial law. We're gonna wake up. I'm not gonna say we are. There's we're now more than ever in my lifetime. We could wake up and have martial law one day, and these motherfuckers will probably still find a way to defend it. So, like, at least now you have more resources and knowledge to be able to prevent shit like this from happening. But MAGA refuse, because if Trump say it, it's okay.
Well, hang on, Kyle.
Can it just be pointed out?
It could be about oil. It could be about
exactly. Oil. They be like, Pierce pisses me off when people be like, how can you say Hitler? He killed 6 million Jews and blah, blah, blah. Bro, he did not do that day one. That's not how it happens. You don't come out day one like, yeah, I'm going to kill 6 million people if you don't look like me or act like me. You know, if you try to overthrow me or you don't agree with my ideologies, you're ousted. You know, all this, you don't come out and say that day one. No dictator says, yes, I'm going to kill you if you go against me on day one. That's not how it works. So these people acting like this, there's no realm of possibility in the direction that we're going is fucking naive. It's not even naive. It's just pure willful ignorance. It's not naivete. It's not.
Well, it can be about Maduro being a gangster. It can be about...
And they'll blame Biden for it.
A number of things.
Yes,
Trump's a gangster. Trump's a gangster.
All right. Isn't it funny that we have this whole conversation, and while you're saying it could be about all these things, you know what no one's bringing up? Drugs. And that's what it was sold to us as.
Right, exactly.
Just like all these other wars, they just lie through their teeth. It has nothing to do with the drugs.
He just had to say just like all these other wars. To be fair, though, they did lie about the other wars. But it's just funny that nobody's bringing up drugs, and that's what it was supposed to be about. Yeah. So you said it's about, you're saying it's about the oil. All you care about is oil, but you was bombing Venezuelan boats because of drugs. Get the fuck out of here.
Problem, it's a tiny fraction of it, and nothing to do with the fentanyl problem, which is the real crisis. It's a total pretext for war.
Exactly, because fentanyl don't come from Venezuela, and Michael probably still gonna run defense for it. Y'all wasn't talking about fucking cocaine. Y'all was not worried about cocaine because it's not the number one killing drug.
And I gotta say, man, by the way, I kind of agree with Michael on the concept of international law, but the thing about it is that this is totally illegal by our own law, by the Constitution of the United States of America, which every politician puts their hand on a Bible and swears before all of us to God that they will do everything in their power to defend and execute. There was no imminent attack here. Donald Trump had all the time in the world to go to Congress and get permission for this, and he just didn't want to. And if you want to just say, like, by the way, Mike, it's funny because you point out I'm a libertarian or Kyle's a leftist. Ironically, we're the only ones taking the conservative position here. We are not an empire.
So?
Actually, the Supreme, yes, that's
honestly. Between everybody on this panel, yes, they are. And Michael's sitting here laughing with his little smug ass laughing. Like, yes, they probably are. As far as in regards to the Venezuela situation, they are taking the conservative position.
Actually, right. There's a long tradition. Do you know your history on this?
There's a long tradition of
Well, hold on, let me
libertarians
finish
telling
my-
conservatives what we believe. And
No,
I'm sick
there's
of it for one.
Michael is just the most confident idiot. Like, God, Michael is just ridiculous, bro.
No. There's a long tradition of the best conservatives having the exact same foreign policy I do, and then a bunch of former communists who were atheists convinced you guys that it was right wing to support wars everywhere. By the way, the Monroe
They
Doctrine.
convinced Thomas Jefferson in
I don't think-
1801. I don't
No,
know.
Look how far back this motherfucker gotta go. Thomas Jefferson in 1801. My nigga, you just like these motherfuckers, just like Anton Daniels, stupid ass, to you know the Republican Party is the party of black people. Like, bro, so you're just gonna ignore the party switching? Like, come on, that's just the most dishonest take you could have.
I don't know about that.
No. I'm not talking about the Barbary Wars. Okay, anyway.
Or the
point
Monroe
is that-
administration or the
Okay,
Roosevelt
again,
administration.
Dude, do
Come
you
on.
even know what the Monroe Doctrine
How fucking far back does he have to go to make a point? Like, this is...
is? You say the Monroe Doctrine means that we get to run our hemisphere? No, it doesn't.
No,
the Monroe
it means that
Doctrine.
we keep our
Michael, let me
adversaries
finish a
at
thought, and then you can respond.
Happy
to
that
it. No,
he's
that's not
stupid.
actually true. It meant that Europe couldn't have any more colonies here, and in turn, we wouldn't interfere in Europe. By the way, it's not a law. It's something a president said once in a speech, and it hasn't been the cornerstone of our foreign. It hasn't been. Have we not interfered in Europe? Have we not interfered in Europe for over 200 years? Is that what you're
They
telling
begged
me,
us to,
Michael?
and then we became the world empire.
Oh,
That's true.
right,
Yeah,
exactly. So we abandoned the Monroe Doctrine. We never followed it at
didn't
all.
abandon the
It's
Mon-
just,
well,
and the Monroe Doctrine never said, they said that Europe couldn't establish more colonies. They already had several, that they couldn't establish more colonies. It didn't say that if there's a country that does a mineral deal with a country somewhere else because we won't allow our companies to do it with them, that therefore we can topple the leader. This is completely illegal by
I'm
our
happy to
own
explain this to you,
constitution.
Dave. I'm happy to explain it. It's true. In 1823, the Soviet Union did not yet exist, and other adversaries around the world did not yet exist. We have expanded the notion that European powers, which were a threat to us, should not interfere in the Western Hemisphere to those other adversaries as well, who you recognize are adversaries.
This Michael Knowles, not Dave Rubin.
It seems to me where the big difference here on the panel is that you, Dave, at least will acknowledge that America has interests and there are bad regimes. You're making some crazy claims that the Constitution doesn't allow the United States to be commander-in-chief of the army. You're making a crazy claim that Congress...
No, I'm not. I'm saying it doesn't allow them to declare a war.
You're making a crazy
Yeah,
claim that it was... Excuse me. You're making a crazy claim that it was somehow illegal to follow a court order from 2020 to take out Maduro and arrest him. Anyway, you're making all sorts of crazy
Is that
claims.
how we
You're
do foreign
making a good
policy,
claim.
by
Hold on
court
one second,
order?
guys.
Yes.
One second. I'm happy to... the difference here is, Dave, you at least acknowledge America has interests. And you're saying because we
No, who
sometimes
doesn't
make
acknowledge
mistakes...
that?
Hold on one second. I'm just trying to get my point out. Because we sometimes make mistakes, you're saying that we should not pursue those interests, or you're saying that
No, you need to learn from those mistakes. And if you're going to do something again in the future, when you have a point of reference to, you need to plan better when you engage in that type of behavior again.
the consequences could be worse. The point that Kyle is making is actually different from yours. Kyle's point is that America has interests, and we should oppose those interests because he thinks that America is the great savior.
That's not
I'm actually making an argument. Thank you for the straw man. I'm actually making an argument in favor of law and order and intelligence in foreign policy.
Hang on a second,
Thank you very much.
I think we've covered this well. I do want to move to...
Shout out Avis. Thank you,
I want to move
Avis.
to Minnesota, and I want to start with you, Coleman, if I may. This has been another huge story in the last week, and it goes to domestic law. It's, I think, a complex story, again, that requires a nuanced view. And I'll lay mine out, Coleman, just for the record. I've watched this video a dozen times or more from
They
every...
finna talk about ICE. Okay, we get to the... Okay, y'all, so if y'all in here, we finna hang tight. I'm trying to get on Raging Tomatoes panel. So, like, I'm kind of excited because Gibbs, he's so fucking stupid. He takes the weirdest positions. This is a hard stance to take. And I want us to get through this, though, because Sarah's still talking to Gibbs. We're going to try to get on the panel after they're done, when she opens it up.
Potential angle. And it is my belief that it is utterly ridiculous to categorize what this woman, Renee Good, was doing as domestic terrorism. I see somebody who got a little panicky as the ICE guys came towards her and decided to drive away, and that the ICE guy in front of her car, who coincidentally a few months earlier got dragged by a car for a sustained period of...
I'm going to guess. No, well, I know Kyle is against this. I know that for a fact. I think Coleman's against what happened to her too. Don't know. Michael's going to defend it to no ends. He's not even going to, this is me guessing, y'all. Michael's not going to have any, he's going to be 100% on the ICE officer side. Dave Smith, I think Dave will be nuanced, but he's going to still lean towards the ICE agent. This is me guessing. Dave is probably going to be nuanced, but still lean towards the ICE agent. Coleman, You know what I think? Kyle's completely going to be on Renee's side. Michael's completely going to be on the ICE officer side. Coleman's going to be nuanced and lean left. Dave is going to be nuanced and lean right. That's what I'm guessing.
Time and had injuries as a result, potentially affecting his judgment in a similar situation, I suspect will be a key part of this.
I'm guessing.
He reacts in a equally panicky way and shoots her 3 times. And I don't see him as a cold-blooded murderer who did this deliberately as a way to murder somebody for the hell of it. I don't see her as a completely blameless part of this. I think she took decisions which led her down a path which I think were extremely unfortunate and, as it turned out, deadly for her. In other words, I think it's quite a complex story, which if you freeze frame it right down to every grab we've seen, anyone who thinks they have an absolute certainty about what happened here, I think is lying. And I think they're just, again, moving to the tribal place.
That's fair, Piers.
Has to be this because my side believe this, or it has to be this because my side believe that. Am I wrong?
I couldn't agree more, Piers. I want to separate 2 issues really quickly. I'll get to the tragic death of Renee Good, but first I want to separate the issue of how ICE officers are behaving in Minnesota in general, right? Right now, social media is being flooded with videos of ICE officers needlessly escalating situations, questioning U.S. citizens.
Yeah, ICE is, this is ridiculous, the way they behaving.
Who legally do not have to answer any questions. Some ICE officers seem to be under the impression that you're not allowed to film them. You are allowed to film them. And even, the worst part of this is that the Trump administration, the Department of Homeland Security, seems to have indicated to ICE officers that filming them is the same as doxing them, which it's not, right? So there is, obviously, I think there's probably tons of ICE officers not getting videoed that are doing their jobs responsibly, and it's a tough job and it's a dangerous job, and I respect that. But there's a lot of ICE officers that are just running roughshod over all of their responsibilities as officers, and they're being fanned on by the administration. I think that's really important to say up front, that that's a real phenomenon and needs to be talked about. Now, let's separate that from the issue of Renee Good, who was tragically killed by Jonathan Ross. Now, here, Piers, you're right to point out there are so many critiques of how this officer and his partner handled the situation. Officers are trained not to be in front of a car to begin with, right? That's one on a laundry list of ways in which this was terrible policing.
Mm-hmm.
However, a lot of prominent Democrats are saying that this is murder. Murder. That is a legal term with a legal standard. Now,
yeah, me personally, because I've gotten on other creators for doing this type of stuff. I have not called it a murder. I just can't. As much as I do feel like it was wrong, I don't. Because murder is a legal term. That's exactly why. I've called out another content creator on this channel for being upset that something wasn't called a murder because murder is a legal term. Fuck. Y'all, my fucking phone fell and hit a bunch of buttons. Damn it. I don't even know what the hell just happened, bro. It exited out of the whole fucking thing, bro. My phone fell and just hit some buttons. But yes, I don't use the term murder solely because of the fact that that's a legal term. So you could say he killed her, he shot her, he took her life. That's just my personal stance on matters such as this. So yeah, I know a lot of people on the left use the term murder because they want to emphasize the wrongness of the situation, but murder is more of a legal term than like a moral claim. I think that you can, like, even when I talk about George Zimmerman, as much as if the law was made in my mind, it would be a murder. I just say he killed that boy. I say he killed him. He killed him, and he shouldn't have killed him. I just make that stress. I just want to be consistent with my language. I'm a person that believes that words mean something. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to be inconsistent in my own morals and my own beliefs. So I say murder is the legal term, but there's other ways to make your point without misusing words.
It's likely to get removed to a federal court, which is going to be favorable for the officer. And what the jury is probably going to be instructed is, if this officer had reason to believe he could have suffered bodily harm, he or his partner could have suffered serious bodily harm, then by statute, he's authorized to use deadly force. The jury is going to be instructed if he felt he was in serious danger. Now,
no, that's fine, Dex. I get what you're saying. That's totally separate from what I was talking about.
The video in slow motion over and over and over again.
Yeah.
So we can come to the conclusion that, yeah, he was out of line of the car during those second and third shots, but he didn't have that advantage. He experienced that.
It's clear that she went lead foot, because if she was going at the if she was going at the speed that she was when she turned, the accident wouldn't have been that bad. The crash wouldn't have been that bad. If y'all seen that white car, that mud was towed up and behind. Hey, shout out Zane, y'all. W mod.
Real time in the blur of real life, the whole interaction was less than 2 seconds, and he had one shot at it. Not only that, his partner had his hand through the window, which, as you said, is precisely the situation that had put him in the hospital 6 months prior.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough to convince a jury that he didn't have reason to believe he was in risk or his partner of serious bodily harm.
I think from a legal perspective, I think you're probably right. And I think a jury may well end up making that determination based on the application of the law. But Kyle,
Sarah opened up the panel. Sarah opened up the panel. Let's see what's going on. Let's see. Hold on, y'all. My camera gonna go out. But it'll be back. Hold on, y'all. We gotta what the fuck, bro? All right, I gotta hold on. I gotta turn my camera off just so we can get this together.
What I am talking about is when I see, $2.8 million spent to learn a dead butcher's language in France. Let the fucking French figure that shit out. I don't care about a butcher's language. When I see millions of dollars going to aid Somalia, and we still don't have a U.S.-backed government that controls all of a country that's the size of New Jersey. When I see millions being spent all over to Nigeria, and Boko Haram is still fighting, and now and ISIS is still fighting in droves in Nigeria and fighting Chad and 6 other countries. Clearly what we're doing is not working. And then we're not even giving money to Sudan, or we're not giving enough. And people go, we should give money. And we're seeing images of just piles of bodies. Like, there's places we could send the money and help people, but we're not doing that. All of this needs to be reassessed. And what we're finding is this money is coming back to America in this shadowy web. You know, we all hear Rob Lord talk about it. All these other people talk about it. They're absolutely right. All this money's come back in a shadowy web, and it's being either spent on, corruption and going to Democrats to keep them in power and subvert American electorate, because money is power. You can buy more with campaigns, all the shit if you have the money, or it's going overseas and we're never seeing it again, and it's going to our enemies, and it's just outrageous. It's disgusting, and I don't know why more people aren't mad about this.
I'm just waiting to see what happens.
I'm with you on that one. To anyone in the audience, I have dropped the link to join the panel. Please feel free to start jumping back there while we go through one more quick topic, and then we'll move along and bring our panels up while you guys get situated back there.
Hold on, y'all. I gotta use the bathroom, y'all.
Moral authority. You mentioned that earlier.
We'll just see what they talk about.
What is moral authority to you?
Okay, so this is, I guess, where I'll do the debate, bro, little thing where we can be deducting. Maybe we'll do a theorizing. When I was in college, I got 3 certificates of political theory. They're like ancient political thought, modern political thought, and Latin American political thought. And so I sit here, and the first time in my life have we seen what I like to call of the righteous moral left. Right? We go on shows all the time. Now, I'm a conservative, like economic conservative. I'm somewhat socially liberal. I don't care if you're trans. I don't care if you're gay. I mean, I like everybody. Y'all are cool. We're all cool, right? I'm not gonna sit here and fight. Like, I have some issues with some of that. I don't like transport stuff. I think it's dangerous to women. But I'm sitting here you want to do your own thing. You want to do some drugs. I don't give a shit. If you're not affecting other people, go rail an 8-ball at home. Cool. Don't care. Now, you paid for it with your money, and you do that. I don't care. Now, if you're going railing 8-ball in public and then acting crazy on a train, that's a problem. But we're sitting here I'm someone that I feel like could build a bridge with lefties. But they don't do that. What they do is they find one talking point that you sit here and say, and they're like, this guy's evil. How can you not believe? We even see this on the left. Libs and progressives hate each other. Why? Because they sit here and they'll go through their list of things, and the minute you disagree with one of their points, this guy's the great Satan. How dare they not believe? And so for generations, the right has been the ones that have been the moral Indian ones. We've had the Christian right, where we sit here you're not doing this thing. You're living in sin. We got to do this thing. And they had power for many years, but then they call them tapered off. They lost some credibility with the Catholic Church falling off.
Mhm.
The Russian Orthodox. We have arguments. They're funded by the
Can y'all hear
Russian
me?
government that seep
I think
into
y'all can.
America. There's all this stuff. So they've fallen off some. We've seen a little bit of a resurgence in recent years. But we're seeing like this not trusting of the religious movements on the right. We're seeing community kind of fall apart overall. And what we're seeing is on the left, though, they put people in institutions like academia and they sit here and they judge you. And they tell you
Mhm.
that they're doing this for you. How dare you speak out against diversity? Are you racist? How dare you speak out about trans athletes in sports? How dare you check into Somali fraud? That's racist. Like, it's this idea that they will shame you because of your moral choices. If you're a
Yeah.
white male Christian in
Yep.
America, you're evil. You didn't apologize for your ancestors conquering these people. What if you're Irish? You were basically the people, you were basically the Africans of the Europeans. But hey, you're white, so you benefit. So you're evil. Oh, Gibbs, you're Spanish, Gibbs. Oh, you know what's terrible about you? You killed all the natives in Latin America. I don't know if you read what the Aztecs were doing, fam. They were sacrificed people in mass. They're eating them. Pozole
Mhm.
was made out of people before pork, and they came in. Yeah, now I'm not saying the Spanish were good guys. Cortez pretty evil. We got Columbus, probably pretty evil. But when we got two evils fighting each other, I don't want to sit here and hear about how the bloodthirsty cannibals that sacrifice people and wear their client tribes' daughters' skins as cloaks or the good guys. Sorry, not buying it. The Apaches fought in the Texas Revolution against, guess who? They fought against the Comanches. They fought against the Mexicans. They were some of the first Texas. Why? Because they sat here and go, oh, these fuckers are evil. There's good guys and bad guys in all groups, and history
Mhm.
is nuanced. And so when they're sitting here trying to sit here and go, you fuckers are evil for believing in something, that's moral indignation. And this is the first time in history where we've had the left sit here and dress up their shit as moral superiority. Stalin and Lenin didn't do that. They said they were helping people. They're helping the the population against the proletariat, right? But in the all this shit, or the bourgeoisie, the proletariat was fighting against the bourgeoisie and all this bullshit, the rich evil. But they weren't even claiming to be like good. Marx is racist. He
Terrence,
uses the
I don't
N-word
know,
about 50
man.
times. But they didn't pretend to be good guys. But now
I don't know. It's just willful.
tell you.
I don't know.
there's nothing better than taking your hard-earned tax dollars, pulling it out, no lube, and then giving it to somebody else and going, hey, buddy, this is more. And how dare you have any questions about, where your money's going? Like, bro, you could have 50 women that you have baby mamas on, you're paying child support for. But you know what? Hey, you're going to give the 50 more in taxes, and it's all going to go to people that you don't want to give it to, right? And it's just outrageous.
Mhm.
Like, I just imagine if we did this. If every time someone's tax dollar
Gibbs
went to
don't have
somebody
arguments. He
to
just
pay,
bitches.
child support or money from the government for WIC, you got to fuck that woman. I guess how fast they would sit here and turn around and say, hey, maybe we shouldn't be doing this. But instead, they have no problem saying, hey, you should be able to take your money and we're going to give it away. But sexual communism, that's bad. It's outrageous because if you follow the same logic, both are the same thing. But, they don't want to do that. They want to sit here and point and go, you bad because
You're trying to back
you're
the
heartless.
camera.
No, I'm not heartless. I just think my money should go to me and my own before it goes to Bob, Dick, and Sally down the road, or
Right.
goes overseas and funds Al Shabaab.
Right. Well, and even at that, you mentioned earlier about kind of like conquering other countries and people. We didn't have necessarily diplomatic approaches. That's how you took over spaces and people. That's how you conquered. That's how the world turned. You either fight or get out of the way and let me take your land, or let me take your things, or let me
Y'all
take your
funny.
women.
I-
And if you
I-
couldn't defend yourself, then you didn't you were worthless.
But it's just crazy because it's become like,
Male
like,
version of Pearl
like
is
it's like,
hilarious.
you're
actually,
white. The
'cause he is
Dems have
just
lost the
bitching.
white man.
Oh, I found
right?
a way to mute
like
them.
you're telling me
so I could talk to
the
you.
Irish,
Yeah, he definitely just bitching, no
are the-
arguments.
who basically weren't even considered white until Kennedy, right? These people who are poorer than
Honestly,
all fuck,
Neth, I
they're
don't know what the fuck you
or
talking
basically Somalia of
just,
fucking
He
Europe.
just bitches about stuff.
Or
He don't make
somehow,
arguments. He just whines.
they're the ones benefiting from all years and years. Like, these people have had it worse than almost anybody. We're talking about like all Eastern European countries that these people come over here. Oh, those evil Czechoslovakians. They were oppressing us left and right. Whenever, in fact, we have evidence that the Barbary pirates were raiding the shores of the lower Mediterranean so much that their population didn't recover for 200 years. But hey, we're not going to talk about that because it's racist
Right.
to mention that white people were slaves too. Like it's
Right.
racist to talk about all this stuff. America is the fastest
Nobody's
country
ever said
from
that ever.
founding to inception to the slavery being abolished of any country that I can think of off the top of my head. There might be some
Mhm.
other one that was not, but we did it in less than 200 years. It took
Right.
other countries hundreds of years. The Netherlands, they were selling them for decades. Korea, I get told Korea is this pinnacle of wonderful. Korea has the longest unbroken chain of slavery in history. But let's talk about how evil the Koreans are. No, they're saints. The longest unbroken chain of slavery. But America has it for 150 years. Lordy, we're never going to recover from that, boys. It's just
It's funny that he's doing this whataboutism, but he opened up his argument, his whole little interview with her at the beginning. I'm gonna get the whataboutisms out the way with Trump and all his nefarious acts. He's like, I don't care, but then this is what he's doing.
It feels very bad faith when they want to sit here and go on their high horse and be like, we got to do diversity and inclusion.
Right.
Oh, the white man's doing this. And then it's like, well, what about these poor white man groups? Or what about Asians being the ones excluded because of, affirmative action? Like, what about that? They're like, well, the Asians are doing good, so we're not going to talk about that. It's just
right.
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 What is this mental gymnastics that we're doing here?
I like the mental gymnastics just to make fun. It is entertaining. I do have some fine folks hanging out backstage ready to come have some fun with you. Do you enjoy playing with your food before you eat it?
Always.
Fair enough. And to get through some super chats while they're getting themselves sorted backstage, Texas Bully Mom sends a big 10 and says, so glad you're back another night. Yes, thank you so kindly. And it's his compliments of Gibbs that we got the bonus open panel last night. So you can say thanks to Gibbs for getting sick. And he had to take one for the team so that the Maters could come out strong last night and play with an open panel. It was a great night. She also says, quietly say hi to Opie
I know,
for me.
right?
I will have
Misfortune. That
Opie
shit was
is my
just
new
like,
puppy
play
here
with
at the
your
house.
food before you eat it.
I will have
bro, I don't
Opie
even-
make
that
her
made me like,
presence.
I won't be on this panel.
It'll be like an hour or so. I'll go grab her for you guys. We'll have some fun. And Texas Bully Mom says, win for the matriarchy. The matriarchy was winning for a hot minute on the super chats until Mr. Jason Reeves says, fuck that. Boys rule, girls drool with the big 50 to cancel out all of Texas Bully Mom's donos there. And Kokomo, I think Kokomo is a male, drops in with another 10 to say quality luring center. So the boys are up on the donos. Ladies, you'll have to fix that on your own or else the men will win tonight. It's up to you, girls. All right. Are you ready to meet your panel, sir?
Yeah, let's meet him. I'm going to use the restroom while you bring him in.
All right. Have some fun. Here we go.
Oh, God. I forgot about this intro. I ain't know she was going to do that. Depending on how this go, I don't plan to be on here super long, y'all. I just want to see if he has some strong proof of his claims. Hey, y'all can still hear me, right? The fire is definitely smart, but it feels so petty. It feels scammy.
Actually went to the restroom that fast.
Yeah,
God, I'm so jealous of men at this rate. Like, you just go and just whip it out, piss. You could go piss literally. You could be pissing in a bottle right now underneath your desk for all we know. And nobody would ever know.
Well, so can you.
It would be a little harder for me to do that.
You
Like,
still
I
can
would
do
have
it,
to,
though.
I would have to
Didn't Nate's little hook
really
thing for the car?
squat,
Put it over there.
Need a wide mouth bottle is what you need. Yeah.
I would have to be off the seat, awkwardly peed. You know what I mean? There would be definitely some noise to that one. Welcome back, Logix. Thanks for joining in. I know I tagged you earlier and I said all my lefties to the front. Jason back. I'm sure Jason's here to get in some fights. He's been having some fun since we broke his cherry on panels, and now he's addicted wholeheartedly. Animated effigy, of course, I could not let you sit and talk shit in the chat and not join the panel for some fun. And Andrew, I think you've been here once before, maybe?
Nope.
No? You look
first time.
familiar. Where have I seen you?
I was on last night on another for the first time. I was watching last night, lurking, and you answered a couple of my questions. My picture came up. I was on another channel.
Oh, okay. Well, wonderful. Wonderful.
Yep.
Oh, midlife.
Yeah.
Is that you?
That was
Okay.
me
Well,
from last night. Yeah.
you made it then. I'm really excited.
Yes.
I'm disappointed because Alex Kirsch Project has not made his way up to the panel. Somebody message that little bitch and tell him to come talk his shit up on this stage. He said he wanted to be here for this one. I expect nothing less. All right, Logix, you were backstage waiting patiently, first in line. I'll give it over to you if you want to open up with anything to Gibbs.
Okay.
Go for it.
Yeah, so Sarah, I did come because I saw you tagged me, and I was actually streaming, so I have not heard everything that Gibbs was saying. I heard some. What's going on, Gibbs? Haven't since last time. How you been?
Good, Papa. How you doing?
Yeah.
You doing well?
So I did see the beginning of what he said, kind of the intro, and I was streaming, and then I just came. Is it echo?
Oop. Yep, I got it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I kind of heard the ending before you brought us up, of course. So Gibbs, let me just understand before we get into it. Is your claim that Democrats as an organization are responsible for fraud and they should be held responsible for it? They are responsible.
Yeah, I'm basically saying that they're pulling Tammany Hall, but at a national level. Like they are enabling fraud in order to benefit financially and politically, and they should be held accountable for it.
And what's your strongest proof of that?
Well, I mean, I think the Somali fraud right now is excellent. We can see direct ties to people. I think Ilhan Omar is one of them, but we see them direct ties with companies that have been given money, some of them that don't even exist. We have direct ties to them donating to the Democratic Party. So we have basically the party receiving money that was put in place by them to fund a group of protected people, and then it's going to Democratic candidates after it's going to these people who are taking fraudulent chunks in places where businesses don't even exist. And I think that is a pure, prime example. And then on top of that, not only does the Democratic Party know this is happening, but Tim Walz was the VP candidate. And so they have institutionalized the fraud and corruption in order to stay in power. And that's why they have things like no voter ID. That's why we're seeing the ties to the illegals. That's why we see them wanting to bring people in. That's why the welfare is going to them. And that's why it's coming back through NGOs and them and all sorts of other different ways.
Okay, almost all of that is speculation, right? It's mostly speculation as far as even if let's say I granted you that people that are getting money are giving it back to Democrats. That's not proof of Democrats engaging in fraud, correct? That doesn't necessarily mean that, right? Even if I granted you it.
If you're a business and they're giving the money to the business through government giving it to them, yeah, I would say that is, and they're getting the money back. I guess if there's some, hypothetical, perfect Jesus Democrat that's just running on idealism and doesn't know that their campaign is getting funded by this, sure. But whenever you turn around and they, like last week, put forth a bill to protect the money that's going to these illegals, and they've sat here and dismissed prosecutors that are and other people that have looked into this, then yeah, I would say no, it's not just like they don't know. It's that the AG has even said, don't investigate this because the money comes back to candidates. So no, I think that they know, and I don't think it's just some innocent coincidence.
And who's at the top of this whole chain? Who's at the top of this pyramid?
Well, I don't know. That's a good question, but
so
I'll tell you what. I think that Walz is in on it. I think that Omar's in on it. They're both leaders in their party, so that implies to me that the leadership, or at least a significant portion of the leadership, would have this money. And this is a complaint that people have made a long time, and people laugh at them, call it conspiracy theorists, call it the deep state. When I'm talking about the deep state, I'm not talking about the lizard people and their little secret cabal or the Illuminati. I'm talking about the parties come together and they put in place mechanisms such as giving money to illegals, having protected classes, bringing these people in mass, and then turn around and giving money to places that don't even exist, which turn around and give money to the Democratic Party after it's been allocated once they're in power. I think, yeah, it's insidious and duplicitous and disgusting.
No, I see. Gibbs,
go
I
ahead.
think the problem is that a lot of us actually have memories, and we remember that we already went through this in 2019, and that most of the statistics that most of the things that people are talking about was the shit that the Democratic governor and Democratic people at that time found, like the $5 to $6 million in fraud that they convicted of the daycares that were doing what you guys said now we're doing then. Like all
And
this
it's
has already
almost like-
happened.
It's almost
well, no,
like a
that's the
talk
thing.
about
Like
this.
when Nick Shirley went to a daycare and pointed at it as proof, and it was actually closed down. It was because it was closed down way back then when they actually already found the fraud. It's you guys
I'm
are
2 for 2
rehashing
right now.
old things that have already happened and saying that it's happening now and without any proof, and you're swallowing any allegation without the least bit of proof. I think the best evidence to prove that is the suitcase thing that you guys all seem to be passing around, which is actually a mix of three completely different stories. Somalia has no actual banking system. It's a failed state. So they have what they call the Hawala system of couriers who curry large amounts of money officially into people who are still trying to run things in Somalia. That they've had investigations. It's so easy just to look shit up. You know, they've had
Evan, quick
investigations into
question.
the large amounts
Couriers?
of money.
Hey, Evan, quick question. Is this the same brilliant mind that thinks California is the largest state and the 8th largest GDP? Just
California
wondering.
has the largest population, doesn't it?
You said largest state. You didn't say largest
Yeah,
population.
that's what well, when I say
And
largest
they're
state, I
not
say largest
they're
population.
not the 8th largest GDP. They're the 4th. If you knew anything, you would have known that, but you don't know anything.
Andrew, I'll give you an
I want
opportunity.
to. Well, I want to touch what he said real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
First,
Go ahead.
I want to go on record. The political prophet, Admiral Gibbs, right again. I nailed their first two. I nailed his first two talking points, which was going to be, we're going to talk about, this low hanging fruit that they got and they couldn't ignore, and they're going to say, hey, that's proof. When it's like $6 million. Wow, you found 6 million out of 9 billion. That's a terrible percentage. It's real bad. I don't want to do the math.
Well,
but
the
it's
worst
Like
percentage
bad
is
as
saying there's
Doge? Was it
100
bad?
million
Is it as bad as
and saying it's
Doge's
5.
numbers? Is it as bad as
Admiral
Doge's
Gibbs.
numbers?
Doge is finding lots of fraud, and they continue to find
I
stuff.
thought
Hey,
Doge didn't
Admiral
exist
Gibbs.
Hold on,
anymore.
it's more than what these guys are
Does
claiming.
Doge even
with the 6
exist
million, I'll tell you
anymore?
that. I mean, I listed one example of Doge that was several $1 billion alone, right? Correction, it was 2.7 billion was what the total was for the center here in San Antonio.
What was the goal?
I looked it up while we were talking.
Hey,
And they
Gibbs.
found it. They found the fraud, and so that's more. I don't know if you do the math. 2.7 billion is bigger than 6 million.
What was
So,
the
I guess
goal?
Doge has already accomplished more.
What was the goal?
Hey, Gibbs. I was watching a Senate hearing the other day where they had Democratic members of the Minnesota, basically members of the Minnesota House or whatever, testify in front of Congress, so a sworn oath that they had whistleblowers who have tried to call out the fraud for the last 5 or 6 years, and every time they do, Tim Walz and Keith Ellison threaten to end their careers if they do it.
That's true. That's true. And as for the suitcase claim, this is according to Fox News. No, that's the wrong one. This is according to Fox News. They have the authorities arrested people, several Somalians with $700K in their briefcases on the way out. I think that there's enough proof now to claim that at least some of this is happening whenever we have arrests being made in progress of it happening.
But it's all made up, Gibbs. I mean, it's on our
Come on.
minds.
Just last night, Sarah was reading from a story that was being passed around on one of those trash ass fake news channels where they were saying that someone smuggled $700 million at one time through an airport. When
And
somebody
I want to, I do
15,000
want to
pounds of money.
interrupt on behalf of, I believe this is over on Mr. Balderson's side. Tom Carpenter sends a big hundo and says, heard you had it rough for a while last night. Had already hit my cap. Hope this gets you a nice night out. That was so thoughtful. Benjamin, I will allow the floor if you would like to say anything to Mr. Tom Carpenter.
Thank you very much, Tom. That is absolutely huge. We have had a horrible year. It's been rough here in California. My wife wants to say thank you too.
I also want to say thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's certainly not anything we expect, but it's very much appreciated.
Oh, I love this.
Miss Balderson and Ben are good people.
They're such good people. Tom, I couldn't find another couple that's more deserving of your kindness. Thank you so much. Tomatoes in the chat from wherever you're watching from, please, on behalf of Tom Carpenter, putting my favorite color up on the screen and to a good cause. I love that. All right. Go ahead. If you want, I wanted to allow Andrew, since he is new to the panel, we're popping his cherry here tonight. If you wanted to add in on anything, if not, I can pass the mic over, but I wanted to at least give you an opportunity.
Well, thanks for letting me be here. It's the first time, I guess, I've stumbled onto your channel last night, and I'm glad I did. And so I wanted to join the panel this evening. I guess carrying on with this whole conversation of the fraud, lack of a better term, I don't understand why people are defending this and not wanting to help get to the bottom of it. Okay, let's say that you're right, and it's a big nothing burger. Why is it so hard for the Democrats to, why do they want to block it from any kind of investigation? If they are completely innocent of it, wouldn't they want to say, all right, let's jump in, let's get to the bottom of this so we can prove to you that we're not behind it?
That's a most excellent point. Lefties, what do you think?
Nobody's blocking actual fraud. Like, what do you say?
I'm not saying they're blocking the fraud.
Well, I'm sorry, investigating fraud. I'm sorry, I meant
they are doing that. They are doing that. We have on these businesses since 2025.
They're doing everything they can to block it.
Like, it's become a thing at this point.
No, this is not true at all. This is a lie. We have on record in Congress, Minnesota Rep Marion Rarick says that if any whistles, this is what a Minnesota's rep says any whistles that came forward to expose fraud, Democrats would make sure they lost their jobs, their homes, they'd be blacklisted from new jobs, they would track their children. Retaliation has escalated. Now you're going to lose your job, lose your home. We're going to track your children. We're going to make sure that you can't get a job anywhere else in the state government. And for Minnesota, can't get a job anywhere that Democrats control. Then I have another quote. Wait, this is actually on. Hold on, one more. This is actually on tape. I'm watching it too. On tape, we have the Attorney General Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison on tape recording. I took a meeting in good faith, didn't know some things, yada yada. Hold on, we'll get an important quote. He said basically we can't look into fraud because it's going to hurt us with the voters, and some Democrats are receiving money from them. So we have two institutionalized people saying this is happening. So either you know more than these people or you're lying.
Gibbs, they also had Tim Walz's daughter on an interview the day after he dropped out of the race, or no, the day of he dropped out of the race that afternoon, say the pressure was getting to my dad. He just couldn't take it anymore. We all knew what we had to do. That's why he's dropping out. Talking about the fraud.
Wait,
here's the exact quote.
This pressure, but he was wanting to be the vice president of the United States? Really? Wow.
Yeah, the exact quote. Sorry. The only way that we can protect what we have is by asserting ourselves into the political arena, putting our votes where it needs to be, and most importantly, putting our dollars in the right place and supporting candidates who fight for our interests. You can only protect our interests, and then this is A.G. Ellison. That's right. And he goes, that you can only protect our interests when we have your back, and you don't have to worry about who is behind you in reference to the fraud.
Gibbs, I'm sorry. I can't take your word for what you say because of how you misrepresented stuff in our last debate. So is this the same? You're talking about the same AG that has said he announced that Medicaid Fraud Control Unit has charged Muhammad, can't pronounce that, with 8 counts of felony theft by false representation. So the same AG that is catching people for fraud is saying that he's not trying to investigate fraud. Is that what you're saying?
So you don't
Once
believe
again.
a congressional hearing. You believe your own
You
facts
didn't even
over
answer my
Congress.
question. You asked me a question,
Yeah,
but didn't
that-
answer mine.
Once again, I would like to point out that I am a psychic, and I preempted another argument here when I said that this is exactly what they would do, and they would pick one little small example where they
Why
caught
is
the
it
dumbest
small when
criminal.
it refutes you?
No,
How
it's
come if
not
it
small.
goes
It's
against
not-
what
doesn't
you say
refute me
is
at all.
small?
It proves exactly what I said. Is y'all are going to have one person on a sacrificial lamb and go, this worse
It's the same
investigating,
person.
boy. And then we sit here. It's just like when y'all told us the illegals weren't coming, and then we shipped them to Martha's Vineyard.
It's the
and
same
suddenly it was a
person.
problem. Because
not a
he's sitting here
sacrificial
going,
lamb.
he's going, we're going to get the low hanging fruit while we protect the big donors. That's literally what he's doing. We have him on recording saying this. It's on recording. And we have congressional people saying this is happening. You're either telling me you just are willfully choosing not to believe this because, I don't want to be proven wrong, or you're just like being an idiot. I don't really know.
You read a quote that I'm not taking at face value. That's what happened.
Gibbs.
You didn't prove
It's a direct
anything.
quote.
It's a quote from a congressional hearing, you moron.
You moron. It wasn't given context. He just said something he said. I don't know what happened around that. I'm not even saying he's lying. I'm not even saying
You
that.
just said
But I
he
just
was
would like to-
lying.
You guys give a shit about
You're
congressional
stupid.
But
You don't even deserve to be up here because you can't even remember what you said 5 seconds ago.
Not only
This
that.
is more fun than I thought it would
Not
be.
only
All
that.
right.
It's just amazing.
Listen, just
how
be
I can
honest
say
about the fact that this same AG
Let him
that you're
finish,
saying
kids.
is not trying to investigate fraud did. But when he does it, it doesn't matter because it doesn't help your narrative, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. It's just so crazy that I said literally
I'm not gonna get an
verbatim
answer,
what was going to
y'all.
happen.
I'm not. He
What-
said this last
we
time. He's
did.
not going to give
I
an
mean,
answer.
like no
He's not
offense,
gonna give an
I know
answer
you
to that
said you
question.
missed a portion of this, but I think that is important because you must have missed the part where I addressed this in the show earlier.
I said I
'cause
wasn't here for your
literally-
part earlier.
I know you weren't. So I'll just re-over. I literally before you came on. So this makes me even happier because if you didn't even watch this, it makes it even crazier that I verbatim went through this exact situation that you're talking about, and then it said how it shows that they're not actually investigating fraud. They only went and investigated the lowest hanging fruit that was going to get caught anyway, and then they use this over and over as their example and go, look, we found 6 million when we find out there's between about 9 billion being done.
So
6 million and 9 billion is what percentage? Tell me to do the math and tell me because I don't want to. I'll pull up a calculator.
I'm not a math
But
person.
that's a low percentage of finance.
So basically what you're saying is no matter what I say, I'm always right because I'm always going to pick out of every basket, right?
No,
So
we're
they
saying
don't- they don't
facts are
investigate
right.
fraud,
We
but
don't
when
go
they-
off our
hold on,
feelings
Jason,
like
I
the
got
dumb
you. Jason, I got
liberals.
you. Jason, I'm not going to be long, I promise. So when they're not investigating fraud, but when they do investigate fraud, it's not good enough, so I'm not going to count it. That's what your stance is. Cool.
I gave you two like quotes, one from their AG basically
I don't care
admitting
about a
that
quote,
he was
bro.
letting it go, and
I don't care
two,
about
I gave
quotes.
another
That's only
quote from a
facts.
Minnesota rep at a congressional hearing where she sat here was talking about this specific thing. That's the context where they have the whistleblowers. We also have the example of the whistleblower that got fired the day before he went to Congress, which is literally a thing that happened. We have all sorts of other examples, and like, yeah, you want to go, those examples don't count, but this one example of them getting.
I ain't saying don't count. I just don't take your word for it.
Hey, Gibbs,
I mean,
Keith
I can give you
Ellison said it
50
ain't
examples.
true, so it ain't true because Keith Ellison said so.
I
mean, I
wanted
can give
to
50
open it
examples,
up and see if obstacles. Did you want to take an opportunity to chime in and maybe reset the panel?
You trying to give me that job to reset the panel? I mean, come on, man. What kind of job is that? Of course, we got two individuals in the panel that just think different. For me, I just come from a logical standpoint, whether it be Republicans or Democrats. Each side is going to deny some level of fraud, maybe because they don't interpret it as fraud, maybe because it also is kind of a thin line or a gray area between fraud and misuse or abuse or just inefficiencies. But shout out to Doge, which did save $215 billion. But then watch the goalpost gets moved. What were they supposed to do? It's not $1 trillion. See, they suck. And so at the end of the day, it's a complex thing to peel back. Go ahead, Logic. I see you had to say
the same
something about
strategy
interrupting,
Gibbs
so
had.
go ahead.
No, I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
But you did, you see? But it's cool. I'm just showing that you did. Now, it's cool. Don't worry about it. It's all good. We're not Jordan Peterson or anything, right?
Obstacles. I'm glad to be on panel with you. I watched you before I started coming up on Sarah's panels, and I'm glad to be on panel with you. Obstacles. You always talk. You always talk common sense.
Yeah, yeah, and I get it, and I have to understand both sides of it. but definitely, I think it was you, Admiral, who said earlier, Gibbs was like, man, why can't people just be down with, just trying to stomp out fraud? Or it might have been Andrew.
I said that.
But yeah, okay, so I get it. But you ever seen something where somebody did something wrong and it might come up, so people want to clean up the image because it's not good for PR?
Mhm.
Even though they understand something wrong happened, it's still going to look bad on them, right?
Yeah,
Like they
nobody
don't
wants
want
to own
that type.
that.
Nobody wants to own that, and we just have to realize that that's a reality of it. And so when we're dealing with this fraud thing, I think if you have the power, just make the moves. Andrew, the Republicans have the rock. Just go get it. They're
I
not
mean,
going to agree with you. Other people are going to be your enemies, and that's how it's supposed to be. I mean, they have their perspective and their viewpoint. And I'm
I
sure
mean,
if they get the rock again, they'll look for fraud and try to paint it on you. And so at the end of the day, just move accordingly, move with power. That's the only thing that really matters.
The problem I have with this, though, right, is like I think that it's been such a duplicitous lie from the very start. That is the issue, right? I'm not pretending the Republicans are saints, right? They have their own issues, but I was told for decades, hey, there's no illegals voting, there's no fraud, there's no Medicaid going to illegals, and then it turns out both of those things are true. We have examples all over the United States now that we're actually digging into it, where there's charges being made in mass to all sorts of people for both of these things. And I'm going, oh, well, you're going to sit here and go, hey, buddy, Republicans are bad too. What do we do? Now, it's like, okay, we have a new Republican Party group in power, a new faction of Republicans, right? It's not like this is the traditional neocons. This is not the normal Republic. This is like the new MAGA people. It's very populist. We have new people that were MAGA that break away from MAGA. We have all this kind of like upwelling from the lower roots. And it's like, if there's ever going to be a time to talk about this institutionalized fraud, it's now. And what's happening is once you find one example of fraud, like, oh, hey, these guys are doing like this person, Esperoza, that was owned an apartment building. They put forth 346 ballots, right? And they've been arrested for it for illegals. Okay. Well, now that we know that this is something they're doing, they're an apartment manager. Oh, well, let's look into more of these apartment managers in the area and see what they're doing. Oh, we see the Somalians are doing this fraud. Oh, well, this is how they're doing it this way. What if we could see those same things over here? And we're finding now how they're doing it. And now we're peeling back the onion. So I think if we're going to do it, we have to do it now. But what's happening is Dems are going, we investigated 6 million of fraud. Look, we were the good guys. Y'all are just so morally superior. I'm not even saying we're morally superior. I'm saying it's time to fucking take a hard look at shit and let's at least try to clean up the rot that we can get at. And right now, MAGA and the Republicans are in power, and it's the Democrats' turn to answer for subverting the American public.
Gibbs, I think it boils down to, I mean, I honestly do with the illegals, that if they take all the illegals from California, I mean, I live in Texas like you, but if they take all the illegals from these states, that they're going to lose House seats when the next census is taken, and the Democrats are going to lose some of their power because a lot of the Democratic states are the states that are going to lose the most people because they have these sanctuary cities, so they're going to lose tons of House seats. Then they lose power in the House, and then they lose power in Washington.
I'm just going to step away to the ladies' room, gentlemen. I assume you can all play well without me. I'll be right back.
Oh, you don't have the jar under your seat?
Yeah, you gotta get the little like travel
rookie move.
I also want to say, like, I don't know if y'all saw this video of Lindell TV. I think this is actually I think obstacles. You just said that where they're not going to like rat themselves out. They want to make themselves look better. I think there's something to be said for that. I think you're right. Obviously, if I'm committing fraud, I'm not going to go be like guilty, unless I like cut a deal, like, I mean, like, and then I might be Tashiki 6ix9ine and say I'm Batman. But I think with Omar over here, she is doing something a little more insidious, is that she's like casting aspersion on people's credibility. It's one thing to deny, hey, I'm doing this. It's another thing to start calling you and anybody that believes this, anybody that's crazy and saying your brain is fried and y'all need to go get a mental health check. This is what we call official relationship gaslighting. And I think the Democrats have been gaslighting the American people for too long.
There's a food pantry that was in that same Senate hearing or congressional hearing that they get all their funding from the U.S. government or from the state of Minnesota, and they had written a $1,600 donation to Lon Omar. So why do they need to kick back $1,600 to her if they're if we're giving them all their funding?
Yeah, and I even said some of this stuff's not illegal. Like, I don't know specifically if, like, I own a business.
You're
and
just
it's
talking
receiving
about
government
shit that
funding.
just happens in politics now, right?
Yeah, but
No,
you don't
that's.
see.
I mean, if it's tax money going to fund a food pantry, you should be able to take tax dollars and say, "Oh, let me give it back to the the
No,
congressman who's going to get
we
me more money."
agree, but there's you acting like this is something new in politics is ridiculous, right? Like we really
It's
want
been
to
going
find
on
this
for
kind
a
of
long
stuff and stop
time.
it, but
But we're trying
it's
to
nothing new.
investigate it. I mean, Gibbs, obviously know a lot more about all this than I do. Didn't Ken Paxton just start an investigation into Texas fraud?
I brought this up recently. Specifically, he did arrest people for voter fraud. I think it was 21 defendants have been arrested outside of LULAC for basically signing up illegals literally outside of their offices. That's a case. He's got some other cases that he's pursuing that have not made it as far as that one. But that's his big, like,
I thought
case.
there was a new one though that they just when they started finding all this financial fraud in Minnesota that he started.
I mentioned there's several like housing like projects here that they got the money that's basically been given to them by the government. So those are like kind of early in the stages of the investigations. But yeah, he's filed stuff on several people here with fraud. And like if this is happening in a red state like Texas, like this is kind of my point. Imagine what's happening in California and Minnesota.
Oh
where
yeah,
you have law enforcement that's in their favor. Like.
Hello, Vibe. And Tom Carpenter sends it a Big 10, says, I built a ladder from questions I could not answer. Each rung bending under the weight of doubt. And every step was a thought correcting the one before it. I'm confused. What did you guys say something that was like correlating with this? And the summit kept moving as I climbed.
Yeah, I think he's talking about the moving goalposts. It's like each time
I'm just getting older. The older you get, the less sure you are of any fucking thing. The more muddy it all gets.
This is a valid point.
I knew about a quarter of what I did when I was 20, I think.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. All right. Okay, Vibe coming on in hot and heavy. Let's go. What you got?
I love that you said hot and heavy. I actually just got off another panel, so I'm catching up. I actually don't have anything hot or heavy yet, but I'm ready to engage.
All right. Well, Tom Carpenter finishes up to say, only then did I see the climb itself was the goal. Oh, that's pretty. Tom always comes in with like all of these random quotes and stuff. I love it. And speaking of, he finished the goal. So shout out to you, Tom Carpenter, for completing that. And I will wait a little bit before I start another one since you guys are having fun. And the patriarchy is still ruling in the dono goals, ladies. Figure it out. The men are going to win.
Here's
All
something else I wanted to throw out there. I know a second ago I said that why don't they want to work together? If there's actual fraud, find it and get rid of it. If not, just forget about it. Since Trump and his wife came down the escalator, the left has done nothing but want to make him look like an absolute fool, and they've failed at every turn. So
he does that pretty well himself.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we know you have TDS, so we won't get into that. So if this isn't happening, wouldn't it be a golden opportunity for the left to say, listen, all Trump and his cronies are barking up the wrong tree. None of this stuff is happening. We will prove to you that it's not happening because here's all the books, here's all the figures, here's everything.
Well,
it's a golden opportunity for them to do that, and they're not doing that. Doesn't that tell you something about what's going on over there?
What are you talking about? They're currently auditing all that shit.
Say is fake. When there's proof of things that say it's fake. I got a question. When you talked about him coming down the escalator, has it ever at one point in time ever crossed your mind that maybe Trump is like a fool and is an idiot and isn't worthy of being president and makes bad decisions and is a con man? Like, has that never been a thought in your mind? Never. Not once.
No.
Despite the bankruptcies and the fraud, that never crossed your mind that he was like,
dude, if you understand business,
Gibbs, hold on, I want Andrew to answer. I'm sorry.
If you understand business, you understand what the bankruptcies were about. It wasn't a personal bankruptcy.
I'm not trying. If you know business, I don't. Stop.
Yes.
Let's
All
not
like
do
9
that.
of them.
You don't get that many
No,
bankruptcies
670.
if you know business. Even if that was the case, has Elon Musk had that many bankruptcies?
Well, I take umbrance with this
Wait,
problem.
Gibbs, you
that you're
go and
presenting.
divert, bro. I'm talking to Andrew.
Well,
Y'all hate him too, so that's
sure.
funny.
Does
I'm not-
Andrew
I'm not-
want to respond?
Yeah, I said if Elon Musk has had any bankruptcies, I'm sure we would have heard about it. But is Elon Musk the only way to do business?
No, absolutely
No.
not. I'm not saying
Okay,
that.
then. All
But
right,
is it
then.
normal for somebody that's supposed to be a great businessman to have that many bankruptcies? And
Yes,
then
when you've
continue
had that
to-
many-
and not only have the bankruptcies, but be sued and lose for fraud too, and fraud.
Yes,
and
that
discrimination
is
and
very.
stuff, and
When you
such.
have as many
Fraud and
businesses,
discrimination.
hey, when you have
that's
as
what-
many businesses,
and if y'all gonna say
Logic-
yes,
hold on,
if you're gonna say yes, you want him to be your president too. You
Go
want
ahead,
him to
Jason.
be your president.
when
Jason,
you've had that many, when you've had the number of businesses he's had, it's very common to have
And
6
you want him
fail.
to be your president.
Y'all
You
had
think
Joe
he's-
Biden,
you don't think he
who
can
was
make mistakes?
dementia-ridden, as your president for 4 years.
Why are you talking about Joe
so
Biden?
don't act like
Wasn't
you're
Gibbs
morally
saying don't do
superior.
whataboutisms? Why are you talking about Joe Biden? We're talking about Trump.
yeah.
Why are you talking about Joe Biden?
Yeah, let's
do you
talk
think it's
about
okay
Trump then.
that you want somebody that constantly commits fraud, constantly has bankruptcies, constantly
He hasn't
is a con
constantly
man
done
to be
either
your
one of them.
president?
You're just
All
showing
right,
out.
back that one
You're
up.
showing the
Logic.
lack of
Constantly.
intelligence that you have. That's
That's
all
all
you're
you
saying.
never
hold on.
refuted
All right,
anything I
all right,
said.
all
You just
right,
been
all
trying
right.
to insult me, bro.
I think
You never
Gibbs
refuted what I
wants
said. You
to-
just insult me.
I think Gibbs wants to jump in here. Go ahead. Gibbs.
I do want to jump in. I think that what's interesting here is like one thing I've said when I'm talking about this fraud with the Dems, I've called it ineptitude, but I called it like weaponized ineptitude. I don't believe for one the Dems are stupid at all. I think they're very intelligent. I think they're insidious and duplicitous. Now, what they're doing is bad, and I don't think there's even the ones that are stupid, quote unquote, are like sitting here plotting and they're pretty high intelligence. They're getting this product. So the idea that what Logic is presenting about Trump is that this man who has somehow been able to defraud people and hide his money and not get it taken away through these bankruptcies, somehow is able to win an election, somehow has been able to tap into this movement, is somehow just an idiot, and then somehow also keeps winning Supreme Court cases. I find it ludicrous, and it's not serious because either you believe he's this like mastermind or you
Except
believe
the
he's
60
a
when
fraud,
he tried
and
to steal
can't
the
be
election.
both.
Logic, I have a question for you. How many businesses has Donald Trump, or subsidiaries of his company, has he had in his career?
Say that one more time.
How many charities has he failed?
No, answer the question. How many subsidiaries or
stolen from? How
businesses
many
has
colleges has he
Donald Trump
stolen
had?
from?
Effigy, quit trying to change the damn subject.
It is, but what I do find funny, I'm sorry, you kind of slurred.
No, answer the question. How many businesses or subsidiaries has he had in his career?
I don't know the exact
didn't
number. I don't know
hear
the
the
exact
question. People are talking over.
250.
So
6 have failed.
So
Actually, Tom Carpenter comes in to speak to that. He says, hate to break it to you, but the number of bankruptcies compared to the number of businesses is way lower than the average. It's actually proof of business acumen. That's just a fact.
Not really, and that doesn't mean he should be president.
Logic, you're just. How many businesses have you run, Logic?
That is
Zero?
so
Okay.
irrelevant. That's so irrelevant.
No, it's really not, because you don't have a
You're
clue
not
what
what
you're talking about.
it. Shut the fuck up. You're just saying shit because you don't have arguments. You just
I
trying to
just
insult
proved
me.
you wrong.
All right, hold on,
Because
hold on,
no one
hold on,
agreed
hold
with
on,
me.
hold on, hold
That's
on.
how dumb you
You
are.
just keep trying to insult
Let's
me.
have some form
Hey,
of order.
everybody.
Gentlemen, do I have to start yelling at you to shut the fuck up? I don't want to do that.
everybody, relax.
Obstacles,
I'm
I think
sorry.
you were adding,
Yeah.
I think you were trying to add something in. If you'd like to go ahead and go.
Yeah, it was kind of funny. Shout out to Logic, but it was just kind of funny because it was like Donald Trump sucks his business, who is good, Elon Musk, and it's funny, they hate both. And actually, those two people actually work together with each other. So that was pretty interesting. So a dumb businessman hooks up with a great businessman and they make things happen. So shout outs to them. But I would say also with the bankruptcy, your net worth really matters, right? Like how much wealth you have, regardless of how many bankruptcies you have. Do you still have wealth or are you piss poor broke? That's the actual end equation. But let's go to the actual important point about the whole thing. Look, you become president by being voted for. So for you to sit back, you have one vote, and you might say, well, this guy shouldn't be president. So I'm going to vote no for Trump and let's say Kay Harris, right? Oh, yes, she's qualified. Cool, that's your right. If a bunch of other people, right, in this republic decide, hey, I want him to be my president because I just like the way he looks. I like his toupee. And they vote. Long as they're 18, they're allowed to do it. You're not allowed to come through and say, and warriors, Marines have fought for people to have these liberties. You're not allowed to come and say, well, he's a bad businessman and he's not a good president, so therefore he shouldn't be president. According to you, and you had your one vote. When we tally up these votes, most people said in America, he should be the president. So guess what? He's the president. He can't be, you can't change that just because you think, well, I think you need to be a good president and you need to go to Yale. Okay, that's your requirement, but that's not everybody else's. And you have to respect that. If not, then you're a tyrant. Just say it. Just say I'm an anarchist. I don't care. I want to suspend your right to vote. I don't think you are qualified to vote because that's a stupid measurement and I don't agree with it. And you should vote the way I think you should vote. But that's not the case.
So at the
And
beginning
he's
of
the
his
president.
first term, when he didn't get the most votes, he shouldn't have been president.
We
I
don't know
have
about
a
the
quick
popular
note.
vote. We go off the electoral college.
Wait,
The way
y'all
the
can
votes
let
are
him answer
done,
the question.
of course, right?
Wait.
The way the votes are done, so it's not
Same.
populist, right? It's not the most popular vote. It's done differently in our country. Do you know that? And so
Yes,
that's
I
the
do.
process.
That was implied.
So
in
if
the
you want to
question
change
that
it
he
for the
knows-
most popular
wait,
vote,
can you
then
answer the
can
real
change it.
question? Because what he said was implied in the question. Obviously, the popular
I
vote
said
isn't
what I said, and
dictates-
that's my response.
Because
Logic.
so you didn't
can say
understand the
what you wanna
question
say.
then, basically.
No,
right?
Logic, we understand it,
let
but we know how
me-
the
What I
government
said
works.
as a
I
response
think
to the
Vibe
question,
wanted
Logic.
to jump in on this one since you guys can't get
Clearly he
along.
knew that
Vibe,
that was-
Where is your logic, Logic?
Vibe, I will hand
You
it
just
over to
avoided the
you,
question.
sir. Vibe.
No, I was just backing up obstacles here. I'm just like, praise him on this. We voted for this person, right? He's not going to be king. There's no way he can be king. There's no way he's going to be elected for a third term. The leftists are freaking crazy on that. But Obstacle just like laid it out pretty simply for everybody. Also, for logic, when it comes to comparing Donald Trump to Elon Musk, do you realize that Elon Musk companies were going bankrupt, even though he didn't file for it? He was living on sofas when he was running Tesla and SpaceX and borrowing money to pay paychecks last minute. Everybody does their business acumens differently, but they both failed and succeeded, right? Simple.
I mean,
Um,
let's not
go
pretend
ahead.
he came from like a trailer park, man. His father was a fucking rare
Emerald
gem mine
mine
owner from
owner.
South
so
Africa.
And that
what?
didn't have
Come
nothing
on.
to do
And
with
that
what I
proves
He
said.
had a
what?
pocket full of emeralds at all times. He was doing all right.
Trip comes in with a big 5 and says, in direct response to obstacles and ops, Trump voters not only believe 2020 was stolen, but their only reason for the belief is because Trump didn't win. Any thoughts to that, Obstacle?
No, because what happened? Biden became president and the United States moved forward.
Yeah.
Okay,
Wait,
they
move-
were salty. So what?
Salty? You just call what happened salty. It was just salty.
Wait, hold on.
We
Was
were
he the-
salty Kamala lost.
Yeah,
That was
was he not
salty.
the-
Was
So
he the
what-
president?
Was he the president?
We
Exactly.
go,
President come into
wait,
power.
wait.
The new
so-
president come into
wait,
power.
So what? So when Trump lost, his supporters
Bro,
were
you can
salty.
put whatever name you
So
want.
what was? So
Hold
what
on,
was
let
we
him-
when
let him talk.
Kamala lost? Was we salty or was we like?
I don't think there's a question.
Y'all are salty right now, that's for sure.
I admit
I
we
think
were
I
salty.
personally don't think
I don't
anybody.
care. But
I
what
don't
do you
think
call
any
Trump?
election
What do
was
you
rigged.
call the
That's
Trump supporters that believe the election was stolen? That's what he's referencing.
People
What were
that
they?
believe
They
it's
just
Salty is the
salty?
equivalent of
They were
overthrowing the
salty.
government.
Mad, angry, outraged.
Let
Put
me
whatever name
let
you
me
want.
just take a moment, gentlemen, to kindly remind you there are a lot of voices up on this show on the screen, and we have to go one at a time because right
Damn,
now
y'all,
all
these
I
motherfuckers crazy.
right now all I hear is blah, 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 and we can't hear all of these amazing great points that you're saying. We want to hear you. Let's just go one at a time, okay? Who was saying? I think Logic, because I think you were going. But what I had a thought to add in here, and now I completely
Well, I want
forget.
to talk about the election.
Yeah, we were on the election, but I also wanted to add in, you could be salty about something, but if you do end up proving that there was voter fraud later, that I find to be a bigger issue. And if you're claiming that, if the claim is that the the 2020 election was stolen from Trump because of voter fraud, and we're starting to actually prove it, and the audits are showing that this is true. I don't think it's a matter of being salty at that point. I think it's a matter of saying, see, I told you so. Gibbs, I'll go ahead and hand it over to you, sir.
Yeah, I want to talk about
not
the 2020
happening.
election real quick. I think it's interesting because first we have in December of 2020, December 20, what is the day on this? December 22nd, 2025. This is from Atlanta News First. We have Fulton County officials admitting that 315,000 votes were allowed to go through without being verified by poll workers' signatures, right? Pretty suspicious. We have Fulton County just dropping their case. Now Trump is seeking $6 million in legal fees repaired to. We also have, I mentioned this earlier, it was Wisconsin, not Minnesota, but Wisconsin Election Committee Commission Executive Director Claire Woodall-Vaughan delivered just the margin needed over 39 states coming at 3 a.m. This is the claim. She was fired and we have her on tape, says, damn, Claire, you have flair for drama. Delivering just the margin needed at 3 a.m. I bet you at those votes counted at midnight, just wanted to keep the world waiting, delivering just the margin needed. And so we're sitting here looking, we're seeing examples all the way through where they go, oh, they've got examples of voter fraud, and they go, oh, in Wisconsin
So
was
your
a
evidence is that the election
0.67%.
was close.
And well,
And
hold
that
on.
means-
My evidence is now that we've been in power, we got people in power, and they're looking into it. We're finding examples of voter fraud. We have examples I just mentioned of Esperanza, who's been charged now in Georgia for exactly this voter fraud, where illegals are voting based on their apartment complex. We're seeing this thing with Fulton County. We're seeing this thing in Wisconsin. We're seeing
Voting on
examples all over
what?
the nation. We're seeing in Ken Paxton that is going in Texas, where they had illegals voting, where they've had Xerox votes voting, where we've had suspicious other stuff. There's now an argument at mail-in ballots. I just saw a report today. They're opening investigation. Some of the mail-in ballots had different paper from the military, and somehow all 100% went to Biden. There's a lot of suspicious things now, and for people to go, oh, the election, there's no questions. Whenever we see all this rampant fraud, I think that's disingenuous.
Gibbs,
I
I
mean,
find it
when you see
interesting.
all the things that you just by default believe the first time you read. Like
Gibbs,
saying
find-
you discovered a shitload of ballots for the 2020 election after the 2024 election is a little bit stretching it, right?
Okay, is it
sounds a little
just,
bit stupid,
okay,
right?
here's a fact that we can just not dispute. Is there a state that Trump won that had, no, hold on, what states did Kamala win that had voting ID laws? I'll wait.
How do you register to vote?
How do you, hold on, you have to show up with an ID. What states had voting ID laws that she won?
Was that the answer
Name
to my
one.
question? Or no?
I mean, I asked the question. You asked the question.
No, fair
you
enough.
answered
No, I know
my
you did, but
question
I
with
didn't,
the
when
question.
your response, I didn't know if you were answering me or not. I'm not even being like an asshole right now.
Yeah, no, I didn't answer. I don't know how to register and vote in all those, but specifically in Minnesota, they have a voucher system. So one registered voter can vouch for 8 other people, and then they don't have a voter ID law, coincidentally. So, strange if that's how that goes down.
Genuinely, I don't know this information. You said in Minnesota you can vouch for other people for
Yeah,
what
I believe
part
it's
of
up to
voting?
8 for federal voting. Yeah, it's a voucher system.
I thought it was only
What's
4.
that
You could
mean?
only vouch for 4
doesn't
people,
sound
though,
right.
Gibbs.
I might be 4 people,
Wait,
but it's
is this
it was
after they are
multiple 4.
registered or not? That's what I'm asking you.
No, this is how
One
you
registered voter can vouch for 4 unregistered voters.
Yeah, and then they can be registered that way.
Okay.
It's either 4 or 8. I can't. I mean, I knew it's one of the two.
Regardless, pretty sus whenever they don't have a voter ID, and then all the states that voted for Kamala coincidentally don't have voter ID. Is that a coincidence or is it evidence at this
I mean,
point?
Gibbs, there's the proof right there. The teacher who, that was an illegal alien who got
verifying
arrested.
their residence.
And no, this was an illegal that they had been trying to chase, and he pulled a knife on the
voucher
feds,
thing is
and
about
they
that,
literally proved that he had voted in like the last 4 elections. So yeah, and that's that's a little bit hard to disprove, Evg. Whenever they, I mean, he was a superintendent for a school as an illegal alien.
How do you do that?
Just happened.
How do you do that? Become
And
a
he had voted.
superintendent of a school.
Oh,
If
and
you're-
the school district didn't even try to deny it, Sarah. They're like, yeah, we know, yeah, we didn't care.
This is all like, look, no one wants bad shit to happen or for people to do bad shit. But do you guys not think at all that your hyper focus is a little bit more you? Like statistically, illegal immigrants still commit crimes at a rate 1/3 of both legal immigrants and citizens. So like, you
Why
guys
should
keep
we-
pointing to stuff, and of course it's bad. But
Why should we have
citizens
one
over
illegal?
here doing it like 5 times more,
Well, hold
and
on,
you guys
there's
are like, but
questions
this is
about the
worse.
reporting.
So
No, there's now questions about the reporting. Texas started
of course
identifying
there
crimes
is.
differently. Yeah, and
Texas-
now we're finding out illegals are committing crimes at a higher rate than regular citizens. So, like,
Gibbs,
we just
I
found out
remember-
that everything's been framed dishonestly
It's
by the left
funny
for a
how
while.
they just start saying
And-
that right
Well,
when everyone's
I
getting
mean,
their ethnic cleansing
but-
fucking vibe.
Hold on, though.
Wait, hold on. Can I say something?
Hold on, though. Hold on. I'll hand it over to you in just a second, Obstacles. Every single illegal alien is committing at least one solid crime. They are 100% all committing a crime.
Obstacles, can I say one thing really quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to hand it over. I'll go ahead, Obstacles.
They proved that Texas, I believe, is the only state that records crimes as illegal or legal citizens. The rest of the states don't do that. All the other 49 don't do that. Texas is the only one that does.
Yeah, I just want to bring up this superintendent again before you give it to Obstacles, but this is a great example. This is a prominent member of the community that not only was voting, we know he voted, but he was a superintendent in charge of like local policy to some extent. And this is all Democrat. This is somebody that they back. This is somebody their Congress people are defending. And then he sat here and we know for a fact he voted. And so what I was told was there's no illegals voting. And not only are we finding out illegals are voting, but we're getting illegals put in positions of power and they're voting.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Obstacles. Carry it away.
Yeah, I get what FFG was actually saying, but one of the things I'm kind of big on is just reciprocity. So any place that you go, probably non-Western, but any place that you'll go in the world, they don't care. If you're a foreigner and you're committing any ounce of crime, they don't care. To the point where I lived in places like Thailand, right? They're like, foreigners, you need to wear your helmets when you're out here riding bikes. And if you don't, the cops will get you and ask for some money, right? But net, some foreigner would be like, Thai people are doing it. And they're like, so what? They're Thai. Now, of course, the law is to wear a helmet. It doesn't matter if you're a foreigner or if you're a local, right? Both have to follow the law. But most people of countries don't want foreigners, outsiders, violating their laws. They don't care what percentage it is. They say, stay here and obey our laws. If you don't, if you break just one law, we will be on your ass. They're not going to start stringing up their own people or saying, oh, well, we got Thais breaking laws, so let's not get the foreigners who are breaking laws. So you just got to realize that when you're a guest in someone's home, yes, you're not allowed to commit any drama, conflict, and issues inside their country. It
That
might
makes
be
sense.
family business, and they might have problems, but that's different. And every country in the world looks at it like that. America's nothing special. We're actually kind of stupid because we allow people to violate our laws.
Now I'm not advocating for people in the country and out of it to violate laws. Let's get that out the way. What country do you want to emulate as far as how they look on the world stage? What country do you want us to look like?
The United States under Manifest Destiny. Like, I mean, what's your
United
point? I
States.
don't know.
Well, I'm talking about a country that's not us right now.
Every other country on the face of the planet has strict immigration laws.
That
if you're there illegally, you're being deported.
Or getting shot.
Like Japanese culture, right?
I'm sorry.
You probably
I'm
like
sorry,
the
you got cut
country
out.
and
Say
think
that again.
Oh, I said you probably like Japan, right? You could say they're probably a cool country and they have a nice culture, right? Okay, so when it comes to immigration, I want to come with the same type of reciprocity and smoke Japan has. They don't play that.
But
you don't come to Japan illegally, period. So that is the area that I would like to reflect.
Fair. But how do they compare to us on the world stage? Japan.
Pretty high. They're one of the strongest nations in the world. They're up there.
A one of. There's always a one of.
They don't even have an army.
Well, okay, South Korea.
That's why I'm like one of. I mean, but that comes with like, you know how it's like if you got a scale, like you could be number one, but number 2 is like kind of far down from you. You know what I'm saying?
Top 10. They're top 10. They're up there.
But I'm talking. Yes, there has to be a top 10 if you're gonna rank things, but that doesn't mean they're close. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't mean you're close just because you're in the top 10. Even if you're number 3, that doesn't mean you're close to number 1.
You know how many countries there are in the world, my guy?
A lot. That's irrelevant.
Yeah, so top 10 is pretty high. That's not irrelevant.
That is irrelevant. If they don't have an army,
guys, you see what happens? You see what happens? Math starts. It becomes a problem.
if they
What
don't
do
have
you
an
mean?
they don't have an army.
Logic.
Uh-huh.
Let me ask you a question. If you wanted to move to
What?
Mexico, no, let me ask you a question honestly. If you wanted to move to Mexico and say buy beachfront property, you think you can move to Mexico and buy beachfront property?
Not just the way you're presenting it. No.
Actually, if you're a immigrant in there and you even do it legally, no, you can't buy beachfront property. You have to be a Mexican citizen to buy beachfront property
Do
in
you want
Mexico.
to be like Mexico?
But I'm saying that Mexico is basically a shithole of the country.
But you're
and
trying
look
to
at
use
what.
them as an example for what we like. We can't.
But
do
I mean, y'all want to just open the borders and say everybody come.
I opened it up and said I'm not vouching for anybody to break laws. I said that from the jump. So
Well,
that's
hold
not
on.
what I'm
You
arguing.
brought up,
I'm not
and you said
arguing
pick
that.
a country. You said pick a country, and they picked Japan. I feel like they
Yeah,
picked
but
Korea
also,
too, right?
they don't have an army.
Hold on. Sure. Okay. Fine. We got
No, they're
South Korea.
always going to
South Korea's got an army.
homogenous country
don't
Yeah.
that is
Hold on.
fucking
South Korea's
xenophobic,
got an
but they're always
army.
gonna-
They got a pretty good one. I like. Let's just pick them then. I mean, we could pick any of these countries. The reason why Japan and Japan, I think, just changed their constitution, so their defense force is now basically an army, or they're in the process of it.
Yeah, they're
defense force,
remilitarizing now.
Yeah, they're remilitarized. So, like, if we pick Japan or like Korea, I feel like it's the same as we talk about Somalia. You got to look at like the size comparison. And so, like, when we're sitting here going, "Oh, a country the size of New Jersey basically has a GDP of this, and Minnesota is basically having this much fraud, and it's more than the GDP of that country," that's a problem. And then when we look at Japan or South Korea, and they're the same size, and they're wildly restrictive on immigration, then I think that, maybe we should take a look and go, okay, why are these other countries that are
Hence
successful?
why they're going to hit a demographic cliff very soon.
I mean,
Gibbs. There's problems and wins, but I mean, in this case, economically,
No,
that's a
both
good thing.
Japan
They
and South
probably
Korea
need
are
something
about to hit a demographic cliff very soon. Like a really
Gibbs,
hard
I mean,
demographic.
but we're not.
The Democrats
Yeah,
always.
because we have immigrants.
The socialist
'Cause we
Democrats
have
always love
immigrants.
to point out Norway and Sweden or whatever. I mean, look at their immigration laws.
Nah, I know that was not funny. But so what's
course not.
interesting? This is
It's
how
hilarious.
this is how I show you the example doesn't exist, right? I mean, people are just biased at the end of the day. Watch this. Don't you hear Americans say, "Man, America, it should be like Europe. They have universal basic health care." Or this country that has universal basic health care. So we use certain aspects of human activity or a certain society and what they do, and we use that as an example to say we should try that. We should have that here in America. Does that mean we want to become Sweden? No, that just means we probably want universal basic health
The
care.
difference is you don't have the evidence to prove why what they're doing is better. That's the difference. Unless you can come up with empirical evidence of why what
The
you're
evidence-
advocating for is better, that would be the difference.
No, go ahead. Yeah, so what I'm just saying is we're advocating for strict immigration laws and not allowing illegals to be in America.
Nobody
just
is
like
advocating for illegal immigration, though.
Here's the craziest thing,
I
though.
beg to differ.
You're talking about immigration laws as well.
I'm sorry. I want to correct myself. To correct myself. I'll be fair. I won't say nobody. I won't say nobody. Since you
Actual
have to be
passive
liberal,
methods
but the point
put
is
out
that's not
higher
the goal.
numbers.
Flip it. AI, clip it. Say it again, Logic.
I just corrected myself. If y'all gonna be literal, yes, I'm not gonna say no everybody or nobody. I should say, because yes, if y'all gonna be literal, yes, I'm not gonna say nobody. I'm not gonna sit here and speak for everybody in America.
I mean, there's certain liberals on here who literally fight
the policy by Democrats is not let's have
What-
illegal immigration. That's what I'm saying.
What would you call a what would you consider a sanctuary city?
It's just to not have the obligation to report it so they can keep up with action, so people aren't afraid to report crime. That's the goal of it.
Sarah, I'm going to say one word.
Yeah,
Minneapolis.
it's a place where it's not
Then why
easy
they
to
have such a
violate
problem
someone's
wrangling them
constitutional
up
rights
since
just
it's so
because you
many?
think they're an illegal alien.
So you see that? Like, look.
Oh, look, nothing like a good pussy on the screen to calm everybody down. Hello, beautiful.
That gets me ramped up.
Fat cat. How do you get your cat that fat?
This one's not even overweight, apparently, according to the doctor.
Gibbs, is that Mancoon?
Lagging.
He's like, yeah, he's part Maine Coon. He's like half.
It's a
I don't
normal
know. His
size
mom was like part something else, but she was massive. She's like a
Normal
30-pound
size
cat.
Damn, that's a fat cat.
My cat who passed away last year was 24 pounds right before he got sick. So
Yeah, he's a big old boy.
Okay, I got to jump
Fair
in
enough.
here. And
Go ahead. Actually, if you don't mind, Andrew, I'm going to just say one thing. I'm going to kick off the gauntlet here in just a minute. So if you know where you're going, you should get the notification. I'd like you all to start heading over, and then we should all be over there within the next 5 minutes. Andrew, the floor is yours.
Well, first of all, I don't know what that means, what the gauntlet is, and I don't know if I'm invited or not.
Where
but,
we get dirty,
You're
bro.
not.
You'll
You're
be
just going
transferred
to
over.
stay. You're
At
just
the
going to
gauntlet,
stay
it's where we
right where
pull
you
the hockey
are.
shirt
Okay,
over the
all right.
head. Hockey
Right.
shirt over the head.
What?
Yeah, you don't look white enough to know what I'm talking about.
Okay, I didn't hear what you said. No,
I said over
this.
there is where we pull the hockey shirts over the head. We go full on with it.
Gotcha.
Shout out
Gotcha.
Mantis
All right.
for
No, I'm
becoming a
going
member
to
on
say
the
something
channel.
that may
Thank you.
may
Shout
make
out
me
Mantis.
not
Thank you for Mantis.
be
Shout out.
invited back anymore. But Sarah, I got to say, you are absolutely gorgeous.
Wow.
I know nothing about you, so I don't know anything about you. Wow, you are absolutely
Put
gorgeous.
him in the
All
simp
right.
wagon.
Don't worry. You
Creep
are
factor
most
just went way up,
definitely.
didn't it? There you go.
You are most definitely invited back. But the gentlemen, don't be alarmed if they start calling you a simp and making fun of you for that
That's
comment.
fine. That's
However,
fine.
I am the host.
Hey,
It is
jealousy is
my
jealousy, so
show.
whatever.
It is my show, so you can most certainly tell me how gorgeous I am
Get your
all
money,
day
Sarah.
long, and I will gladly accept it. But thank you. That's very kind. All right. Kick us off, Effigy. I know you got more to say about that. Not the simp stuff, but the other stuff.
Wait, what were we talking about?
You were on
gorgeous Sarah is.
Sanctuary. You were on Sanctuary Cities, and we were also. The claim was that nobody's advocating for illegal immigration, and
Right,
we
I
all
think-
laughed.
I think the proof in the pudding on this is that
Shout out to
presidents
Dow
who use
for
passive
becoming a
methods of
member.
deportation, like
Appreciate you, Dow.
Obama
Thank
did,
you.
actually have higher rates of deportation of illegal aliens. I mean, it's just you can count it off, Gibbs, but I mean, it is a true fact. He's not even meeting his own quotas as far as expelling people, and he's sending his own little baby Gestapo in there to do it for him, when people who actually used intelligent methods of going after criminals and getting the worst elements first and getting them at the border, that's mostly where the deportation numbers come from, is at ports of entry. They put up higher clip numbers. So, and sanctuary cities, to me, those are just places that guarantee your constitutional rights, so that people are secure enough to actually report crimes. That was the whole point of it. I know people don't like to give even illegal aliens constitutional rights, but that's the entire point of America, is that once you're on the fucking soil here, you get constitutional rights.
Yeah, Minneapolis has proven that they, just care about those rights of the ICE officers and other
Oh, you
U.S.
mean as
citizens.
ICE goes door to door and fucking pisses on the Fourth Amendment?
You mean like the illegal aliens who beat the crap out of the
more
ICE
than illegal
agent?
immigrants, bro. Like,
Yeah.
stop.
Yeah, we can have a conversation about who's actually violating the Constitution
Right,
in
what the
Minneapolis.
fuck?
We don't need to have a conversation. We're in power. This is why I tell people like Gibbs and Andrew and Jason, just keep moving. Stop listening to them. They're losers. At the end of the
moving us
day,
off
if
a
they were in
cliff.
power, wait, let me finish. At the end of the day, if they were in power, they wouldn't be talking to you. They wouldn't be having conversations. They'll be executing the way they see fit. So you do the same accordingly. You have the power, they have zero.
It's actually not true.
Powerless
We would be
people
still
who
talking
have
to you.
no power should be saying narratives like that. They should call you a racist because you want to protect yourself.
No,
They
I-
should
Considering
do that because
the
that's
Democrats are the
stuff
only ones who know how to pass bipartisan
powerless
legislation,
people.
we definitely are the ones who
Can't
still
even let
talk.
you
This is
finish your
ridiculous.
statement. Thank you. When you just finished yours and I didn't interrupt, my brother, let's continue. Powerless people do stuff like that.
I'm sorry, I just heard you
Gibbs,
preaching.
Jason, keep moving on with strength. We got the power. They don't.
I mean,
Shout outs to you too. Shout outs to
Speaking
us.
of power, I'm going to be shutting down the Raging Tomatoes side. You will catch the raid over, or you can start heading over now. The link is in the chat. Please feel free to catch the link or ride the raid, you can tomato port on over. If you don't know where you're going, hit the link, so on and so forth. All right, Raging Tomato is shutting down now, and we are officially on the Gauntlet. And for you, Andrew, the Gauntlet is just another channel I own. It's kind of our DGen Power Hour where more people get a little more dangerous, cantankerous, and sometimes TOS violations come out. So I don't want to lose the quality of the good part of the show where everybody was pretty calm and chill and doing their thing. So if I have to delete anything later on the Gauntlet, I'm not losing out all of Mr. Gibbs' work. So, but it's at the Gauntlet Debate on YouTube. That's where you are now streaming from. And the link is in the chat if you need to or want to go there to subscribe. But that's where you are now.
I bet Effigy's a real big fan of.
We're staying here. You just moved the YouTube.
Yeah, you guys don't move.
Okay.
Yeah, I just plug one in, unplug the other.
Okay.
It's pretty
I
easy.
bet Effigy's a really big fan of the Latin King that just got arrested for stealing a semi-automatic weapon out of a federal agent's car.
What?
I want to come back to something that Obstacles was talking about real quick, which is when he said he tells me and Andrew, and I've had this fight recently with someone I respect, Pentuple. I don't know if y'all know Pentuple. He's a good MAGA lawyer, but I fight Pentuple on this daily. I actually vehemently disagree with you. I think it's key like that we go and we fight the fight, like where it's at all the time. And honestly, I know I've cut my support down because I don't come on the Republican circuit enough and like get enough of like y'all to come rah cheerly on because I want to go fight this fight. And I think it's important to fight this fight because we need to show how duplicitous and evil this ideology is. Because what they're doing is we talked about this 6 million thing and I earlier, right? And it's like I can point out examples that are happening right now. Just right now, this like last week, Ilhan Omar put forth a bill after this place had been exposed that for $1 million to go to a person. It wasn't a bill. It was an add-on to a bill that was established. Republicans caught it after the Nick Shirley thing and cut it out. And so it's like, even if they're not fully in power, they still hold like mechanisms within local levels at the highest level. And if we are not vigilant in fighting their mouthpieces and we're not vigilant in fighting these mechanisms, then they're going to just come back. And we need to remind the American public what these people are at every chance. That's, I think, where I disagree with you all.
The 6 million isn't duplicitous because we're the ones who fucking found it, not you.
But then you say, oh, we found this. Look how good we are. And then when we want to investigate it more, you attack these people.
Doing the normal
literally
shit,
fired
man.
a whistleblower. You literally fired a whistleblower before they went to Congress. They literally have gone after people's jobs. We have people on tape, and we have them at congressional hearings say this. And y'all are still
Good,
like,
get them.
But we did this
I'm fine
one
with
thing,
that.
so it excuses all the rest.
Bring them up.
No, that's not how it
Arrest
works.
them.
Just because you got one,
Yes, it is.
you
Get
should
'em.
be cheering on the rest
Sick
of
'em,
the
boy.
You should be happy the rest is happening.
Well, what I don't like is just like lying, like it's just fucking flowing out of your mouth like sewage. Like
Effigy,
you're
things I'm saying are
just
verifiable.
wrapping up. You're wrapping
Yeah,
up
I
news
mean-
stories all the way back from 2019 all the way to 2026 and just regurgitating them. And maybe there's a little bit in there from the current scandal, and maybe there's like a whole bunch of other bullshit. But it just ends up being this big flood of like BS, man.
Yeah, Gibbs,
the
we
only
don't.
story we talked about from 2019 is the one y'all brought up with the 6 million. All these other ones are like from now and like the last like 6 months. And this is what's crazy is you're like, well, just because it happened then, well, that's because y'all didn't do enough. And now we're actually looking at it and we're doing something. And y'all are like, it's just conspiracy.
Gibbs, we don't have good theories like the Hunter Biden's laptop is Russian disinformation.
Oh yeah.
So here's my problem. Here's my problem.
Somebody won
here.
bingo just
Go
now.
ahead, Ben. Go ahead, Ben.
My problem with this is
Crazy
the
Republican
same
bingo.
as what happens with Ireland and Scotland. The reason Robert the Bruce succeeded where Ireland never succeeds in freeing himself of the nasty government they were involved with was because he went and got the people on his side that were fucked up out first. That's the first thing he did. He didn't go and attack the other side first. He got his shit straight. He cleaned up his own yard. And I don't understand why, and this applies to both sides. Both sides sit there and pretend like their side isn't doing it and justify and mealy mouth and lie for their side. Obstacles over here is just like, hey, it's cool, we're in power. And then it's stupidity at its finest. Like, why you need to clean up your own side and quit being piece of shit yourself before anybody will believe anything you're saying.
That's fair. Sure.
I'm a Spalderson.
Yeah, like, he's absolutely correct, though. I just like this is kind of the double standard, and this is what I talk about with this moral hierarchy on the left, where this moral superiority is like they'll judge you for your values, and then when you start looking into stuff, it's like it's hypocrisy. Well, at least I openly admit that. I like some people.
I will give you credit if you admit that you don't have values.
Here's my value. Whatever's best for Papa. That's my value. Whatever's best for me. Listen, it's right now. It is. It's if it like, hey, listen, if someone else comes along and promises me something better, Papa gets his out. I'm not MAGA.
At least
like,
you honest, Gibbs. I will never disrespect you because for the level of honesty you portray. I will give you that.
Yeah, I'll bite that bullet. You know, I'm just saying, like, I wish more people would bite that bullet. Because then we can get some shit done.
And you're right, because we can have the real conversation. If people bite the bullets that they try to act like they don't want to, then we can have a real conversation. Because all that bullshit where people be putting a facade up. That's why, Gibbs, I know I be frustrated with you sometimes, but you bite a lot of bullets I don't expect, and that makes it easier to get to the heart of the conversation.
Well, I appreciate that.
I'll tell you why I'm MAGA. We don't try trans kids or anything like that. So, yeah, that's the big...
Yeah.
Someone is going to hit Republican being tonight.
Didn't want to hit that one.
Sitting on that one a while. He's like, oh, I gotta talk about trans.
No, Effigy, I mean, hey, we're fixing to win another Supreme Court case against the trans. So that's pretty big, Effigy.
We'll see how it goes, yeah.
My goodness.
Are you going to cry like the little bitch you are when we do?
Who you talking to?
I cry at every Supreme Court reading.
Because Effigy is a devout communist.
I actually genuinely love private property. It's one of my favorite things, at least top 5.
But yet you want socialized everything.
Effigy.
Socialism and communism are 2 different things.
You have,
no, they're not. Books. You know this if you read books.
Karl Marx disagrees with you, and I mean he was the founder of it.
Am I muted or something? Effigy, do you have like a solution to all of this fraud issue?
I mean, I'm totally for locking up people who commit fraud. Yeah. Yep. My biggest problem with all this is using it as a backdrop to demonize a community that they've been demonizing for like 5 or 6 years. We're almost right back to their eating the dogs and cats, right? The overarching bent of this presidency seems to ethnically cleanse the country. Like it really does.
It feels that way.
In these conversations, it's not even brought up that nearly all of the Somali people in Minnesota are citizens. They're either naturalized citizens or they're the children of naturalized citizens, which means they're full citizens. So like a smaller percentage of them are actually like considered quote unquote immigrants in the sense of they're not American citizens. So what they're talking about is they're trying to like get this hatred up toward this group so that they can denaturalize them. That's really what's happening.
Well, citizenship can be revoked.
Yeah, but
what will we do without the Leering Center? Ooh, America's going to destroy.
Gleefully say that, yeah.
Yeah, but Effigy, this is kind of the problem I have with that, right?
They print their own signs, right? Obstacles. They print their own signs, right?
The Leering Center won't allow us to excel. Oh my gosh, we would have never figured out the rocket.
Rocket. Oh boy, here you go.
Tomato, fierce and red, juicy curves,
This message is sponsored in part by.
So like,
that look like me, bro. That look like me.
This is the problem I have with what you're saying, Effigy. Right?
I did not give permission to anybody to use my picture like that. Sorry.
That's funny. Is that we have to start somewhere?
Wait, what the hell?
And is that we have to start somewhere, right? And like you're sitting here going, "Oh, this group's demonized," and I'm like, "Well, okay, I think they rightfully should be demonized too a little bit." If you're bringing a culture that's like antithetical to American culture, which is like we're bringing hardcore Muslim values, and then we're having all these other things that are happening. I see the dispatch. Sorry, and then we're having all this other happening, and we're having 80% of these people live off welfare. That's what the stats are saying. We're getting 80%. That means you're a net negative. Okay, it's fine if you're a net negative because maybe generationally you'll fix that. But then if you have a net negative and you're a protected group and you're getting billions in fraud and taking it out of the country, that's a problem. And I think we need to start somewhere. And guess what we're finding? This same thing is
Well, I
being
mean,
recreated
the
across the
protected
nation.
status means they can be here. It doesn't mean they're
Yeah,
protected from
you don't think we
being
should
here.
talk
That
about that?
means
Why would
it's
you
the
like
allowance
want
of them being allowed here.
Why would you
actually,
What the hell is happening?
This message is sponsored in part by
Sarah, what the fuck was that?
hey Gibbs, just to be correct, they just got rid of the protected status for the
I
Somalis.
like how his
They
voice
said
went
that
up
earlier.
when
They
he
got
said
away
that
2 weeks
too.
ago.
He suddenly got like 15 again.
But
Yeah, but I mean, the protected status thing doesn't matter anymore because, like I just
but it
told you,
does
they're
matter.
citizens.
It does matter because listen, just because you have your citizenship doesn't mean your loyalty to America. If you're like a net negative as a group and you're stealing in like mass, that's trade. That's almost traitor.
But my thing is, when do you know that's gonna happen until it happens? That happens to American-born citizens like 7
happening
generations
now.
in. No, I know, but what I'm saying is, you don't have a barometer until it happens, right? Otherwise, you just say you don't want people that's of another ethnicity to ever reside here.
No, hold on.
I don't want people of other ethnicity resigning in America. I just said it.
No, I hear this all the
Okay, so
time.
what do you
This
want?
is the same argument for every ethnic group for the last 150
Like,
years,
what
though.
do you? Because
Yeah, I know, and I'm just going to double down on this.
That includes you. I'm not going to put obstacles. I'm not going to put that on Gibbs because I don't know if he feels that way. But there's a lot of people in this country that feel that way about you. So is that the stance you want to hold?
Obstacles.
You say another.
Come and get me.
That's a pussy ass answer. That ain't a real.
Hey, obstacles. Here's their
Shout out
argument.
to the Powder Dusty and his raid over in. Welcome, Dusty.
Shut up.
Obstacles. Here's their argument. Basically, we already have crime in the United States, so why do we care if we get more crime from other countries?
You finna say some stupid shit. Look, like I said.
No, that's just the truth.
No, that had nothing to do with what I said.
Let's take Somalians from a losing country to come over here and help us lose like they lose.
Wait,
like,
don't
come on,
most
bro.
immigrants?
It's not even like
first of
illegal
all,
immigration,
immigrants
it's refugee
usually
status.
for the most part, people
I'm
come
mad
here to
at
do
people
better,
that,
right?
The dope guys. Like, let's get the dope guys from another country. Let's not get the losers from other countries.
Most people come
coming over here
to
from
do better.
Sudan. You got no roads and no electricity. Don't come over here talking about what we can do.
Why do you think they're
You don't know
coming
how to
here?
build
You think they come in here
It
to
was
do
the poor
worse?
peasants who came over from Somalia. Seriously.
You was coming out here. What was it? What was the immigration status that they was coming under?
Wait,
Just like
first of all,
just
wait,
like
let's
it's the
get
poor
one thing
peasants
out.
from White
Wait,
Africa, from
Oh,
South
was it
Africa that they're trying to come in.
let's get one thing out the way.
Hold on.
Tonight-
I think these two need the room.
I don't know
Oh,
who she
here we
finna
go.
put. I don't know who she
This is
put.
me and you, of course.
Okay.
Black
So-
on black crime. So let's get it.
This is funny. So what I'm asking is, let's get this out the way. Even if you do, I'm not vouching for this by no means. But if you're gonna come here into this country and fraud it, that means you're trying to better yourself, even if you're doing it through illegal means, right? And what's not something that Americans do besides try to get over on the government?
Wait, so you saying if I come here on fraud, that means I'm here to do good for myself?
For yourself.
Go
That's
ahead, say it
correct.
again.
For yourself. I'm not saying for everybody
So
else.
not for America
Yes,
or
for
anybody else,
yourself.
just for myself.
Right.
So, all right, so if I'm coming to America and I'm doing fraud on documentations, I'm forging passports. That's good. At
For
least
other
I'm
people.
doing something for myself.
You talking about for other
Go
people?
ahead. Other
No, I'm
people.
saying
No, for myself.
That
I'm
does.
just- I'm
I'll be
just
fair. That
talking.
does benefit you as yourself, but that's not the. We're not
What were
talking
you
about
trying to say
passport.
then? My bad.
You good. So what I'm saying is, the way y'all are portraying foreigners that do come here and do crime as if it's separate than the same type of crimes that Americans commit to get themselves elevated. Natural born citizens. They're not like as much as the administration wants to lie and say they're rapists and murderers. That's not the crimes. If they're committing crimes, that's not the first crime that they're gonna commit is rape and murder. But people that's doing fraud, that's the same shit Americans do to try to get over. Again, not saying it's okay and acceptable and I want that to happen. But what I'm saying is don't act like what they're doing is something that Americans don't engage in. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get you, but I can't go to Thailand and say, hey, let me come in here on fraud basis because Thais also commit fraud. And let's not act like Thai people don't commit fraud or Japanese people or any country that I might go to for immigration purposes. They don't care about that. Right. They just don't want myself coming up in their country on that type of perpetrating a fraud.
And I fully understand that. But the problem is some of these people are advocating for just stopping them from coming here just because they have a certain ethnicity. And I think that's wrong. You won't know until they commit the crime. And I'm not for illegal immigration. I want people to come in legally. And you can't really, you don't know people's intention until they do it. You don't know. You just don't know.
Yeah, but what I'm just saying is, and we agree on that point, but one thing I actually want to say is meaning legal migration, right? We agree on that. But even then, people might disagree with it. You got to admit that too, right? Because if you come on an H-1B visa, then you might get people riled up and they don't even think you should be able to do that.
Right,
so that's
which is
legal.
completely legal. Yeah.
But that's a different conversation. But at the end of the day, I'm just against people coming here illegally, right? And it's regardless of your premise and your right to do good, because I've met people who want to come to America, but they do it legally because they just know, hey, I'm not going to violate America's rules. I'm just going to go about it. That's somebody with good character also. So it's not just about trying to get rich, 50 cents, get rich or die trying. It's about, are you willing to pump drugs on your street to get there just because you're trying to get rich? If you're saying, no, I'll never do that, then that's the type of person, because it shows character plus drive. So I think people who are migrating here to America need character plus drive. The character, the right to follow the law, and the drive to go out there and make better for their lives. That's the type of person.
I'm not mad at that perspective whatsoever. But I also want to acknowledge the fact that there are a lot of great people come from the bottom. A lot of people come from the bottom and they have good character, but they only have so few choices to survive. And now killing people, I don't think that's one of them. But there's some things that people have to do to survive. That's all. I'm not mad at what you said at all, but sure.
I get that point that you're making, but it ain't going to be on the back of our law. You might have to do what you got to do, but do that joints in your next country.
I'm sorry. If you come to this country and you want to work and you come to the country illegally, that's at the same level as jaywalking to me. If you want to come here to work.
Yeah, I have 2 points really. And so your question was basically like, why is it we're focused on these groups? Like this keeps being a recurring question. Oh, it's racist. Why are we talking about foreign? Why are we talking about immigrants? Like I want to point out 2 things. One, let's just take a look at an evil organization that's all American. Let's look at I don't know, the Hell's Angels, right? Where do you think that money is spent? Like when they open up a biker bar and they're sitting here and they used it with their ill-gotten gains and they sell drugs at it. Where do you think that money is spent? Well, the money is spent in America. Even if it's bad, they're still spending it in America. People that aren't criminals are going to benefit. The guy that's selling them the cases of beer at Specs, he's going to benefit, right? The guy that's sitting them, I sold them their POS machine for the legitimate transaction dues, they're going to benefit. Like there is something to be said for, at least they're American, committing American crimes. The money's staying here. What we're seeing with a lot of this fraud is it's leaving the country. That's a big issue. And the other thing I think is important is that Republicans, and not all Republicans, but at least the segment of Republicans that I'm advocating for, we have a problem with welfare and all this stuff in general, and we have a problem with the way our tax dollars are being spent. That's why we like the Doge. That's why we like these investigations. That's why we want, we go, Texas got rid of income tax. United States is talking about getting rid of income tax now because of the tariffs. Like these are things that we like as an overall policy prescription. And so when I sit here and I see billions being taken from me in tax fraud, basically, I'm pissed. And when I see it's leaving the country, or I'm seeing it's basically spent on pseudo welfare, which is then being abused, it makes me doubly mad because one, I don't even think we should go in there because it's welfare. And then I find out I'm getting fucked again. Wow, great boys. I love it. Yeah. So I think it's realistic to go, let's start with the foreigners and then we can talk about the Americans after that. I don't think that's a ridiculous concept.
And
Calvin, welcome. Jason, I'll hand it over to you, and then I do want to hear what Calvin has to add in. I know he's excited. Go ahead, Jason.
Well, here's what Effigy and Logic weren't understanding about. They've already got it doesn't matter. We waive their protected status. It actually does, because waiving their protected status is the first step of being able to denaturalize their citizenship and get rid of them.
Anyone have thoughts to that they want to add in?
I'm sorry.
If not, I'll hand it over to Calvin.
You said
that's what
calling your shot on being a piece of shit is just calling your shot on being a piece of shit.
No, I'm ready to get rid of the people who are just leeches off our system and send them back where they came from. I know y'all don't pay a lot.
How do you know where they came from, Jason? How do you?
Because they're from Somalia, Duck. I mean, that would be
Everyone's
a
from
pretty good
yeah,
clue.
they're eating the cats and dogs. They're all from Somalia. So put your knee in the back of their neck and call
Duck,
it a day.
80% of them are on welfare, just like you.
80%
I don't think they gotta
20%
go
of our
home.
country are on welfare.
No, Duck, 80% of Somalians are on welfare.
And speaking of welfare, Iotin sending in the Big Ten to help contribute to this wonderful, amazing show and keep my lights on with nothing but tomatoes across the board. Don't forget, folks, you do have a dono goal that you have to hit for the show to keep going. You got about 40 minutes left. You're moving along just fine. Keep it moving. Thank you so kindly, Iotin. Calvin, to you, sir. Calvin.
Hello,
Oh.
hello. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I apologize first because I'm late to the party. So I missed a lot of what's going on, but I did see the title ahead of time, and kind of I guess as I'm listening to everyone, I kind of see where it's going, and I imagine it would go this way. I guess we're kind of looking at the Somalians, that community, and what has gone. As an independent, I would say that I do hold the Democrats, or not the Democrats, well, yeah, the Democrats responsible to a degree for a lot of
What
what.
the fuck are you talking about?
Let him talk.
Are
Go
we
ahead.
talking? I'm sorry, I'm late.
Actually,
Are we-
what the fuck are you talking about?
was the conversation about the Somalians? I'm sorry.
No,
Yeah, we
I
were
thought I
there.
heard
Don't
you.
worry.
I'm sorry,
good.
sure.
You're doing good.
I thought I heard
Doc,
him say.
shut
I
up.
thought I
Doc,
heard him
shut up.
saying he's
Calvin,
gonna
you
hold
may
someone accountable. That's
Duck,
what I
either
thought.
you shut up or I'll make you.
Calvin,
Go for it, Jason. You bitch.
Okay.
Go ahead, Calvin.
Well, like I said, I'm an independent, so I mean, I hold for all across the board, and I do see that the Democrats tend to be lax in terms of letting their side get away with certain behaviors I could condemn, like probably fraudulent things of that nature. So if we're talking about the community and what happened with them, I would generally do agree that there should be
You're
some
just a pussy, Calvin. You're a pussy.
not really.
A little bit.
Accountability. Well, let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying. You might like it. I said so. So they should be a degree of accountability that they should be holding their party to. However, I guess what I'm puzzled by, if we are indeed, or if there are some concern about fraud or what things of that nature, I think there's a lot that is going on within the Trump administration. So I was just wondering if the same concern is there as well.
Oh, they don't care.
Oh, and Sarah, just so because I wasn't
Oh,
up here
good.
last night to say
Them.
it, fuck you for the way you disrespected Mama Tomato last night, Duck. So this is another one for tonight.
All right. Well, you're a bitch,
There it
Jason.
goes.
Just as long as you
There
know
it
you're a bitch.
goes. All
You're
right.
my friend, but you're a bitch.
Allow me, if anyone needs to take a short bathroom break, now is your time to do so, because Duck is now officially on the chopping block. Duck, Jason has sent in $100. You know the drill. I think he's still upset about you being disrespectful to my mother last night, even though you did apologize. So I give you a lot of kudos there. Duck, and before you say anything, Texas Bully Mom also follows up to say, Duck, shut it. You disrespected Mama Tomato. You effed up with that. Damn. I love how many people love my mama here.
Did she hop on panel yesterday? Did Texas Bully Mom ever make her way up here?
No, she said she does not do panels, and that's okay. But
Oh, she's got a lot of opinions, a lot of strong opinions in chat. I know.
Well,
I've seen
and it is her right to do so, and I especially love that she has opinions followed by money. And Andrew, if you're not aware, I think you watched the show yesterday. We do allow people to get booted. $100 is a full boot for the evening. Doc, you have 2 minutes, sir, to either plead your case or utilize that 2 minutes to say whatever it is you would like to say, sir.
All right. So if you've seen the movie Frozen, you guys may know how this one goes. So join me if you know this. All my life has been a series of doors in my face.
Oh my God.
I was thinking the same thing because, like, I've been searching my whole life to find my own place. And so this is what I want to say is that no spoilers, but it's possibly that Princess Anna at this time was learning what it is like to conduct politics and to meet unscrupulous male figures who have a patriarchal leadership structure. And so when people minimize what it actually means to say that I hate immigrants, or they refuse to admit that they hate immigrants, they just endorse violence against them. And they don't believe that people that oppose violence should have civil rights, people like me. You know, we should embrace this heroic story where we can have dialogues. The Raging Tomato is a place to do that. You guys are in good hands with Effigy. Calvin apparently lost his ball sack overnight. And so I think you should save me because I think we should have at least 2 left-leaning voices. I'm a progressive Democrat. You guys know I have conservative tendencies. And so you guys should pool some money, oppose Jason Reeves in this decision. And I think justice requires the conversation we're going to have tonight. It also requires change out there. It requires that we don't selectively nitpick on issues, but we look at a failing federal agency like ICE. We look at a failing federal agency as a result of the Trump administration. My local office in Maricopa, the sheriff said he would have to arrest ICE agents if they broke the law. Sheriffs don't normally do that. We're not seeing this rhetoric with the DEA, with the ATF, or with the FBI. And so why is it the case that only ICE is failing? Why is it the case that only now Americans are pearl clutching and outraged at immigrant behavior? It's because it's based on hatred, and it's because it's based on an evil prince's evil plan, and you guys are not being Princess Anna. You guys are being an evil prince, and we know that's not the plot of Frozen.
Bye, Duck.
That was
For more
absolutely
Disney
Hero.
cartoon wisdom, go ahead and just put your nuts in a vice and clamp that fucker all the way down.
I mean, Duck wants us to
God.
have no
need to
decisions.
attest. I
The
don't
government
need
should
to
just
test
take
it.
over everything for us.
And in the meantime,
Maybe.
Duck, I'm going to go ahead and tuck you backstage. If anybody would like to save Duck, now's your time to do so. You would have to pay a full hundo to hope that Duck survives. And Mr. Andrew is going to be leaving us for the evening. It's midnight. He's checking out. Andrew, please feel free to take a moment to tell everyone where they can find you if you have a channel and anything about yourself.
Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, my name's Andrew. I got a couple of channels. One's called Popcorn and Whiskey. Don't do too much of that when I go live streaming on Saturday nights. Usually I go on that one. But my main channel is I work in the Fitness Over 50 crowd. If you're over 50 years old, check it out. Top Fitness Strategy is one of those kind of things. Loved being here. I hope I can come back again sometime. You guys have been fantastic. Some of the times I felt like my testosterone was in question when somebody talking about Frozen. Really? Okay, whatever. Yeah, one of those kind of things. You can call me a simp all you want for thinking Sarah's gorgeous, but she is. But at least I'm not quoting Frozen on a panel of guys.
Andrew, glad you came up tonight, man.
Thanks a lot,
Yes,
everybody.
thank you so much. We do open panels for sure, definitely every Monday and Thursday night. And then if I host a debate, there's always an open panel after that on the topic.
Oh, and Sarah, don't forget the Sleepy Tomato on Wednesdays.
Sleepy Tomato Wednesdays, but those are not paneled. But if you're simping, you can just come sit and listen to me talk and look at me on the screen. So it works out either way. Andrew, it's been an absolute delight. Thank you for joining, and I'm glad you were able to pop your cherry here. And we can definitely whore you out to many other panels. Definitely join Discord. That's where you'll find a lot of them there.
Fantastic. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Have a wonderful evening, Andrew. Logics, are you leaving? Sorry. Iotin said, have a nice night, Andrew, and good job, sir. Sorry, Iotin, I missed that in time. He just left, but I'm sure he'll see this after the fact.
Sir, you got to start advertising Sleepy Tomato so it gets monetized.
I want Sleepy to do its own thing. I don't necessarily want panel and debate people to come watch me on Sleepy. And Logics, are you leaving now, sir?
Yeah. I'm gonna call it.
All right. Well, I will actually give you the opportunity just the same to say whatever you'd like to say.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Thank you for tagging me, giving me the heads up for this. It was fun. I enjoyed it. Everybody I debate with and insulted. I appreciate it. It's nothing personal. I love the conversation. You know, it's nothing personal at all. I hit up some people in the chat. I want to have some panels and, you know, talk to people with different opinions. I don't want to be just talking to people that agree with me all the time. So add me on Discord. You know, join my Discord. Ill Logics on YouTube. I'm a left-leaning content creator. Do a lot of science denial coverage, debunking, political content, social commentary. Thank you, Sarah, again.
Absolutely. I'm glad you heeded the call because I was like, I need to make sure my lefties know what's going on, and I think I'm gonna.
Logic, drop your link in the chat, and I'll follow you.
He's in Discord.
Are you? Okay.
Yeah, I'm in the Discord. I'll pop in there real quick.
Okay, appreciate you, man.
Yeah. And if you want those little calls a little further, I could keep doing those. I don't want to bother people either, but if you want those, I will definitely ensure I tag you on when it's righty on screen.
Thank you.
But thank you, Logics. And we'll catch you around next time.
Gotcha.
Testicle Johnson comes in with a big.
All right, y'all. All right, let me get my camera going again. Damn, well, how the fuck my shit so turned? I don't know what happened. I probably was hitting the table and stuff, man. Hey, what I will say is, as I'm looking at her chat, she has a right-leaning audience, and a lot of the people are like not being disrespectful. I remember when I was on a panel with RGR. Excuse me, I was on an RGR panel, Riley Grace Rochon. She has I was on a panel with Andrew Wilson, and he had a lot of his audience in there, and they was look at the black guy, the black guy, the monkey. Like, it was racist as fuck. Like, they was all shitting on me, but Sarah's community, they just like, good night, you know, have a good one, all that stuff. So yeah, I can say at least she don't have a fucking overly racist crowd. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it was cool for what it was. I know y'all be irritated as fuck, man. Like, I was peeping. I was, you know, I can't respond, of course, in the chat in real time. Hold on, let me I'm gonna read what y'all was talking about before I head out. This was improv, so you know it is what it is. I got the what might happen is I'll post the peer shit, and then they'll see me jump over, and maybe they'll watch this debate. Let's see. I just want to read some of y'all super. The way my shit is set up is it's awkward to read this screen because I can't scroll. If it was too high up, I can't scroll on the screen where I usually catch y'all in real time. So I gotta scroll back. Gotta be able to scroll back. No, this is not what I was trying to see. Hold on, y'all. Bear with me. Bear with me, guys. I want to be able to scroll back to which I was saying to the last thing I saw and can respond to. Okay. I told y'all I love y'all. Y'all was clowning on Andrew. Oh, I know, but most of them don't let you get air to speak. Well, it's frustrating that they don't let you get a word in. I'm like 6 hours past my bedtime. I'm having too much fun with the chat. Hey, Neth, I'm sorry. Thank you for hanging out. You told me, like, hours ago, you told me it was 1 a.m., Neth, I hope you're still in here. Neth, thank you. You know, you just joined the Discord. You just got in this community, and I'm glad you're enjoying the content because, like, 4 hours ago, you said it was 1 a.m., and you're still here. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Doc Wiley, cringe. I don't know what that's about. Sleepy. I don't know if that was referencing to me or Andrew. What a wild panel. Reaper. I'm glad to see you again. You've been MIA, but I'm glad you popped back in. Janae, some of my bruh. This was something. Yeah, it was something. It was something. Or really, you think her audience is right leaning? What gave it away? Croyville, bro, how did you keep your sanity? Bro, Terrence, like, the keeping the sanity thing, I get what y'all saying. Like, I'm, like, generally a patient person. I'm not going to lie. I'm patient, and I'm willing to roll in the mud with people. Like, I can't gauge other people's tolerance levels, but I'm generally a patient person. Like, now, what I don't have patience, I can't say that, because I was going to say I generally don't have patience for, like, utterly stupid people, but I've been on panels, like, I'm sorry, like, I respect Gibbs for at least being honest, but his honesty is so stupid that I'm like, I respect you for being honest, but, like, he has some of the dumbest takes that he'll bite the bullets on, but it's like, at least you're willing to say it, where some of these people aren't willing to actually come out on the forefront and say how they feel. You know what I'm saying? So I respect him for being honest, but his takes are so stupid. I'm generally a patient person, though. Like, I really try to walk people into logic. Not trying to be cliche or head ass, but I try to walk people down their own logic, and not saying that I'm always correct or you know, that I'm right, as some people would say, like Asman. But I what I think something makes sense, I'll try to walk you down the train of logic and make you make sense in your own mind. Yeah, they really slow still here. Yeah, Neth, thank you. Ride or die, Croyville. Yeah, Croyville. He's been with us. Yeah. He said I'm irresponsible like that. You probably off to my late as fuck. Yeah. Hopefully I made something entertaining tonight. No, you definitely did, Dex. Did you record it? If not, if you didn't record it, I could get it to you somehow. I probably have to upload it and private it and send it to you if you want the content. Yeah. I'm trying to decide. I'm not gonna lie, Dex. I don't know if I'm gonna post it as content on my channel yet. I'm not sure. I have to watch it and see if I want to post it. What do you think about that effigy guy? He seemed to have a head on his shoulders. Yeah, it was cool. He knew what he was talking about. He wasn't just like left leaning but oblivious. Like, he knew what the fuck he was talking about. So I want to get his contact info, because he seemed on point. The effigy guy. I'll probably hit up Sarah and get his contact info. He had his head on his shoulder. Because I'm not gonna lie to you, like, was it Sarah's panel or Wick's? It was either Sarah or Wick. I had a partner. She was cool, but I felt like she had a lot of emotional arguments versus factual. Like, I literally don't have a problem with her. I forgot her name, but, like, I'm not going to say she didn't know what she was talking about, because she came with, before we had that debate, she had statistics. She had, like, citations. She had studies that she wanted to address. But as the debate went on, she got into emotional arguments. She like, got into arguments that she shouldn't have gotten into. And I was like, fuck, this don't look good. But the effigy guy, he seems to stay on point with, I'll probably get his contact info from Sarah. Like, they slap you with the left label and TDS. And then, that Jason guy, he didn't have arguments. He kept he's like, you're a moron. Y'all got TDS. It was like, bro, you're not even arguing nothing that I'm saying. You're just, like, insulting us. You're not making any arguments. It was like, it was funny, because it was like, bro, I could just treat your ass. I could just say something and you just gonna shut the fuck up, because you know you don't have an argument. His energy switched when it was just you two, the obstacles guy. Y'all, that's true. I don't know. I felt like Sarah was finna make it about us, and it was funny because somebody was like, "It's black on black crime." I'm like, "Yeah, Erica, Sarah, know what she doing? Putting the two black niggas against each other, the conservative and the liberal against each other." That was funny. I ain't mad. To get your money, it's entertainment. But y'all are absolutely right. His energy was different when it was just us two. His energy was totally different. He was way more amicable. He was like, you right. Mind y'all, from jump, I never left that. I was never, like, always trying to argue to be right. Since I got in that joint, I was like, I'm not trying to give you an argument you're not trying to have. I'm not trying to be bad faith. I'm not being an asshole. I'm asking you genuinely. I was never, like, always trying to win. I was never trying to win every time I spoke. when I was on that, I was on that. When I was on some bullshit, I was on bullshit. But I was never given energy that I'm always gonna just have the one up on the next person. So I did the same thing when I talked to him. But he wasn't doing that shit until it was just me and him. And when he didn't have other people to distract and talk around what I was saying, he had to confront exactly what I said. Therefore, he had to say that I get what you're saying. Yeah, you're right. Because he wanted to keep acting like I was advocating for, yes, let's have illegal immigration. And I never said that at any point. And he had to address the fact that I was never advocating for illegal immigration as a policy, period. Even when I said it and I thought there was going to be good faith to understand that I'm saying, like, the general sentiment from most Americans and Democrats isn't like, let's have illegal immigration. But when I said nobody's advocating for illegal immigration, they was like, what? They did all that shit. And I'm just like, bro, I wasn't like, all right, y'all not going to be bad faith. Like, I mean, y'all going to be bad faith. Like, if the right was to say, like, nobody is advocating for slavery, I wouldn't, like, throw a fit and be like, y'all ain't heard of Asmund Gold, or, you know, like, I wouldn't do that because I know you're saying that the general sentiment of your party is not slavery. I wouldn't do that. But they was acting like, because there's a few, you know, far leftists that say, let's have illegal immigration, that I'm advocating for it, or I'm trying to sweep for them. And that wasn't the case. That was like, I'm like, all right, y'all going to do too much, because I think we could be fair and say that generally, most people are not saying, yes, illegal immigration good, generally. Obstacles leave him where he's at. He's just chats. I felt like none of them said anything new as far as arguing the point. Yeah, that's a fact. Well, okay. Energy switch up. And animated was cool for sure. And yeah, SFG. Yeah. Obstacle. When they came back, it switched so fast. Yeah. PS. Since then, all of a sudden, all the pandering and tap dancing. Facts. You called it. They had some extreme position though. They were talking about denaturalization. Yeah, Doc Wiley. Yeah, they was some of them openly admitted that they wanted to denaturalize people, and they even admitted that they don't want people of other ethnicities to come in this country as a whole. And that's why I asked Obstacles. I said, okay, there's a lot of people on the right that advocate that even you, people that look like you, don't come to this country because you have a different ethnicity. You know, maybe down the line, they advocating for people like you to not be in this country. And he was like, I think he said like, and what or something. I forgot what he said. He was like, I ain't gonna say he said so, but he said something like, and what or something like that. And I was like, that's your answer. It was like, and what or whatever or something. He just acted like I didn't ask that question. I'm like, people advocating that your ethnicity don't be in this country. And he didn't have an answer. He was just like, and somebody spoke over him and got him out of answering the fucking question. But it's like, you on the side of people that's advocating that no other ethnicity, and I think Effigy said it, it was like, y'all want a white ethno state. Y'all want this country to be white, whatever that means, whatever y'all think it means, because once that happens, then you're going to be isolating Irish and Germans and Polish and all that shit. Y'all going to still trying to find a way to segregate people, because all this comes down to is having America be white, and this country, yes, was founded by white men, but it's white European men. Like let's not do this. Like, it's fucking ridiculous, and it's indefensible once you get down to the nitty gritty. So, I'm gonna try to get some of those people contact info, because I do want to have. I'm not trying to be a panel channel, but I do want to be able to have my own thing where I can host stuff the way I want it to look. I love Sarah's panels are good, but they're good entertainment. But I do want to focus more. I don't mind the shit slinging, but I do want to, like, a lot of people can get hectic, as y'all can see. It can get hectic with a lot of people. I just want to be able to have a smaller, thing. I know Tom Foolery is trying to do that too. Let's keep it real. They keep gaslighting lefties saying we want illegal immigration, but like we want criminals out to facts. But the people who are contributing, get them a path to citizenships. Facts. That's all we asking for. That's all we asking for. You can break the ideas down when it's not 7v2. Yeah, it was like you just. It was probably like 7v2. It was like Sarah's. That's how Sarah's community is mostly right leaning, and she wanted lefties. That's how I got tagged, and it was two of us. Like, you know what I'm saying? I thought the black guy was gonna be more centered, but he just seemed more right leaning. Not because he was black, but because he started off talking saying he's not on either side. Quickly guess how many of those on the panel was simps for Sarah. That was funny. But the Andrew dude, I don't know if he don't know what he was stepping into because, excuse me, to simp for Sarah that fast. He said he never been on the panel before. Let me stop. I don't like simp. I don't like using simp loosely. He may not be accustomed to this environment. I ain't going to say that. I'm not going to call him a simp because if he do that shit after tonight, then he's a simp. But he probably literally was just flirting. Like, he probably was just flirting. I don't want to put simp on him because he literally said, I've never been on your panels and blah, blah, blah. I'll just say he was flirting. You simping if he makes it a habit to try to come on to Sarah after you done got fried for doing it the first time. He had the jazz hat. He was going to be on foolishness immediately. I mean, she is all right looking, nothing to simp over. Fair enough. Fine, thirsty. Yeah, he was definitely thirsty. Definitely thirsty. I'll give you thirsty. Because if you felt that way, you got her contact info. Slide in her DMs, bro, and be like, wow, Sarah, I didn't know you were so beautiful. Like, that's what you do. You don't say it in the middle of the damn stream in front of hundreds of people, bro. That was a bit much.
More money, more money, more money.
Shout out to the Trib One. W's for Trib in the chat, a loyal one. Great job, Logics. These maggots need January 6th fact-finding vids as their regularly scheduled programming before they could talk about Dems enabling anything. Our admins look for fraud if suspicious and find it. Yeah, I don't know if you was there, Trib. When I first got on, I asked Gibbs, I said, what's your strongest piece of evidence? And it was all speculation. It was just it was no proof of anything. It was no proof. Like, it's just absurd. And then the Jason guy was like, you know, you need facts. And I forgot the train of the conversation, but he was basically saying, come with facts. I said, yeah, when we come with facts, y'all ignore them and act like they don't fucking exist. That's what y'all do. When people have facts, y'all ignore the facts and say they're not real, it's fake, it's a conspiracy, blah, blah, blah. But y'all are literally conspiracy theorists. Why are you talking about Democrats as a whole entity are enabling fraud when you have no proof of that? That's a crazy ass claim. You just have a bunch of speculation and drawing random things that occur as if it's a conspiracy is one thing. You know what I'm saying? Right, Trib. It's just like it's never proof for a lot of their claims. You see, he's talking about the AG of Minnesota is letting. First of all, I don't know how that quote went. I don't know the context. I don't take Gibbs at his word for anything. Every time he brings something up in his favor, it almost always misrepresents what actually is going on. And come to find out, this past year, 2025, the end of 2025, the fucking AG has found fraud in his country. Like, it's just in his country, in his state. Like, let's stop it. Can't reason someone out of a position they didn't arrive at with reason in the first place. That's a fact. Facts don't matter. Yep. Do they have any fun live streams or they are distressful? It just depends on the topic. I know Wick sometimes has less serious panels. Yeah, he can do some fun stuff like Star Wars or some shit like that. He'll do some fun stuff. Not often. Right now, shit too serious, I guess, to have fun panels. Tomorrow, no, I ain't gonna lie. Tomorrow I got some heavy topics, but we also got some fun ones. Jason should have stayed in the chat. He offered nothing. I guess you mean shouldn't have stayed in the chat. He offered nothing relevant. Yeah, he didn't have nothing. He just wanted to insult. Did I miss the Kyle versus Knowles debate? Yes, Tyrone, you did. I'm sorry, but I had a video up. I had to cut it short though to get to this panel because this happened on the spur of the moment. But we finna wrap it up, y'all. Damn, 4 hours. I think this is the longest stream I've ever done. I think my soundboard not working, can't hit no sounds. But tomorrow, y'all, either 4 or 5 p.m. Central. So do with that as you will, wherever time frame you're in, whatever time zone you're in. 4 or 5 Central. We have not solidified yet. We're waiting on confirmation from somebody. 4 or 5 Central tomorrow on my channel. We're doing the For Us podcast. Me, Jew, Watts, Random University. For Us podcast tomorrow, 4 or 5 p.m. Central. Send to your people that want to watch this content that may not be up to date, up to speed. We jump around channels who's hosting. I'm hosting tomorrow, 4 or 5 p.m. Make sure y'all sub. But I love each and every one of y'all. Thank you for all the super chats, for the engagement, for watching the content, for liking the video, for subbing to my channel. If you have not subbed, please do. Please do. Trying to make it to 7K before Sunday. Send this to people y'all think are interested in, all that jazz. Thank y'all so much. And if you made it to this point of the stream, make sure you leave a like, comment, sub. If not one, then all 3. And I'm going to catch y'all in the next one. Peace.